Marvel 3,
We can
Marvel
go
2.
over Soul
fuck
Calibur
it.
5.
Yo, why not Soul Calibur 2, Crown?
This game's a little too old. People weren't burned yet.
True. We can say that now. I don't think I'll ever get over that, bro.
All right. Are we just gonna go down the list this time?
It's,
How old is Soul Calibur 2?
Soul Calibur 2 came out on the PS2.
No,
so
2000
that was
2000, 2003.
I think it was an 02 game. Yep, July 5th, 2002. Lau, you're our age, so I mean, you were alive when the game came out, but
Yes, sir.
I like hearing our age for some reason. I don't know why.
I guess we'll just ask the audience. Do y'all want us to just go down the list in order of how we have this things organized, or
I mean,
is there a different way you want us to go?
If anything, I know before we had to stop, me and Crow were going to talk about Amani.
Yeah, and last time we did this, we did it based off of the majority requested in that moment. We'd be like, what character you guys want to learn about next?
Yeah.
We'll
probably just do that.
Until if you got mad characters, I'm taking Susanno away from you.
I don't even have Susanno.
Who has Susanno?
Oleander.
Oleander?
Oh,
the person that means Susanno.
Oh, all right, carry on.
Bruv. 24 people in the audience. We got
yeah, we already did Tao last session.
He gonna surround you, and when we disperse, you gonna be vanished.
People saw yesterday's NOL and say, I want to learn more about Tao.
Feel good about
your job, Cryo.
Good job about that, by the way.
Come here.
Well, yeah, all right, I'm hugging you through the screen.
I don't think he wants to hug.
What? Dabs you up. Sends you the Woody gif.
All right. What are we doing? Which order?
What are we doing? I know what are we doing.
It doesn't seem like anybody really responded, so it looks like we're about to go down the list.
No one's saying anything, so I guess we'll do it in character order.
See, Astro knows me. Hold on. I got to post it.
So next on the list is
Jin.
Damn, I can't.
You got it, man.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna load my game up, and then guys, go to my stream instantly. I just want to flex.
There, I got you, Astro. Boom.
My screen is up.
Yeah, we love this fucking game. We was yapping for 5 hours.
I think we is crazy.
I won that Twink Jin obliterated.
My screen is up, everybody.
It is.
So, today we are going to talk about Grip Kisaragi.
You're so hot for that.
Thanks. What? Delusional. Oh!
Delusions of Grandeur. What's that intro I don't have?
That is the intro to Central Fiction Act 2 Arcade. You can actually set your game to open up with that very easily. I can probably explain that later. Because everyone's PC versions opens up to the console version of BlazBlue's opening. And despite the game actually having the arcade openings for Central Fiction and CF2's arcade opening, very easy to set. But get to that later. Let's now talk about the second main character of BlazBlue and the titular hero, not titular, but the hero of the story, Jin Kisaragi, the younger brother of Jin, younger brother of Ragna, and older brother of Saya, and technically Noel. Jin, no, he's the second. Shut up, Lau. Jin Kisaragi. I said Ragna is the Shoto, but Jin Kisaragi is the true Shoto of BlazBlue. Not really being a character who's meant to be played at either close range or far range. Really just being a jack of all trades, master of none, except for in CF2 where he's kind of really cracked. He is kind of flat. He is a character who, again, plays mid-range very well, plays close range very well, and can kind of be at this range and be just as fine. He has nothing that begs going in or running away. Very solid normals, very good specials. That should help dictate a very base neutral kind of play style. Jin's drive. Funnily enough, I forgot the name of his drive. I was gonna be cool and name them all. Okay, cool. Remember it. Jin's drive, Frostbite. It is his D. His 5D shoots out a giant Fang. 2D, 6D is an ice wall. What his drives do is they freeze the opponent. It's pretty simple. 2D does that. JD does that. And then all D versions of his specials do that. We're going to get to that later. They freeze the opponent, and then certain special moves will keep that opponent in the frozen state. So they're frozen, and then it restands too if you get an air combo. As you can see, instead of just knocking down. But before we get into that, let's do his specials. Or let's do his normals first, actually. Jin's 5A, again, like Ragna's, like his older brother Ragna, has a 5-frame 5A, so it wished on crouchers. Mastered it 3 times. His 2A is, I want to say, 7 frames. Can't be mashed in neutral, but it does Gatling into itself. His Jin's 5B is a 2-part kick, 1-2. It looks like 1 kick, but it's actually 2. There's 1, there's 2. And the second hit of 5B vacuums. This is very important for his toolkit. His 2B, just a low swipe. 5C, very strong normal, very good range on it, as you can see. And it leads into his crouching confirm. So on standing hit, you cannot go into 6C, which is what you do for crouch confirms. I'm sorry. This launches 6C. Speaking of, it launches. It is not an anti-air, but it goes into drive moves like 2D. That's more or less it for Jin crouch confirms. And then on top of the fact, he also has a move called 6B, or he has a 6B, which is a hop kick. This is a low crush, if I recall correctly, right?
Yes.
It's a low crush, and from that you go into an air special, into a route. Jin's 2C is an anti-air. This is just 100% an anti-air. It's a very solid anti-air, slow startup, but very good head involve and very good reach. Jump cancelable on hit, and I think also on block as well. Yes, Jin has a lot of jump cancelable moves. By a lot, I mean 2. But Jin also has the privilege of having a jump cancelable move on block on his C normals. This is very good to have. Not many characters have this, and Jin has this very well. I went over 5D, went over 2D as well. It's pillar that goes about mid range. Oh, Jin 2A. Yes, 2A is also jump cancelable, and 5A. But because they'll be crouching a lot, you're gonna do 2A. It's very, very, very good for his pressure structure. And I also want to mention, Jin 6A is unlike Ragna, who 6A is an anti-air. Jin 6A is an overhead. This is one of the fastest standing overheads in the game, by the way. Most standing overheads are usually around 20 frames to higher. Jin 6A is 19 frames. This is very good, and because of how fast it is overall, if someone reacts with overdrive, more often than not, if they do it late enough, you're usually safe from a punish. Very, very, very good overhead. On top of the fact that on air hit it knocks down and you get a convert. It can't combo, yes. Only on if you spend meter. On air hit, and of course, for some reason, It's more or less it for Jin's command normals on the ground. He has one more command normal on the ground, and this is 3C. It is a low bearing swipe that low profiles a lot of mid-range moves, go very far, and is a very great starter. You'll see a lot of Jins kind of just run in and do this. And they get a lot of damage off of it. Fun fact, in CF, this got an animation change. So as you see right now, he slashes his sword on the ground. Every game before this, it was a sweep. He would kick his legs out. Had the same purpose, whatnot, but this was a buff because in previous games, since he used his body and not his sword, it did not cause freeze and overdrive. That's a very strong thing for him to have. That's it for his grounded command normals. He has one command normal in the air, and that is J2C. So JC in the air is just a straight swipe. Very, very, very good horizontal range. We did go over 60. I kind of went over it pretty quickly. This is more or less it. It only combos on crouching or on counter hit of your C normals, and you usually want to go into 2D off of that. And yes, as I was saying, J2C is his only air command normal. It goes straight down. It is very disjointed. A lot of anti-air attempts will fail against it because of how high it hits. And then it also strings into JC. Funnily enough, JC goes into J2C. I'm not really good at there you go. So they both go into each other. It's pretty good. Jin's kit very much complements all pieces very well. That's more or less it for his normals and his command normals. Next is his specials. Like a Shoto, Jin's specials aren't really anything super unique to his character archetype. They're more so what you would expect out of a base character like Jin. You have a projectile, 236A, Ice Sword. It's quick to the point, just a regular projectile. It can be done in the air. If you do it in the air, Jin will throw it and then kind of move backwards, like that. Hop backwards. You'll see a lot of Jin's TK like that. My opinion, there's no real point in doing this. Doing ground ice sword is much better because you don't move back and it goes at the same speed. Chase after it normally. Doing this really serves no purpose, in my honest opinion. Next up, you have 623B, Fubuki. Isn't air version better for height? Yes, but because you're doing it so high, people can just crouch under it. Or jump over it. There's really, I don't see a solid strength for it in neutral. As I was saying, 623B, his first anti-air. This is a dedicated anti-air special. It's a quick slash. He hits at a pretty high angle, actually. I'll have Ragna jump, and even from this range, it hits pretty high above his head. With pretty good unsec. Enough unsec to go to link directly into one of his supers. On counter hit, the unsec is increased almost until knockdown. Or until knockdown because he's so low. But I'm pretty sure if I hit it as an anti-air. Okay, well the knockdown the unsec's increased for a full route afterwards. Very, very good special. All around super solid anti-air, and it's a very good combo tool as well. After 623B, you have 623C. This is Jin's DP. Straight up. It's used for combos, midway through certain combos, and it is his dedicated reversal, one of three, if I'm being honest. We'll get to those other two later. Dedicated reversals. It is very slow, one of the slowest DPs in the game, alongside Mu12 and oh no, it's 13 frames. I apologize.
13, yeah.
Still a very slow DP to have, though. All things, most DPs in the game are around 9 frames. 13 frame DP is very slow. It's also weak in the sense that Jin recovers crouching. So if your opponent blocks this, they get a full crouch confirm. That is very, very, very good. for your opponent, not good for Jin. And not for horizontal range either. However, the real strength from it comes from its vertical range. Oh god, I'm an idiot. That is very high for a DP. Incredibly high. And on certain heights too, even mid-combo. Especially mid-combo, really. You get a nice little ender off of that. Or an extension. Most Jin combos have you hit his CDP at the apex of its height to be able to pick up off of it with a link on the way down. So it's more or less it for his DP. Now we're gonna want a Jin's special mechanic. This was unique to Jin, or it still is unique to Jin, as of CF. But if you look at everyone's meter, Raglan and Jin, you'll notice the bar is cut into 4 parts. You know, because everyone has a crush trigger, right? Which costs 25 meter. Back before crush trigger got introduced in Chrono Phantasma, every character had 2 sections on their bar to spend 50 meter, except for Jin. Jin was the only character in the game who could spend 25 meter to enhance his specials. Using your drive, Jin can get enhanced versions of all of his specials. So with the specials I just went over, 623, yes, EX moves. With the specials I just went over, 236A now becomes Snowflake. Stays on the screen. In older games, it was just a larger projectile. This is a much better move to have. Snowflake, unlike 236A Ice Sword, hits 3 times and inflicts freeze. You can also juggle off of it. Very, very, very good. And of course, you can use it as Oki. So if someone DPs, you just have an active projectile, an active hitbox out there, and you're completely safe, and you can start pressure, what have you. 623B and 623C, the EX version of that input is EXDP. This is a much more reliable DP compared to Jin's 623C, because it has a much wider hitbox. So as you can see, with my foot on the exact center, 623C whiffs. If I do a 623B though, it reaches. It's twice as well. RC the first hit, they're frozen. If you don't want to RC it, and you get a convert. That is very strong for a DP to have. Incredibly strong. This DPS, like Unsafe said, is still 13 frames though, so equally slow. Another fun fact to those who don't know, the second part of his DP is chargeable. So that's what it's like. That's how fast it is. If I don't press anything, if I hold D, you can delay it. At max charge, this is more so just a knowledge check thing. You're not really going to see it in high level play. If you hold D the entire duration, it's unblockable. This is not super optimal or not something that's very broken. If someone blocks Jin's DP, the first thing they're gonna do is just jump after the first hit to completely circumvent that second hit and then just punish accordingly. But it is pretty nice to have to throw off certain punish attempts and really make the opponent kind of get inconsistent punishes for your DP. Jin has one more special move on the ground I failed to go over, and that is 214B. Ice Car. That's what everyone's been calling it for 20 years now. It is low, and it is his dedicated combo ender. Usually when you're doing most routes, this is your day 1 B&B. The first thing you learn as Jin. That's it. Ice Car has a follow-up by pressing C, and Jin strikes straight down. That's more or less it. Because people usually expect the follow-up to come out more often than not, and they'll not tech. You'll often see people kind of not tech on the ground. I'll set to disable and disable. And then Jin will just simply not do the second hit of Ice Car. And then get an extra combo. Jin's last grounded special move is Sekijin, which is 2-2C. When Jin is far away from his opponent and you put 2-2C, he kind of struggles to pull the sword out. When you get close, Jin unleashes a flurry of slashes that causes crumple state. This is usually what people use as a combo ender for Jin, or an extender when they're frozen. Because Sekajin extends freeze time. Sekajin does not have an EX version, unfortunately, but you can spend 25 meter for a special follow-up. And of course, this follow-up. Is there a good way to check range on it, or just muscle memory? It's about this close. Somewhat muscle memory, but you're more or less, if you're at a range you can hit 5B, you're at a range you could hit Sekajin.
Remember, it used to be bigger.
It used to be bigger. You should be able to hit from like here. Or like here. Yeah. And then Ice Car, the EX version of Ice Car, goes full screen. Very far. And immediately on hit, it causes freeze. And then the follow-up to that is not a knockdown, but a blowback. Question: the unblockable move? Yes. Can the unblockable be Yuki Kazade, or is it like Azrael's Black Hawk Stinger? I think it's like Azrael's Black Hawk Stinger, right? Where it's considered just yeah, loud test. I never really got to the nitty-gritty of the unblockable, but it's essentially an unblockable, and it's very easily avoidable. The follow-up to Jin's EX Ice Car, like I said, blows away, but in the corner, you can get a follow-up, of course. Lastly, I did say Jin's air ice sword. Ice sword can be done in the air, and like the air version, the properties stay the same both in and outside of EX. So the EX version is just, again, another snowflake. Pretty simple. Jin's last special move is 214C in the air, and that is Hizansen. You recover faster with TK if you land it. You still have some recovery. But yeah, if you're doing an air, you can do it anywhere really, because it's an air stationary projectile, so whatever bang for your buck. But usually most routes you're gonna do grounded snowflake. That's more or less it. And then Hizansen, it causes crumple, and then in the air combos, it's your air combo ender. Very good. It used to be an overhead. I don't think it's an overhead anymore, right?
Bangeki is still is. No, he's on.
Yeah.
The D version is.
Yeah, definitely. The EX version. Oh, I forgot to say on grounded hit, Hizansen causes crumble. This is very good because for Jin's combo routes on crouching, you get a extra extension, which is pretty good. And then last but not least, the EX version of Hizansen is Hizangeki. Now, notice you're wondering, what's the difference between Hizansen and Hizangeki if they both cause crumbling? I'm glad you asked. If you saw, when I did Hizansen in the air, just knocks down, nothing too simple about it. Hizangeki, did you notice it? 214D in the air causes freeze on its first hit. And then the knockdown, I think, is slightly longer than regular Hizansen, but not by a lot. Long enough though for you to, if you're close enough, which I should be here. Gotta be high. In certain routes, you can get a nice little super extension there off of that. But in specific routes, usually when you're Jin, you can adjust your hitbox just enough to be able to make the second hit of he's on Geki whiff. I can't do it now. I'm not super experienced with Jin, but take my word for it. Welcome back, Enkasu. Kind of like that, yeah. And usually you want to do make that second hit whiff. I'll just RC to simulate it. You make that second hit whiff because they are frozen until they hit the ground. And you do get that extension without having to wrap it. It's very, very, very strong. Works better at it. Yeah, people do like. They'll do like 3 parts to it. And it's very weird. There's specific routes. I don't know the exact route, but again, it's more or less it. That being said, we're gonna go into Jin's supers. I also do want to mention, I forgot, Jin's overdrive is what is it? Permafrost? Jin's overdrive is very powerful. It's actually one of, if not the best overdrive in the game, if I'm being completely honest with you guys. Jin's overdrive allows all of Jin's sword normals or moves where he's hitting you with his sword to cause freeze. So here's 5C normally. Here's 5C in overdrive. Up to 3 times in a route. It's very powerful because it makes random straight hits in neutral. Incredibly long last. Is 6A freeze on OD? It does not, because he's not hitting you with the blade, he's hitting you with the pommel. This includes sword specials. I think it includes straight up all of his specials. Any special, yeah, all of Jin's specials will now cause freeze. And again, like I said, incredibly powerful because any straight hits you get in neutral just skyrocket the damage. This is very, very, very good. And then of course his EA, I went over EAs yesterday or last week, but Jin's EA is very good because it leaves the opponent right next to you. And you're incredibly plus. How does freeze interact with hit stun deterioration? Freeze will always have a set duration, but hit stun scaling will still be increased along your combo goes on. That being said, like I just said, if the combo's going on forever and you do manage to proc a freeze, that freeze will still have its set duration, no matter what. Very, very, very strong. So with that out of the way, supers. Jin has 3 supers. He has Toga, Arctic Dagger in the English dub. It is a quick projectile that goes completely full screen, hits multiple times, and will just about beat any projectile in the game, no matter what it is. Very good. You usually see it for a certain combo enders, not all of them though. You can actually get 2 if you know how to do it. I don't know the exact route, but Jin can get 2. Though that being said, you're never gonna see that. His second super is Hyoku Getsume or Moon Song. Jin shoots an arrow of ice straight up, and if it catches, explodes for about 2.5k. Ice air. Shut up, Lao. You can RC it, and then get an extension. For a grip of damage, very, very, very good. Fun fact about ice arrows, it can be done in the air as well. Same input, half circle back, forward, and D is the input for ice arrows. Half circle back, forward, and C is the input for Toga. Last but certainly not least, Jin's third super to our lore heads is Yuki Kaze. It is, of course, as you expect Yuki Kaze to be, a counter super. It can counter just about any attack that doesn't have like an unblockable property or throw, and it also counter projectiles. It's also a pretty good starter too, funnily enough. If you manage to get that fatal. Will there be coverage of the Yuki Kaze taunt combo? No. You can RC after the second hit to retain the freeze? Yes. Very funny. But usually you want the whole thing to hit. For full damage. And that's all of Jin's supers. In Overdrive, these supers get buffed massively. Overdrive Ice Arrows now does incredible amounts of damage, 3.1k, and usually off of Jin's best combos, you'll usually see him do something like this. $6.7k, and I dropped the combo. That wasn't even optimal, by the way. But this is what this is your big money maker. This is the hey, I'm gonna kill you super. Secondly, Toga in Overdrive now has a follow-up to it, or a second part to it. It eats the hell out of your Overdrive gauge, mind you, but this is usually what people do if they want to finish a combo with the super as Jin. And they're untech for a while. Very good. And again, anti-projectile. Or anti-strike. Last but not least, Overdrive Yuki Kaze. One of the coolest supers in the game. Same properties, but again, massive damage. Ow. Very good. And yes, as Lao Ping said, you can do TK Ice Arrows in Overdrive in the double super. Or if you're really cool, you can link that for double the damage, plus the entire route you got beforehand. Jin's Astral is a charge input, so holding 2 and then go to 8D for Arctic Dungeon. It is just about full screen, I'm pretty sure, right? Yes, completely full screen, despite the incredibly long startup. That is kind of the way to balance it. And it is a low, by the way. So to someone who doesn't know, but no one's gonna know this, if you're kind of just standing there, you can kind of just game end them without them realizing. But again, it's a weak super because of how long the startup is, and the way to punish it is just jumping. More or less it. However, the cool thing about it is there are 1,000,001,001 ways to combo into it. Example. It's not unblockable, and in the older games it was unblockable. It's not unblockable anymore. Now you can just crouch it or block it. Like I said, 1,000,001 ways to combo into it. The world is oyster.
You just reminded me of old Fruits mechanic, man. That was cursed.
Oh yeah, old Fruit. You had to mash out.
Yep.
We are not gonna talk about that. Well, yeah, that's more or less Jin. I don't think I missed anything. Oh, his fatals. I forgot about that. Jin, like I said earlier, like most characters in the game have 3 fatals. First one is Sekijin. Second one is Yukikaze. Is the astral a projectile? Yes, the astral is a projectile. And Jin's third fatal is 5D. Oh wow, no, it's not anymore. It's Sekijin, it's Yukikaze, and all right. The follow up to his EXDP at full charge will fatal. A weak fatal. Fun fact though, in the older games, it auto fataled. But that, in a nutshell, is Jin. Jin 6D is not a fatal. It's a regular counter.
Just one thing to about Yukikaze. Like if you Yukikaze a strike, it will put your opponent in a state of strain phase, but if you Yukikaze a projectile, they are free to jump out if they recover in time.
Yes. But the thing about Yukikaze, both Yukikazes, is if you activate Yukikaze, you are completely invulnerable because it's activated. And yes, the ground slash, no matter what, is still going to be it's going to be completely unblockable. You either jump or invul through it. And also depending on what time you absorb the projectile. Can Aquaman cut the astral? I know he can do that since his Plat's big hammer shot. I'm not sure, actually. I never tested that. It's just certain things in this game I never got around to testing. Can you Yukikaze the Yukikaze? No, you cannot, I believe, because it is a raw unblockable. So it will beat Yukikaze. But that is more or less Jin. If you are looking for, again, like Ragna, another easy character to learn BlazBlue with, and kind of just a jack of all trades character, Jin is your guy. Very solid damage that can be augmented by proper use of his EXs and his combo extensions. Very solid routing, very good defense in having 2 DPs, and then 2 pretty solid anti-airs, especially in 623B, because of how quick it is and how far it launches. Very solid supers, both in Ice Arrows and in Toga, and especially in Yukikaze. Very solid mix in 6A, 2B, and the fact that Sekijin on air hit restands. Can you combo off Fubuki meterlessly mid-screen on counter hit? Yes. Oh, stupid. No, you can't combo off Fubuki meterlessly mid-screen. I'm dumb. You can only combo off of it meterlessly in the corner. But that is essentially Jin. I don't think I missed anything. I hope I didn't. And of course, I'm willing to answer any questions people have. Gimmicks. We won't be going over certain gimmicks. Like that outside of the hey, expect 1 or 2 things from certain players. There's a summary of his game plan in neutral and in offense. I kind of explained that he was kind of a character who can play the mid range. But if you want that, Jin's game plan is to more or less be very solid in mid range and kind of work his way to a bit of a closer distance. In neutral, you don't really need to powerhouse your way in. Jin has very good normals and very solid enough movement to be able to play around the other players' offense. Your best buttons to do that is, of course, 5C at mid-range, 3C especially, because it is probably his longest reaching normal, bar none, that also low profiles. Throw out a projectile every now and then to kind of keep them moving maybe not at you or away, but around, and then work your way in with a pretty solid dash speed. You can keep your opponents out with JC, like I said, 5C and 2C. When you're in range, Jin has a bevy of options to maintain pressure because, like I said earlier, his C normals and his 2A is jump cancelable. That means on block, Jin has no real set endpoint on his pressure. Such as that. Very solid pressure. He doesn't need to extend his pressure super far like other characters can. He's very fine with just resetting and establishing respect and using basic stagger pressure with his 2As, his 5As, and if you notice someone crouching and flickering barrier, you can catch a TRM just like that. Also wanted to mention, I completely forgot about this, Jin's throws also leave your opponent freezing, but more importantly, Jin's throws are dash cancelable. So keep that in mind too when you're doing a basic throw. Dash cancel into whatever you want. But yeah, that's more or less how Jin structures pressure. Mid-range, you're completely fine. You don't need to go in immediately or one array. Once you're at this range, you can immediately start bullying with dash 5C. Try and see if you can get a lucky hit with dash 3C. And if not, you got a snowflake right there to keep yourself safe. Safe enough. You don't need to snipe people with Toga if you don't need to, but if you can, by all means. And again, if someone runs at you recklessly, you have two very phenomenal anti-airs to keep them straight with. Or a rising JA will immediately alleviate most troubles, because Jin JA is very quick. What are the matchups Jin could often struggle with? Is he mostly balanced in that manner? Yes, Jin has a very solid matchup spread. Jin's worst matchups, if I'm being completely honest with you, are like only ever so slightly out of his favor. Most of his worst matchups, though, are going to be 5/5s. This character is incredibly balanced in the scope of BlazBlue. No character in this game outright beats Jin. They either go even or they have one or two things to put the matchup in their advantage. Because maybe something like damage or there's a certain gimmick they can exploit that Jin really can't. I heard a Jin player say she'll ult F4 against Light Sheet. That character against Jin is not egregious. Jin plays against that character completely fine. So yeah, if you want a character that can be a good long-term investment, Jin's your guy. Very solid in this state of the game. Not weak in any regard. Outside of maybe you want a character who does just a bit more damage for less. Can Jin Yukikaze Arakune curse? The curse cloud itself. The curse cloud itself doesn't have a hitbox, but any of the bugs, because they have a hitbox, you can indeed just Yukikaze.
Now we have to move on to Mai, and Mai is covered by Jiv.
Oh boy.
So that's Jin.
It took way too long doing that.
They kept asking questions.
Bro, hold on.
Can you do Terumi? I was gonna do Terumi.
I can make this quick. Alright.
I got Hibiki next.
Alright, we all in? Cool. So, Mai is...
Oh, you were echoing.
I am, yeah. Probably echoing through somebody's mic. Mai is a very simple character, but she's rather unorthodox in the terms of how BlazBlue buttons, gatlings, and offense works, solely because she doesn't really have any of those things. She just has her own, like, preset combo strings. But, you know, before we get into that, she's quick, she's very damn fast. And obviously, that spear's not for show. Mai has a pretty deceptive amount of range on her normals. And so on and so forth. Standing jab, pretty good. But if you notice, she cannot 5A 2A. She does not have Gatlings, but she has her own preset auto combo string, so 5A, 5AA, and 5AAA. You usually put this at the end of your combos to go into your specials, and so on and so forth. 2A. 2A goes into 5A, but 5A does not go into 2A. 2A goes into 2B, and 2B has its own auto combo, 2BC. 2B is not like your typical 2B in BlazBlue standards. 2B is more like every other character sweep. And she gets routes like that. This is where things get complicated, though. So she has 5C, the dreaded 5CC, and this. For years, people have complained about this one move. It's really funny. Fun fact, this is one of her few moves that actually chips. Well, one of her only normals that actually inflicts chip. And so on and so forth. It does pretty good damage. It goes pretty damn far. It hits pretty damn high. But it does have its own set of weaknesses. 2C. This is her... Well, this is her anti-air, obviously. Issue. It's not like other BlazBlue anti-airs. She's in crouching state when she starts it up. The hidden vuln does not start until frame 10, which means... It is... okay at being reactive, but you more so want to catch people coming down preemptively? Because the hidden vuln kicks in super late. The hurt box is not all that great. But the hitbox is more than capable of keeping up. Most importantly, it does that. It launches on hit without being counter hit, which is extremely important. Because that's how she gets the rest of her extensions. 5XB is just that. And you could do it off of 5BB. If you hold it, she enters a stance. If you press 2A, she goes a low. 6A does an overhead. You can also just let go. Dropping the stance is very integral to her offense and so on and so forth, so you could just do that. 6C is the thrust, and this is also a fatal starter if memory serves. So you can use that to punish any sort of DP attempt, and the reason why I say that is because 5XB has guard point. Like that. So you can use that to punish, you can just drop it, you can just do whatever you want. Boom. Speaking of overheads, you can do 8A or 8C to do the overhead. This overhead is not safe on block, but it's relatively quick. It vaults over lows, goes over some mids, and it does lead to a full combo on hit, which is also really important. 5XC or 5CC. You're going to be pressing this a lot in neutral. It's fast. It goes far. It just does whatever you want. It literally holds people at bay. If people want to try to jump over it, you just do... No. And on air hit, you get a very, very good confirm, because if you do 5XC... 5C... That. Another overhead. This character has a fair amount of these. Boop. Forgive me using like that. And so on and so forth, and you just get your routes off of that too. What was the last overhead? Oh, right.
6D C or D, I think.
That. Yeah, 5x CB. This is plus. It's fast, it's plus. You do this if you want to, reset your pressure and your opponent is respecting your offense a bit too much. You could just do that. You could do that to, keep them at bay to stop them from jumping. You could do that because you want to be plus. Or you want to do that because you want your combo. Either or, you do get a combo off of that. You do get a combo off of that. So basically, all of her overheads give her combos. Just what you lead into from those overheads varies depending on what overhead you do. What is projectiles? That. I'm forgetting one chain. It's been a while. There. 5XC. So like 5AXC. You have a B version and a C version. They shoot different projectiles. The low ones are actually lows. The high ones stop you from jumping. Both of them are also special cancelable. They also chip. They're just really good tools. Like, the thing about Mai is that there really isn't a bad tool in her kit at all. Like, it's really funny about what this character could do at the various ranges that she wants to play in. Cross triggers, typical. And I think that's it for her auto combo chains. I think I hit everything. Besides 5AXC, so you can get your near 2 character distances away low. So on and so forth. Next is her unique type.
Did you do
Which one?
5A, B, 6C?
Yeah, I did. That's his
Okay.
starter. Now it's time for Mai's unique movement. For 236 and 214, she does a command dash or backflip. You can literally just do 236, 236, 236, 236, and it functions as a pseudo wave dash. What this does is it is not only a pressure reset akin to like how Naoto or Ragnar or even like Jin would do their dash cancels, but it's a bit more varied in the sense of you could either just do 236A, 236B, and the dashes are really good because you can do it instantly, you can delay it, and the most important part is it's cancelable into backflip. Why it being cancelable in the backflip is important is because this way Mai could just unironically disengage if she so desires. So you could do that. And so on and so forth. She could just weave in and weave out of her offense as much as she wants. At that point, going into backflip means she could just disengage. Backflip is important because it is foot invuln what, frame 4? Frame 1? So it literally just crushes lows innately. So if you ever see my players do this on Wake Up, you have to meaty mid. Because then she just does that. Speaking
214 is frame 1 foot and throw. And
yeah.
5 to 14 every
body. Yeah. Yeah. So you are forced to meaty on her Wake Up. Speaking of the dives and the thrusts, this is Susanno. Oh wow, I accidentally did the tipper. So Susanno is Himeyuri. Susanno is the dive, right?
Yeah.
Alright. So Himeyuri is thrust. You think of it like any other gap closer, forward moving spectral and blaze blue. Oh, give me a quick second.
They got him for his foams.
So, how are y'all doing today?
Might.
My fault. Had to
Yeah,
talk to my sister real quick. But yeah, so Himeyuri is very, very important because gap closer 236A is your safer version. And as you can see, depending on where I'm hitting the Himeyuris from, there's a tipper version. The tipper version does change the frame data. It also does change certain effects on hit. As you can tell. It also does more damage. So A Himeyuri, just gap closer, boom, does that, uses your combo extender. B Himeyuri sends them flying. And you also use this as your means of getting your knockdowns in the corner. Like that. And so on and so forth. The tipper versions, they matter a bit, especially on air hit, because if you so happen to hit somebody in the air with a tipper, it vacuums them in. I'm not the best at showing it. Like that. Wow, good one first try. It vacuums them in so you get a full kick confirm. But you're mainly doing it with A. B Himeyuri, not so much, but this
You'll
is
almost
where
never see B Himeyuri tipper.
you will never see it. But what matters about B Himeyuri tipper, or just tippers in general, is this.
Just do it with A.
Nope.
Yeah,
There it is. They guard crush on tipper. This is what makes my spacing off of things like 5C mash so important. Because now she's in tipper ranges, and even though she doesn't get too much off the guard break, the fact that she broke your guard in the first place says a lot. You'll never see B, you're more likely going to see A. B is more so in neutral spaces when you're trying to just vie for a way to get in, and then you just let it rip. This is also important because if I remember distinctly, B Himeyuri's frame data changes depending on how far out she hits you with it, so... And there's also that. Sometimes it's very punishable, like up close. Other times it's just not. You just have to deal with that. Susanno is only available in the air or off a backflip. A dive, she dives straight down. B dive, she dives at an angle, a really steep angle, and C dive, she goes right there. Oh wait, I forgot to talk about Himeyuri C. This character's DP. It's not. Why? So command dash into certain options requires, it has like a 7-frame gap or something really weird like that. She can't cancel into them immediately out of dashes. And she lets the dash rock, as you can tell. So C Himeyuri is a DP that is meant to basically stop people from just jumping in at her. But the thing is, it loses. You could just, bait it with lows, or just not be there. However, C Himeyuri tipper is very, very, very goofy because of that untech. Because you can, if you ever get the tipper for C Himeyuri, you can go into your charge dives, and so on and so forth. Susanno are the dives. Now here's the thing: you have your regular dives and you have your charge dives. The charge dives come out if you let the backflip rock a bit, and they all change their properties. So this is regular Susanno, nothing happens. If you do Susanno off of a backflip, it creates a wave. If both parts of the dive are blocked, it is safe. If you block the dive but not the wave, the dive is unsafe. Like that.
Is that Martin's plus? The charge dive?
Well, let's find out. We have frame data.
Got the charge dive. Yes, the charge dives are plus.
It is plus, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So +3.
Yeah, +3. Got them. Oh my god.
I think that's it for her specials. She only has the dive and the thrust.
Yeah.
And well, actually, yeah, this makes it very, very easy. Oh, right, I forgot to talk about one important thing, her drive. So, Mai's drive is just a spear toss that you can alter by pressing your direction when she's ready to toss it. You do 2 toss, 8 toss, and just regular toss. You can do it in the air as well.
Are we sorry to interrupt. Are we gonna be talking about Azrael today, right, guys?
It
We're
depends.
talking about Azrael today.
That's real fine, yeah.
Here's
I'm about to wrap up.
down the list.
I'm about to
but
wrap
if
up mine
there's-
anyway, so.
If there's interest, we can still just talk about him.
So yeah, so the thing about Mai's drive is that she just throws a spear. If you press D again, it will rebound. You can rebound it immediately, but the rebound will always track. If you hold the charge, it makes the spear toss unblockable. But the rebound is not unblockable. It just does more damage. This is important in our offense because you can start doing things like that. And you can start layering your command dashes in after your drives. Her overdrive is funny because it does 2 things. The rebounds hit more than once, and the charge on her regular drives are way faster. And yeah, the rebounds hit 3 times. Other important thing about her overdrive is that all of her thrusts are enhanced. Every last one of them. What is it? Boop, boop, boop. And stuff like that. So you just do that. All of them being enhanced mean they're all slightly safer on block. The tippers do the same thing. This is how she gets all of her damage. But the most important thing about overdrive dives is that they are automatically enhanced. No matter what, you do not need to charge them. They just do whatever. They just do as they were if they were automatically enhanced. This is how Mai gets all of her damage in overdrive. It is really that good. Other things to note: JA, very good air-to-air. JB, hits cross-up. It also has the Hazama JB thing where there's a hitbox innately, but when she swings her leg around, there's another one. And the demon itself, JC.
La criatura.
La criatura.
La criatura.
JC is a really messed up air-to-air because I don't know if most of you gotten hit by this. Like, it does nothing on normal hit, right? It splats on counter hit, she gets a full confirm. That does a grip of damage, and if you got counter hit by it, it's your fault. And I hate to say it, I've been counter hit by it far too many times. It's my fault when it happens. I just have to accept that. JD is the same thing as 5D on the ground. I will say, for future reference, JD is not bad. Do not do JD like that because I don't think there's a cancel on block. There isn't. No.
No.
So you have to really pick and choose your drive angles. Because if you commit to JD, if you do the redirect, there is no cancel. And even if there is, the cancel's a bit late. So you really have to understand why you're throwing your air spears like that. Supers. and this is where things get a bit sticky. This is 214D. It is her quote-unquote counter super. It is a very bad counter super.
Why is it a very bad counter super, Jiv?
It's not a fucking counter at all. It's just guard point.
What does that mean, Jiv?
It literally, so if you swing into it, you can just hold it and then release whenever you want, and your opponent is probably gonna have to hold that. Problem, unlike the other quote-unquote counter supers, compared to this quote-unquote counter super, you can RC it and be completely fine. It literally doesn't have a catch. It is just guard point. And I don't even think the armor is immediate either.
It is.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's frame 1. It's her other super that's not frame 1.
Oh, yeah. So, you can use this if people are, like, mashing, but more often than not, you're doing the super to do that. Mainly combo fodder. You're not really using it as a reversal option. Your reversal option is this. 236D. Issue, this is also not frame 1. Why? Because 236 is there. You could just instantly do on wake up. I believe it's frame 4, frame 7?
Frame 4.
So yeah. This character does not have a true reversal besides this. And even this is not the truest of reversals because she is forced. If you noticed, she goes into the dash. Then she does it. So the move itself is frame 1 invuln. The dash means she has to cancel into it.
Is Discord doing Discord things?
Yeah, the stream hasn't slideshowed for me at
Yeah,
all.
she
It has
fine for me.
a slideshow for me.
It looks fine.
Yeah.
I think it's just
So-
but yeah.
Thanks a lot, Lau.
Overdrive, my jump super does way more hits, does a grip of damage. The other super does a lot of damage too. And that's really it. Her Astral is super typical. You can combo off of most of her things with it. It's just whatever, really. Super typical Astral. Done. Wonk. All in all, Mai is a very beginner-friendly character. If you don't want to play Jin, you don't want to play Ragna, you can play Mai and kind of get very similar mileage out of it because the game plan is really solid. You do a lot of commandeering neutral. You just move around. Her movement is really good. Her normals are really good. The fact that this is plus on block is something. It's also jump cancelable. Yeah, just do whatever you want.
Tires, dude.
Oh right, yeah. You can cancel backflip into normals without committing to a dive by holding forward. That's
I
it.
think now just take a few questions and then we can move on to the next character.
Oh, we have Celica next.
Oh boy.
Whoa, Celica, no way.
Who's going over Celica?
Yeah, but we're
I don't know, Chaotic.
Before we move forward.
Are we doing Terumi next? No!
How do I tell her 5A from her throw?
Well,
This is her 5A. That is her throw.
Yeah, their animations are very similar. It's gonna be like that for a lot of characters.
Yeah. She can't backflip and air dash? Nope.
nope. She can air
Well, she
dash.
can air dash to backflip.
counts. Backflip counts as an air action, so
Oh yeah, that's another thing. You could do that. Mai's movement is insanely good because you could just do things like that.
Is,
where are the gaps in her rekkas?
you mean like
In her strings, most of her strings do not have gaps.
Yeah, the gap comes from this.
Yeah.
And even then, it's a risk. If she commits to a drive, even then it's a risk. If she commits to that, there's the guaranteed gap, if you know how to instant block out of her offense or just get her away from you, things get a lot easier. It's just that, especially fighting against Mai or playing as Mai, you get a lot of free liberties.
Is there a reason to OD against her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, for as good as her overheads are, the mix-up is just standard BlazBlue to an extent. It's just weird because they're not on normal buttons. But then again, Mai's whole thing is that if she commits to a chain, unless the chain has a point where she can just choose to not commit further, she's kind of stuck there. And that's, like, the biggest weakness, if you want to call it that. Like, if she commits to something, she's kind of there. Any other questions before we move on?
Notable matchup for mine?
Mai is what people for a long time called anti-meta, alongside S. Like, Mai and S fight a lot of the top teams very well. Mainly because they do things to disrupt their game plans. Like, Mai versus Arakune is funny because Mai kind of just does this.
Yeah.
Mai can, like, just fight him in the air better than some characters. She can, like, this is a zoning tool. Even though it's not, like, your super typical zoning tool. So on and so forth. Oh no, loud! Don't get it twisted. S is very much anti-meta. S is good, but that character has other funny things about her.
Someone asked, "Is Mai good against Izanami and or
Yes.
Izuyoi?" Yeah, she does fine.
Again, like,
She's-
there really
she's just very
isn't.
solid overall.
Yeah, these characters, mainly Mai fights, forces these characters to do things differently in neutral compared to how they would normally fight some of the rest of the cast. It's just. Then there's other, like, really weird matchups that, like, Mai is like, oh, well, I guess I have to do this differently myself. Like, there are certain, like, interactions Mai can just kind of, like, do whatever against some characters, and then, like, she sees Susanno on the other end of the screen, and it's like, if Susan knocks her down, block. Do not backflip.
Yeah.
Do not backflip.
5A.
Do not try it.
Fucking catch that.
Not even 5B6B is right there.
Yeah.
But, I think I'll stop fielding questions. We gotta move on. Don't want to keep,
Do
do
we want to
going.
do Terumi next? Because I think some people were asking, or do we want to go to Celica?
No, Lau was asking, can he do Terry?
Oh, right.
Honestly, yeah, you're.
I mean,
The only reason I was saying no is because I don't want to just keep bringing people up and then everybody getting the idea that they can, like, each do a character, and then two, we want to keep these as fast as possible.
yeah.
We still need someone for Azrael.
Gonna be
I know, right?
over-
Alright, on that note,
yeah. I think
who's next?
we could do Celica then.
It is now time for Celica.
Alright.
Brelica,
Just get Bobby.
Oh my god.
K-Mill,
Alright,
Bobby.
dusty
So-
ass color.
Celica, like Jin and Ragna, is another Shoto in the game. She is the easiest of the Shotos just off of the nature of how this character works. The first thing to note about Celica is that she is not at full power when she is at full health. Celica's mechanic revolves around her taking damage first, and then she's able to actually show off what she can do. Before we get into that, I'll just go over the normals really quick. So, 5A, it's just a small jab. hits pretty far compared to most jabs. Main difference being that she can hold her jab to get multiple hits. It'll go up to 4, and this does not count as a Gatling, but she can still go into another 5A. 2A, pretty much the same. This is not a low. 5B, it's a standard poke. Hits pretty far. 2B, pretty decent range low, hits twice. It hitting twice is a very big deal when you start playing this character. You'll understand why. 6B, this is arguably the best anti-air in the game. This anti-air is pretty much impossible to jump in on. It hits very high, and it will always drag them down, no matter what. And you can see I did that very late, and it still worked. This button is going to be your best friend playing this character. 5C doesn't reach as far as 5B does, but it does a lot more damage, and is a very good starter. It's very good at stopping people from just running at you too. 2C, this is her fatal starter. It pulls in both on hit and on block. It is still minus though, as opposed to C-Fex where this move is plus. It's pretty good for resetting your pressure and pulling them back towards you. Universal sweep with 3C. Nothing much to really say about this button. It's just a sweep like every other character's. Her air normals, JA is just a air jab like her standing jab. She can't hold this one compared to 5A and 2A. JB, her main jump in, it hits behind just a little bit, so you can cross up with it, but it won't happen that often. JC, very similar to Jin JC, except her JC will hit twice. You will control a lot of airspace just jumping around, doing this, and making sure they don't approach you from the air. She's very good at holding her ground and making sure that people do not recklessly approach her. Last normal is 6C. This normal will also be your best friend playing this game, because this has happened to everybody in this call that I have played. If they burst this button, they didn't want to do that. It is jump cancelable on hit, leads to full combos. It's one of her best normals to use in combos because of bonus variation, and because you're almost always jump canceling this move, it is burst safe. And something that's very not known is you can stop your pressure here on this button, because this button for some reason is only -2. That is pretty much it for her normals. Oh, I did not say 6A. 6A is funny. It is her overhead, but it's also a low. She can combo off of it anywhere on the screen. And it's not seen too much, but it's something to throw in every once in a while, because despite it being like 24 frames, most people are still not ready to see it when it comes out. That's it for her standard normals. Next is her drive. So her drive is kind of like a Rekka series. It's Minerva. When you press any drive button, you get locked into her drive chain. And her drive has 3 parts. So you got the starter that you can use with 5D, 2D, 6D, or JD. And then there's the bridge. The bridge is 5D or 5DD, 2DD and 6DD. There's not much difference in them outside of 5DD being projectile invul and crossing up. And then the Ender, which will always just be NED button. It causes spin state, and at the end she does a little animation where you see her hold her hands up and you see this green light. I'll get into that in a second. Every part of her drive chain is special. There's nothing you cannot do while trying to do a drive chain. But do note that most of her drives are pretty unsafe on block, and they have pretty notable gaps. And because there's only one low in the second bridge, once you get past your bridge, they can just stand block and prepare for anything else. There's nothing you can do without meter to mix them up. Now, here's where her drive really comes in. So, every time Celica hits a drive button, she'll get this blue HP up here, and now she has this aura. What this aura does is show that she has her mechanic active, recovery cap. So, if you let your full drive string finish, she will heal back a percentage of the blue HP, or all of it, depending on how much you have. The other way to spend this blue HP is that it can enhance her special. So, Celica has 3 special moves that are affected by her recovery cap. That is Marteau Flan, her overhead, that becomes a launcher while it is enhanced. She has Lance Quiche. This is a projectile guard point move that goes pretty far. And when it's enhanced, there is a backwards hit. This move is very important because it's where most of her damage comes from in her combos. The last move that gets enhanced by blue HP is her DP, Ashra. So, DP is in quotation marks because Celica's DP is guard point instead of invincibility. What this means is that no matter what, Celica will get thrown out of her DP. This is both a blessing and a curse, because of the guard point, there will be times where the opponent will be stuck in hit stop, and Celica will beat certain safe jumps. The bad part is that if they fake the safe jump and then throw you, you are going to die and lose all of your blue HP, because blue HP is consumed the moment she inputs that special. She can charge her DP as well. It gives her a combo if she does on certain routes. And her DP is also one of her fatal counters when it's fully charged, also giving her a combo on hit. When her DP is enhanced by recovery cap, there will be no hit stop for Celica at all. Oh, sorry, hold on. The opponent will be stuck in hit stop, but Celica will never suffer hit stop if her moves are underneath recovery cap. Her non-enhanced specials are Art VA, this projectile. It goes pretty far, and when it reaches its max distance, it stays there for a bit. And then Pick Confi, her dive kick. There's not much really to say about these two moves. Art VA is mainly just projectile used for space control. It sees use in her max HP routing because she can't get access to enhanced quiche. So you need to use RPA to fill that gap. Her supers are Cat Velute. This is her main reversal super. And Combo Ender. It goes full screen, complete full screen. And will always end with Celica coming up right behind it. Because Celica is actually off screen, you can never use this. You can never counter super through this. There's no hurt box there at all. Her second super is Laser Super, Saber Anglaise. You'll almost never see this super outside of certain routes where she can double super. Because this move has 1 frame of projectile invincibility, and that is it. Her third super, which you will see a lot if you end up playing this character, and if you ever run into her, is Armure Sorbet. It's a long startup, but it has, you notice it has the same animation as her heal, because it will heal a bit of real HP and all of her blue HP. So if I were to and all of it is healed. Her overdrive is Regilite. So in overdrive, Celica will passively gain both blue HP and real HP back over time. Let me use this. All of her supers pretty much get the standard bonus damage and animations from overdrive. Armure Sorbet, however, becomes extremely fast and allows for funny stuff like this, where Celica will end up feeling a lot more HP than normal. Her EA, not much really good about this EA other than it being able to do stuff into her combos almost anywhere. It sends them full screen, which Celica really doesn't want to be at, and you don't really get much Oki off of it. It goes pretty far though. Her Astral is pretty standard. It hits right in front of her, so it's hard to use on reaction to other things, but she can combo into it off of almost anything. You play this character because you want to be able to hold your ground with normals and tell people that they are not allowed to approach you recklessly, because Celica has an option to stop people from approaching her in every single way possible. You also play this character if you want to deal high damage, because once Celica takes a single hit and gets access to her recovery cap, she hurts. That was almost 5k, and that's her standard B&B. A lot of the times, Celica hits somebody, she can do 50%. And sometimes it'll be on accident. But yeah, is there anything that I would have to answer? Any questions that anybody has about this character? What's her basic pressure look like? Her basic pressure is mainly just stagger pressure with 5As, because these are like -1, -2 jabs. She can stop on pretty much any of her buttons, because she has 2B, which is -3, goes from far to low, 2C, -2, vacuums them, A big part that I actually did forget to mention is that Minerva pretty much attacks from behind Celica most of the time, but when you are doing strings of Minerva normals, you will see her slightly inching forward with every button. So the ranges on her buttons are a little bit deceptive if she's doing them in strings. She also has a lot of jump cancels too, because 5A, 5B, and 6B are all jump cancelable on block, and then on hit she can jump cancel pretty much everything that isn't 2B and her. Does she have winning matchups? I would have to go through the cast, but any character that has to rely on getting close to you to deal with to effectively apply their game plan, and any character that likes to scramble a lot will probably have a little bit of problems with Celica because a lot of her tools are anti-scramble tools. Azrael versus Celica is very annoying for me, so that checks out. Yeah, I tell people a lot of the times that matchup is even because both of those characters will accidentally kill each other. With the exception being that if Celica gets a good hit while at low HP, she can heal back her HP, and now Azrael has to land one more hit than he would normally have to against most characters.
Ooh. I gotta hit you again. Oh no.
Azrael when he has to do press 5D in extra time.
That's so true. I think we're done with questions. So we can move on.
Alright.
Who do we have next?
Next we have Unsafe on the beat with
again.
Platinum the Trinity.
Alright. This is the item character of the game. You can see on the bottom left of the screen, Platinum's next. That represents her next item. We'll get to that when we get to her drive. Platinum, I know less about, but I can still talk about better than the people that are present. Platinum's normals, very stubby, jabs. Same with her anti-air, but her anti-air is also very good. Hits directly above her, can sometimes hit backwards. 5B goes pretty far. 2B, not as much. A part of the stubby normals with her jabs and her 6A. 6B is her overhead. It has very weird range and varying frame data. You'll end up seeing Platinum space this a lot in their block strings because at max range this button will be plus, and it's very annoying to deal with. You have her C normals, 5C. 5C jump cancel wall block. Also another very stubby normal. Platinum's normals do not go that far. You have her alternative anti-air, 2C, hits directly above her, and very good for stopping cross-ups. On hit, you will usually see them fly into the air, and on counter hit, the effect is drastically exaggerated. You have 6C. You'll mainly see 6C used to convert her crouch hits, and usually it is thrown in the middle of her combos because it is her main combo filler that allows her to get a lot of her extended routes, like so. We're gonna ignore that. You'll see stuff like that a lot of the time. 3C, it's probably her farthest reaching normal next to 5B. It's a pretty good sweep. She mainly will convert it with Heart Car, and just stop there and pull out an item. Her air normals, not much to note really about JA, just a standard air jab. Her JB actually hits deceptively low compared to the animation where it would say it does. Has a lot of active frames. JC is her main air poke. You'll see Platinum move around and swing JC and control her airspace. And lastly, she has J2C. It's a very weird normal. There's not really a way to describe it. You will rarely see it as a jump in. You'll rarely see it in the air. It's just kind of there. And that's pretty much it for her normal. She's not very fantastic with her normals. The main attraction to this character will be with her items. So 5D or JD, whichever one, will pull out the next item that is shown at the bottom of the screen, and she will get the stocks for it. So Platinum has about 6 or 7 items, and we can go through them one by one, starting with the one that I have right now with the hammer. So Pico Hammer, on hit will cause a hard knockdown, and on block will cause a guard crush. It is her main pressure item, because on block it is also plus. So it's a good way for her to maintain pressure if she's close up and make sure that people are respecting her. And it takes a good chunk of barrier, if you saw. There's also JD. JD will also cause this guard break. And 5D with the hammer is also still special. Same with you. And if you paid attention to the chat earlier, you will know why guard breaks are very strong in this game. Her next item is Cat Hammer. This has been every Platinum player's favorite item since this character came out. Mainly because this move hits very far. And you'll see it used in the air a lot. Because it has much less recovery. And she can use it multiple times. This move is still special cancelable. So it makes her confirms from far range a lot better than normal. The most important thing to note about Cat Hammer is that this is not an overhead. This is a mid. It's just in a very annoying space control. Her next item is Frying Pan. This is the main mix-up item that they give Platinum. So on the ground, on hit, this will cause a spin state. But that's not really where people use Frying Pan. People use Frying Pan in the air because this is her instant overhead. So a lot of the times you will just see Platinum players pull up to you with 5A and then get a full combo off of this overhead. Her next item is Bat. So this is arguably her worst item. It is her reversal item. It is very minus, very slow, and doesn't really serve much of a use for Platinum when she is playing neutral or even on her off. You'll mostly see Platinum players throw away the bat like this. Next up are her bombs. Bombs are her second zoning tool. You can throw the bombs in multiple arcs. This is 4D, this is 5D, This is 6D, and she has access to all of these angles in the air as well. The bombs are very annoying because they're actually 2 hits. There's the hit of the bomb actually touching you, and then the explosion. So a lot of the times you will get caught by the delayed explosion trying to move away from the bombs, or even just trying to avoid a bomb and then it explodes underneath you or behind you and you will get clipped. It is a very strong zoning tool and also a very strong Oki tool because you can land a hit and now there are bombs all over this. Her next item is Missile, I believe. Yes. So it's her second zoning tool, or her first zoning tool, I should say, because this one is the actual standard projectile. I believe holding 4 will change the timing of... Yes, it does. Holding 4 will change the timing of when the missile actually sends out. No matter what, the missile will always go straight forward. And if she throws all missiles at once, they arc up like this and fire off at different timings. Her next item is her traps. These will go off kind of like, if you've ever played Marvel vs. Capcom, they function like Dark Phoenix's ground traps, where if you are above them, they will go off. These traps can also be broken with physical hits. They have a certain amount of health, I'm not sure how much, but usually a character's sweep will do enough damage to a box to destroy it immediately. They are very important both in her neutral because they allow her to run away and cycle through her items to find the next good one that she wants, or just using them on Oki for whatever setups you want to do, or just using them in combos again to cycle through her items. Next up is her boomerang, and this is her final item. This is her item that she got in CF. It's a one-hit projectile that will go a certain distance and then return to her. The air version will not return directly to her. It'll always return to the X coordinate that Platinum was at when she threw it. So she still has to catch the boomerang if she wants to pick it back up. On hit, it launches. And on the ground, I believe it causes the spin state that the grounded finds. This item, depending on the Platinum player, they'll decide to hang on to it. Others will probably just use it for a one-time use in their routes. Those are all of her items. Next, we have her special move. So the main one, Heart Car. She has a low and an overhead Heart Car. The overhead Heart Car has body info throughout its duration. It's not frame 1, I think it's like frame 5. But you'll see this on Wake Up a lot, because it still gives her a full combo on hit. Low Heart Car, you'll see mainly to end combos and get her knocked down so that she can pull an item in the first place. Her 214 series are bubbles. They have 3 different arcs depending on which button you use. So that was A, this is B, and this is C. The bubbles don't exactly have a hurt box, but you can like swing at them to pop them so that you don't get hit. You'll see this in her combo so that she can set up for 6C because of its long startup, or to pull an item in the middle of the combo. I'm sorry, I have not played this character in a long time. Like that. She has Air Persia, which is her projectile invul move.
It's not projectile invul
Projectile
anymore.
invul doesn't come into play too many times, but it's her main way of starting combos when she gets a clean hit. As you saw
Is it?
with,
Are you sure? Are you sure it's still projectile invul?
Yeah, it's still projectile invul.
Oh yeah, no, she just can't hop through 9 normals anymore. Yeah, that's what it was.
Like that.
Okay.
But yeah, it's her main combo filler. And lets her get all of her air hit routes. Next move, as you just saw, is Swallow Moon. This is her air stall. She can drift just a little bit. This move is very important to this character. It lets her get her conversions. It lets her get a safe jump pretty much off of every corner knockdown, because Platinum never has to worry about being getting a certain amount of frame advantage to do a safe jump. She will just TK Swallow Moon and press JB. This character will never have to worry about baiting somebody's DP if she gets her conversions. I believe that is all. Oh, there's one more special. There is half circle forward D. This is Platinum's command grab. It has a pretty long startup, but she will run across the screen, grab you, and then pull up her next item. If she already has an item, the item will get refreshed. So I'll take off regeneration, and I'll use up a little bit of the frying pan. And now I'm back to 4 stocks of the frying pan. You'll rarely see this. There are some unblockable setups with the bubble that allow her to get the command grab, or they will get hit by the bubble if they try to jump. But it's a very niche tool in Platinum's overall kit.
Did you talk about counter?
Oh yes, her counter. I forget this move exists because it is almost useless. So Platinum has a counter. It's her only reversal when she does not have a bat stocked, or only meterless reversal. It triggers on pretty much anything that isn't a throw. But if you trigger the counter, Platinum will disappear, and then a little doll will come out and attack. She gets almost nothing off of this move, and the duration that she's stuck here for is very long, and the recovery is counter hit. So you have enough time to push her to the corner, and then do a full combo, depending on the character. You want to pretty much avoid getting put into this situation at all costs, because if this is baited, you're probably going to die.
It's fun watching Platinum players do that.
And then you just prepare.
They just fucking die off it.
Her supers. First super is Cured Out Typhoon. This is her meter reversal.
Also,
she can Cured Out in all 8 directions.
Counter
and
cannot
if the final
count its own
hit
bad way.
Cured Out connects, she will stock her next item. If she has an item already stocked, it will restock that item. Her second super, and then this is when things get fun. Miracle Gene enhances the next item that Platinum has in her next slot. It will always be the next one. She will not restock the item. The enhanced items are usually just, they serve the same purposes as their uninstalled counterparts, but they are a lot more damage and a lot more effective. the main one that you'll usually see people use Miracle Gene on will either be these boxes, because they will turn into chests. They get more HP, and they now function exactly like Dark Phoenix traps, where they will go to the top of the screen. You'll also probably end up seeing missiles as her install choice, because missiles become extremely big and extremely fast. The last one you'll usually end up seeing will be Cat Hammer. Cat Hammer was already big, it's even bigger. Her overdrive, whatever item Platinum has stocked, is now available for unlimited use. And they will now chain into each other. Even though I already used 3, I still have my full stock of cat stabs. Her overdrive doesn't really affect Typhoon all that much outside of the extra damage. It is very effective, however, for Miracle Gene, since now it will enhance the next 2 items instead of the one that is currently in next. So now you can see I have 5 stocks of cat staff, and if I go through cat staff, I now
actually did not know that.
Miracle Gene's enhanced hammer.
I did not know that. That's actually really sick.
Quick thing to go over for the enhanced hammer. Enhanced hammer has a full screen unblockable shockwave. It's pretty much Potemkin slide head. But yeah, that is Platinum. She's a very simple character to get into, but one where she has a lot of potential if the person wants to take her far. I believe... Oh wait, yeah, is there anything that anybody wants to ask about this character before we move on to the next character? Alright, it doesn't seem like we have much interest for this character, so, yeah.
Next up, I
Nobody
believe
ever wants to play
it's
Platinum. So,
Hibiki.
next up we do have, Hibiki. Chaotic.
That's me.
Yeah,
Chaotic.
time to go over Hibiki.
Alright, once everyone gets to my stream, we can begin. Give you guys like about 30 seconds. 9,
No.
8, 27, 26, 12, 11, 10, 3, 2, 1. Okay, this is Hibiki Kohaku, introduced in Central Fiction. One of the newest characters to the roster. Hibiki Kohaku is a pretty standard normal guy character. Very unique aspects to him. He has pretty good buttons, pretty solid buttons. Not super hard rush down, but a character who does play better in your face rather than at full screen. But he does have very quick options and tools to get in very quickly. He's a very elusive character, not a super big mix-up character like Means of Valk or Izuyoi, but he does have a good amount of gimmicks to his mix and offense that keeps the opponent not really guessing, but keeps them on their feet defensively. Let's start with the normals. I do want to say first off, 11K character, 10.5. Doesn't matter. Hibiki's
11, my bad, I was muted.
11K character, 10.5, so below average health, which makes sense. He's a pixie character. Hibiki's drive is called Double Chase, and Double Chase lets Hibiki toss a clone out on screen with 5D, 2D, JD, and 1D. These are all special cancelable. and anything you want. They're also cancelable into his normals. Namely his B normals. B and C normals. Not his A normals. However, you can take it a step further, and instead of tossing out a clone, if you add a direction to your inputs, so 5D, 2D, J1D, and J5D, you instead do 6D, 3D, J3D, and J6D. Instead of tossing out a clone, Hibiki shoots himself forward. Very good. And then, of course, obviously, you get a full combo off of that, as opposed to simply mix. Now, before you guys ask, how can we? I already see it coming. How can we tell the difference between what's a real clone and what's a fake clone? It's actually Hibiki. You don't. The trick to this is simply, you can hit either the clone or real Hibiki. So, I'll do regular clone, and Kagura 6B destroys it. I'll do fake. I'll do real Hibiki. Wow. I'll do real Hibiki. What's going on today? Oh. And 6B still beats it. And that applies to all of his drives. Every single last one, none of them is different. The only thing that differentiates is what route you get afterwards. Obviously, like the tech is a tech in the face. Exactly. The tech is just the moment you see him do a clone, you just hit him. That's pretty much it. So with that being said, let's go into his normals. Hibiki 5A is a 6-frame normal. First 6-frame normal 6-frame 5A I've gone into so far. So it is the first 5A normal I'm going to go over that actually does hit crouching. Very good. It gatlings into itself and you can mash it on with. Same thing with his 2A. 2A is a mid, by the way, but it's still pretty good for counter mashing, not really good for poking. Hibiki's B normals. So this is 5B, 2B, 6B, and 4B are unique in the sense that all of his B normals have a second follow-up. So 5B, press it again. 2B, I press it again. 6B, and 4B all have follow-ups. And of course, all the follow-ups go into C normals. Very good, and you can delay them to your leisure for kind of like an auto frame trap. Hibiki's 4B, by the way, is his overhead. His standing overhead at a 24 frames, I recall the number is, so pretty slow for a standing overhead, but because he has this these Gatling options, he's still very safe if you block it. And I also want to mention Hibiki's B series entirely with cancelable. That's just very good. So something akin to Mai's strings that Jiv went over earlier. They're not whiff cancelable in the C normals, unfortunately. It's whiff cancelable into the follow-up. Very solid, very solid. Hibiki's C normals, pretty beefy actually. 5C, very wide hitbox, and a very good starter as well. 5C, I also want to mention, goes into 6B. What the fuck? Jiv, you lied to me. Okay, pretend I didn't say that. 5C also, again, very wide, very good counter starter, very good counter poke in neutral. Goes into drives, of course, and then if you want to just confirm it or something, go into 214C. Very nice. Which is also his combo, his regular ender. I'll get on that later. 2C, Hibiki's anti-air. This anti-air is actually a lot bigger than what it may seem. And by bigger, I mean this is a very massive anti-air. It's pretty tall, and again, also a very good starter. Hibiki does pretty good damage despite being the kind of character that he is. I would say he might still do average damage normally, but his punish damage is definitely through the roof, if I'm being completely honest. So super solid. Hibiki's 6C, his other command normal, outside of 6B, 4B, and 6A, which I'll get over, is a that. It's a that. And if you notice, this goes over crouching opponents. So this is because this is meant to be used as your standing route extender. launches when you do all 3 hits, but you can cancel any hit into a special of your choosing, an air special of your choosing. And that's very good because you can then extend into whatever you please. It's very solid. Lastly, Hibiki's 3C is his white woman normal. He may sweep. And like Jin's 3C, it is super low bearing and a very good starter. Look at that, 4.4 damage. That's very, very good damage for Hibiki. His last command normal on the ground is 6A. It is a low-bearing projectile. I didn't think it's a projectile actually. I don't think Azrael can growler it. But it's low-bearing toss. Pretty good for ending pressure. I think you're only -1. And of course, you can cancel that into 3C. And then I'm pretty sure. Yep, send straight down. So very good for that. And you can extend to your own leisure as well. Hibiki's air normals. So like his B series on the ground, he has a B series in the air with the JA. Pretty quick, by the way. Gatlings into itself pretty easily. JB hits twice, or it hits once, and then you press B again for a follow-up. So I'll simply do like, and then JC. This is the moneymaker. This move's horizontal range is huge. I'll go right here. I'll go right here. And as you can see, this will honestly beat a lot of anti-air attempts if you space it properly, or at the very worst, just clash. This is pretty good as an air dash. Normally, you want to just go in with an air dash. You toss this out, space it right, and then micro dash into a confirm pretty easily. This is very solid. And then of course he has JD, J6D, which again puts him at the position where the clone will be, and then he has J1D and J3D. J1D and J3D, they both knock down, and then J3D ground bound.
It's only J2 and J3.
What up?
It should only be J2 and J3.
Oh yeah, I was saying J1, wasn't I?
Yeah.
I apologize. I meant J2 and J3. J2D immediately knocks him down, and then J3D ground mounts for an extension. Funny little gimmick Hibikis like to do is they'll do a spaced J3D to have that miss. So I'll do it pretty low, and then because it misses, Hibiki kind of just immediately touches the ground, and they'll kind of do this, and then just throw. I also want to mention J6D is jump cancelable on a hit. So most B&Bs, Hibikis do this. Do that for an extension, and then they'll go for the regular combo ender. Combo ender means it's time for specials. Hibiki has a pretty solid amount of specials at his access for a pretty good mix and pretty good combo extensions. Hibiki routes are very freeform. We can kind of do a lot with this character because of how his clones function. So let's get right into that. First off, we have 214. Hibiki has 3 different specials from 214. The first being Hibiki will jump forward, he'll jump backwards, and then he'll slide forward with a clone. One clone strikes down while the other does a sweep, and it's up to you to figure out which clone is which. 214A, the real Hibiki will do the overhead. This is an overhead, by the way. I want to mention that. If I have Kagura block low and put on we think he has to stand block that. 214B, it is the same move, only this time the clone is, you guessed it, the one above, and the real Hibiki is the one that is hitting low. And yes, this is a low. I have to low block that in order to avoid it. Now, how do you deal with this mix-up? The answer is pretty simple. Or if you have a move that immediately covers both options. Well, Kagura is a charge character, but you can DP, you can anti-air. The world is your oyster. So that beat 214B, and if I do 214A, If I do 214A, the same answer beat both. That being said, you're not immediately forced to commit to the that option. If you do 214A or B and then press D immediately, Hibiki fakes out. So very nice. If you see someone doing something like flash kick, like Kagura flash kick, to respond to that every time, you can immediately fake them out like this. They'll flash kick in your face, and then you get violent. So that's pretty neat. And it is a combo extender off of certain routes, but you don't see many Hibikis go for it too much because it's prorate too well. 214C. This is what you see Hibikis do a lot because this is your mid-screen combo ender. Well, it used to be back in the day. I'm going to explain why it's not anymore. Hibiki runs forward, thrusts his swords into the opponent, and quite literally rips him out. In the corner, however, this is what you want to do to extend your route. It's very integral to Hibiki's corner routes and most of his routes in general when you're near this point. So that's one version. If you do 214D instead of 214D, Hibiki thrusts forward like he normally does, but instead fakes the opponent out like so, looks super cool, and then he will launch them from the back. So here's 214C and 214D. And of course you get a full combo after that. Now, what's the answer to that? How do I deal with 214D versus 214C? The answer is quite simple. For one, you jump. Two, if Hibiki's doing it at a pretty bad range, say in the corner, you can throw S. But usually jump, or if you're aware, you can kind of just you can DP, you can overdrive. That's the answer to that mix. So there's that. I don't think I'm missing any ground specials outside of the most important one, 236A, which is his hop. Got his hop. This is Hibiki's command jump that he can also do in the air. This is probably his most important special that he has because Hibiki's most important follow-ups and combo extensions and combo enders come from this route and mix. So let's go straight into it. 236A, like I said, is Hibiki's hop. He has 4 follow-ups from this, one for each button. Pressing A after 236A is he tosses down 3 swords. Now, these don't look like swords because, fun fact, against specifically Kagura, he tosses down paperwork. No real, need for that. It's just kind of funny. Cool thing about that is on the way down, Hibiki still has actions. So I'm actually pressing, and I can still do whatever I want after that. I can't jump again, but I can press normals and specials. And my air command hop. So this is very good for a quick little mix. Or if you really want to bait an anti-air attempt like that, just no. The B follow-up after a hop is his ground bounce. Bam! This is what you want to do to extend your combos. As you can see, and yes, it is an overhead, so if I have Kagura block low, he has to stand block that. You will see a lot of Hibikis do what I just did there, which is get at a range close enough to where you have to block it cross up. Because the hitbox is so large that it's more than likely if you do it super early, it's still going to be able to hit high. No real delay, so the timing on it is pretty net to make it mix up. So I can do left side, or I can do it really quickly, and it's a cross up. Net play Hibiki 101. There you go. Really just kind of got to react at that point. And then the C follow up is a command grab. This is a true command grab, sort of, in the sense that if Kagura were to jump, it's always going to grab him into an Azuna drop. But the cool thing is, unlike most other command grabs, Hibiki can combo into this one. So you're never going to get a purple variant of this in any instance. It is you can honestly consider it, I guess, an air unblockable, really. But yes, this is your combo ender 9 times out of 10. Leaves them right next to you. Can run up and then commit pressure or extend into your supers. Last but not least, Hibiki has a D follow-up to his command hop, and it is a counter. Hibiki will flash white, and so long as he's flashing white during this, he is untouchable. Anything that touches him gets countered. It's a pretty weak fatal, but it is a fatal nonetheless. You can't convert off of it mid-screen. I didn't think you can do it in the corner. Wow, this character sucks. And yes, like someone mentioned, you can use the C follow-up as a reset tool. At higher level, you won't really see that as much because most people have fought this character enough to know when that's coming. But you reset that, and then get your extra damage. Yippee-ki-yay. In the air, the follow-ups are mostly the same with the exception of one changing. So air command hop, B follow-up's the same, C is the same, and then D is the same, but the only difference is in the air, pressing the A follow-up instead of giving you the paperwork or the swords, you get your dive. The dive is, of course, you can use that as some weird pseudo combo ender or some weird, hey, I noticed you tried to weirdly anti-air me, get down there, but it should be important to note that you can just do the dive by itself on 214A in the air. So that's all Hibiki's specials out the way. Let's go over his supers. Hibiki has 2 supers. On half circle back forward C, you have this. Hibiki throws his swords forward, and then on a hit, he will warp straight towards them. And do that. There is one special I forgot to mention. 623C. Hibiki's DP. I don't think 214D was mentioned. It was mentioned. It's kind of like 214C, except it's a fake out and it launches. And I even gave an answer to dealing with that too. But yes, this is Hibiki's DP. 623C. It is incredibly minus. So minus, in fact, you can get a full overdrive time. And get a full convert on a really big button too. Most of the time, it's minus 41. I think the exact number is. So please be careful DPing with this. The cool thing is Hibiki has an air version, and the air version, after he's done, he warps straight down. So he doesn't float down like most other air DPs. He'll come straight to the ground. It's really cool because Hibiki has some routes where he'll like. You need to wait until Hibiki lands from the DP to RC to do something extra. Pretty neat, but that's more or less it with that. So back to his supers. This is Hibiki's. This is the super Hibiki uses to end most of his high damage routes for as much damage as he can possibly get. An overdrive. It does much more damage. And that's more. None of the properties don't really change. The cool thing is it is pretty invulnerable as well. So I can do. Here, I'll do Wyvern. Pretty invulnerable, very invulnerable, as you can see. It's not uncommon to see a Hibiki wake up with this. Or DP, it's kind of something you kind of need to keep in the back of your head. Hibiki players are psychos. That's the way it is. Very similar to the character. But yeah, that's more or less it with that super. It will beat a lot of projectiles as well. Because it itself is a projectile. So yes, any anti-projectile you have in your arsenal will beat Hibiki's C super. So Azrael can growler it. Some characters with projectile invul moves will just be able to go straight through it. I'll even do like Wyvern. This move is legit anti-projectile. And that beats that. Secondly, Hibiki's other super is Nue on half circle back forward D. It is a dive. Bam. It tracks no matter where you are. You can be right next to him. It'll find you. You can be above him. It'll find you. You can be at full screen ordering from Arby's, and you'll just see this guy land right on top of you. In overdrive, it has a second part to it where it'll hit, and then he will go into a Izuna drop. But of course, as you can see by the damage, it's usually better to just go into Hibiki's C Super because this does much more damage. And the cool thing about this is on certain fatal routes, not even certain fatal routes, on all fatal routes, I'm gonna mess this up, so bear with me. I don't know why I'm messing it up, but on fatal routes you can actually link overdrive super into regular super. You can't do that with Nue. That's kind of why this super kind of beats Nue in just about every category, both in damage, reversal, counter neutral. Also, the game's not reading my inputs, that's why. But yeah, very, very, very good. I think Hibiki's last trial actually covers that that combo extension, doing double super. So very good for that. Hibiki's 3 fatals, I do want to mention, is also 6C. Fatal number 1, as you saw, it is fatal number 2 is Hibiki's counter, which is a pretty weak fatal because 1, you need to spend meter to convert off of it, and the proration is also really bad. And then Hibiki's 3rd and final fatal is on 3D. So 2D normally, well, 2D and 3D. So technically speaking, Hibiki has 4 fatals, but because 2 of them are tied to what is essentially the same move, you can still say Hibiki has 3 fatals. And this is a very good fatal to hit. It's kind of a niche punish because of how long the startup is, but if you manage to pull it off, you can definitely get a very good route off of it. But more often than not, the fatal you're going for punishes or for frame traps is 6. Because of it's quick and it's to the point. And Hibiki does really good damage off of fatal counters. Hibiki's game plan usually is not really playing at the far range, but you can kind of sneak your way into close to mid range by tossing out a clone safely, mind you, not just tossing out a clone wherever because they're here, because you can get hit and get punished for it pretty badly. Toss out a clone or use a clone as a movement. Again, discreetly, don't just toss it out, but get in really quickly because Hibiki is a very fast character. And then from here, apply stagger pressure using some normals such as 5A, 2A. Your B series, as mentioned earlier, they can come out very delayed because of how lenient the stagger window is. Bam, 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 and then especially bam, bam. Bully at far range with 5C, especially 3C, kind of like Jin. If you've noticed a lot of similarities between Jin and Hibiki, that's because these characters do kind of function in the same way to a degree, just that Jin can play at different ranges and handle a lot more styles than Hibiki can. So do keep that in mind if you want to play Jin, but then start moving outside of your comfort zone. Hibiki is certainly a character you can learn to appreciate very quickly. As I was saying, bully with these normals, your 5B, especially 5B and 2B especially, and then maybe pressure reset with 6B, and then end pressure with 6A every so often, or reset. When you're in the air, bully a lot with JC or really kind of assert dominance because how strong this normal is. Maybe toss out a quick little gotcha move every so often by doing maybe like stagger pressure, and if they're comfortable blocking low or just blocking you out, got a nice cross up there. Make sure you have the meter to cancel it because you are very minus. You're not really gonna be able, if you do something like this in pressure, don't really expect someone to just sit there and let you do it. As good as this normal is, as this follow-up is on counter hit, it's not one that's gonna entice the other player to respect Hibiki doing command hop all the time. If you're really good, you can react to a lot of jumps more often than not with kind of running in and getting an Izuna drop. It's not like Answer and Exert where me doing an Azuna drop from momentum will suddenly put you at full screen, but there is a teensy bit of range difference depending on whether or not you did it from a dash. And it's very fast. And like I said earlier, a good combo starter and a good combo ender as well. Don't worry about SMP ruining the damage on your route because it's still a very serviceable ender at the end of the day. While I'm at it, Hibiki's overdrive, called something in German that I'm not going to repeat because I don't know German, is more or less, all it does is really just empower how fast his clones are. So I'll do 5D 60, and I'll do it in overdrive. 2D into 3D. If I do it in overdrive, notice how fast it is, and then JD, J6D. To the point where a lot of Hibiki's routes, unironically, in overdrive, will have you do something cool like have you legitimately whiff a lot of your clones. It's pretty awesome. Mid route, but that's more so for like, so that's very specific routes that Hibiki may or may not have for like Neta. Optimal Hibiki routing in overdrive, if you have like low health, is pretty basic. And I've already got a grip of damage. 5.5 for something very simple like that off of no counter hit or active flow. That's not bad at all. And again, like I said earlier, if Hibiki gets a really good counter hit or a fatal and he has the resources to really get the bang for his buck, Hibiki's landing about 6k, almost 7k for most of his routes. So like Jin, he does somewhat average damage, but more so nearing the top of that little echelon, eking towards above average damage. So do keep that in mind. You want to play Hibiki if you are looking for, again, a standard type character with a bit more nuance or not really gimmicks to his kit, but something unique, especially towards offense. He has pretty solid defense in having a DP and, of course, 2 reversal supers that will get you out of there if you need to. I'd say avoid Hibiki if you want a character with a bit more health than what he's bargaining for and want something a bit more unique, because even despite having the clones, having the B-series normals, and having something like a command hop, a dive, and again, cancelable clones, and of course left-right mix and whatnot, Hibiki's still pretty basic. If you love air mobility though, then yeah, Hibiki's definitely a character you kind of want to check out. See, I'm moving on him. Yeah, so that's kind of more or less Hibiki. I kind of went through that fast. I like to believe I went through it fast. I don't think I skipped out on anything, but if you guys do have any questions, feel free to ask. Hibiki's Crush Trigger, I do want to mention, also isn't really that good. It's one of the smaller Crush Triggers in the game.
You do it to add, like...
Yeah, you do it if you really want to squeeze in a lot of damage in your route. So I'll craft something together really quickly. .7. I wasn't in overdrive at the end of there, but at the end of that route, but that definitely would have guaranteed me like 6k if I did have low health overdrive. If I had like low health overdrive and active flow, not negative penalty, but active flow. So yeah, this is gonna be about 6.5. 6.6, which is very solid for an active flow route, and that I legit made up on the spot. An optimal Hibiki would be able to bring that to about 7k if I'm being completely honest. He has that kind of damage. But yeah, that's gonna about do it for Hibiki. If you guys have any questions, again, feel free to ask. We've got about maybe a minute or two before we go on to the next character, which is going to be Lambda.
Yeah, it is Lambda. Who's
Lovely.
doing Lambda?
The low profile on 2B, yes, I did fail to mention that. Hibiki, Hibiki's hitbox goes so low on 2B and 3C that a lot of moves that are weak to low profile will just flat out lose to it. Hibiki will just duck that low. So I'm in Azrael's face because Panzer is weak to low profiles. If you just press 2B, you're gonna miss. Same thing with 3C. Very, very, very good. I got kneed in the face. But yes, if you want a low profile, a big range normal or something like that, 2B is the way to go.
We did not set anybody to Lambda. Lambda, Mew, Lightshi, Falconhine, Kokonoi, and Rachel were the characters we did not set
We
anybody
haven't set
to.
anyone to, yeah.
So we gotta skip those characters?
I think we're fine for now until we find someone who is comfortable talking on them.
Yeah,
I'm fair with that.
those are the main characters where we like.
I can talk about Lambda.
You want to do it, Jiv?
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems like that's more or less it for Hibiki. Yeah, we're gonna move on to Jiv with Lambda. And yes, Aerodat, he can blow up Panzer point blank. I legitimately trained the best Hibiki NA. Yeah.
I think we are getting a few more requests.
I got it.
So I don't think we need to stick to the list per se as of right now.
Yeah, let's just we'll do Lambda and honestly, we can probably get to Amane later. Oh, I'm good. So Lambda it is. Okay.
Let me set up my next character. Who is the next character I'm going over? Oh God.
Good luck. So Lambda is, at first glance, people are going to see Lambda and see she's just a new clone. And while technically you are correct, whereas New is the pure zoner of the game, Lambda is a bit of a hybrid zoner rushdown character. They share a lot of the same normals, if not outright every normal except one as of right now, and I guess some of the drive angles. But the game plan is vastly different, and it all starts mainly with like how they run their offense. But we'll get there when we get there.
The
Like
only normal that New 13 has that Lambda does not is 5B.
Yeah, she doesn't have 6B.
No, cause her 5B is New 6B.
Her 5B is New 6B, and New does not have 6B. So, if you guys were here for the New lecture, then there isn't much I really need to go over. But if not, I'll just give a very, 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 very fast rundown. All of these normals are relatively the same. It's anti-air, anti-air. The only thing is that Lambda has an actual standing overhead that isn't just 4D. 5C, 6C, and all of that. I know 6C is ever so slightly different because of how it's used in routing and the ground slide, but again, their normals are similar-ish enough to where I don't really have to talk about them. So I may as well just jump into certain applications. 6A is your anti-air. Again, 6B is your standing overhead. It's pretty damn fast. It's pretty damn good. Everything else is just more so combo filler. 2B being relatively safe on block is very important because this is usually where Lambda players tend to reset their pressure. 3C is your standard sweep. And JA, JB, JC, J2C. And what really changes about them is the drives, and I may as well start to talk about it right now. Compared to New, where you actually have to specify what drive you want to do, like you could do like 5D, it's like whatever, right? New could do 5D, 4D, and so on and so forth, and then she could do like, oh, I could do 5D, 2D, or 5D, 6D, or whatever. Lambda kind of can do the same, but the follow-ups are automatically activated. So compared to New, where you would have to do 5DD, Lambda just does this. And that means the pattern and the rhythm to her drives are a little bit different because you're only pressing one button. This really makes Lambda the easier version of New if you want to look at it in a very basic sense. Because now you don't have to time anything, you just do whatever. But unlike New, Lambda's projectiles are a little different. So on and so forth. So you have 5D, this is JD. This is J2D. And J6D. And so on and so forth. She can only do 1 drive per jump. Unless you super jump. Nope, you're still locked out of it. So at that point, it's that. So now that I don't really have to talk about her drives because there really is just that, I get to talk about the overdrive. Actually, the overdrive. What makes the overdrive different is that it makes her swords way bigger. It changes her specials. It makes them a whole lot more annoying to deal with. It drives an insane amount of hit stun, so she's able to confirm off of things that she normally would not be able to confirm off of in any situation. And then it slightly alters the supers, which I'll get to when I get to them. So first special is Act Parser. 236A is just a command dash. If anything, she will always warp in front of you. If she's too close and she does it, she slides behind them. So this can create some things like that, even though you don't really see it used this way. This is how Lambda kind of sets up her throw mix in a way. Like that. Next is 236B, which is a mid if memory serves. Yep. So this is how she applies pressure. Boop, boop, boop. That. Boop. So this is how she kind of ends her pressure or goes into her frame traps off of now 236B 6B, which is the low. Or 236B A 6A, which is the overhead. Talking about the low first, you use this mainly to get your hit confirms. And it's really used in the crux of any of your combo routing, especially in the corner. And especially if you have 50 meter. The A follow-up is funny because it will always put her in the corner. It will always cross up. But what obviously makes it important is because I just said it. It is an overhead. You have to block it overhead. And what makes this move even more mess up, she can just do it. She does not have to make the first part of the special come out. She could just do it. And this is the mix-up between this and all of the rest of her 236 specials. Boom. Next special is 236C, which is unlike the other versions of these moves, where it can be cancelled from 236A. You use this as your close to corner or corner routing options. So on and so forth, mainly on crouch, or if any instance you can do it late combo because it does create that. It does create enough hit stun. I'm not too well versed in her routing. I just definitely remember how her tools work. Also, this move hits deceptively high. You don't want to kind of just do it. It is rather slow. But it also leads to really goofy situations. 214 is Gravity Seed. And just like new, you have different versions, A, B, and C. But unlike News, Lambda's has an active hitbox. And if you definitely looked at the time, the timer on the Gravity Seed meter, if you don't combo into it, it's already about 75% full. However, if you do combo into it, it has to fill all the way back up. And then you have to rod around that. And it does take a grip to come back. So use it at your own discretion. But it's mainly for combo tools. It's also used as Oki. Because much like News, Gravity Seed halts all horizontal movement. Vertical movement stays the same, and it also plays into her zoning game. But it, what is it, halves horizontal movement or something akin to that? Next is Sickle. Or Sickle Storm. This move is odd in the context of BlazBlue because if Lambda's at full screen, she does Sickle. It'll travel to the opponent's location. If she's on top of the opponent, it comes in from behind. Which means technically, if you know what you're doing and you know how to make Oki, you can make it spawn on top of their opponent, and they are kind of forced to deal with it. As I've shown right here. And then you just route off of that. And so on. 214D is probably, I think, her most important special. It is Spike Chaser. This is the move she took from New going into this game. Whereas New has Luminous, Luminous Slave, Spike Chaser controls that entire space in front of her. Only thing is, she cannot charge it. She cannot do like she can do quote unquote one hit, but that's usually off of counter hit starters, and that's only because it only spawned the one blade until it gets hit. But this is purely a spacing tool. I made a joke about this to Monarch that you could sort of kind of treat this like Gunflame, even though you probably shouldn't. It's just a funny alliteration reference even. You use this as Oki. You use this as a way to control space. You use it as combo filler. You kind of just do stuff with it. You can just do whatever you want. And you're going to see it mostly in the corner off of like... You see Gravity Seed. Obviously, you're going to be a bit more spaced out when you do it, but, you know, situation is the same. Like that. And I think... Well, nope, there's one more special. Oop. Crescent. TK Crescent Saber. So, or Crescent Saber in general is an overhead. So you just treat it as such. Instant overhead fodder if you have meter. But that's kind of it. It's also a really solid. Oh wait, I'm gonna get to there. I forgot. I almost forgot about that one. Instant overhead fodder. If you have meter, it's really good. It's a pretty solid air combo ender. But you're mainly gonna see it as a TK option. The last move is a move that she got going into Chrono Phantasma. I think it's this game? Or is it CPEX? No, it's CPEX.
Phantasma.
So it's called Exiganail. This is her DP. And I have to put like 7 different quotations around it because this is... It's a frame 7 reversal. What makes Exiga extremely potent, however, is the fact that you can use it off of Act Parser. This is your throw punish. So you can use it to mix up how your offense is displayed. If your opponent is going to try to like mash throw on your pressure, you could just boom.
Yeah.
So on and so forth.
The main reason why you would not want to use this as a reversal is that it loses invincibility on frame 8.
Yeah.
It's 1 through 7 in Vol. After
Yeah.
frame 7, you will get smoked for trying to use this move.
Yeah. What makes it really, 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 really important is that it's also counter hit state in the air.
Yes.
So some people will hit you with a very, very, very fat starter. This all changes in Overdrive, because now I get to talk about her other specials. TK Crescent is not only still in overhead. Actually, let me just talk about everything. I already talked about the swords. Sickle Storm creates 2. Spite Chaser goes full screen, as if it were charged. TK Crescent, or just Air Crescent in general, it forces hard knockdown state. And Exiga has an insane amount of untap. But what makes Exiga even more important is that all the recovery is cut in. It ground bounces,
Oh,
but
the recovery. Yeah, the recovery.
the recovery is cut in half. So she can actually just recover in the air. So you can combo off of it way easier. Next is her supers. It's the exact same as News, it's just that they're a little bit different. Oop. I can't do 2 3/6s. Legacy Edge. It's kind of like News, except
It doesn't last as long.
it doesn't last anywhere as long. It's not as strong unless you pop it in OD. He said. Wow, I can't. There we go. Not last long in Overdrive. You kind of use it as Oki. You can put it at the end of certain combos if you want your double super into EA. But it's not amazing. It's just your typical, I don't think I want you close to me super.
Yeah.
Or it's really good at punishing really far away things, but you're not really going to see it as much. If anything, if you see Lambda at 50 meter, in or outside of OD, you're going to see this. This is a Calamity Sword. And unlike News, which has a designated dead zone, which makes it a really garbage reversal, Lambda's does not. Lambda's will spawn right on top of you, and it's an overhead. In Overdrive, Calamity Sword gets a pretty important buff, to the point where it will literally just crack you full screen. It also does a lot of damage, and if you know how to route into Air Calamity Sword, you can usually, it gives you a ground bounce, you can combo off that too. Lastly, her EA, True Impreza. Or is that? Nah, I think that News is called True Impreza. Or am I bugging?
It's called Flash Explosion.
Yeah, you're right. My fault. Oh, Dual Cultist. Yeah. True Imprezas is new.
One more thing I want to mention about her Legacy Edge compared to News is Lambda does not have any projectile enmom on it, whereas New does.
Yeah. It's honestly
Yeah,
just
overall a weaker version of the super.
yeah. Yeah, as on safe call, it's literally just Gao's Flash Explosion if you play Street Fighter 4. All in all, Lambda's a character who likes operating at multiple different ranges while not being amazing at all of them. She can hold herself down really, really well. Obviously, if you see Monarch play the character, Monarch uses this character probably to the best that anybody has seen besides, I guess, Yoshiki over in Japan. Like,
Hazama we covered yesterday, so he's in the VOD.
yeah. Like, Lambda likes being around here. She does have 4D. So, like, she has ways of opening you up. 6B is, like, really, 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 really demonic. I think that's kind of it. All in all, is like, she has the air normal. She can box you. She's not the best at it. She can zone you. She's not the best at it, but she's still very, very, very viable in the instance of, I can fight these characters by doing certain things that New can do, but I can also operate in more than one range. And that's the thing that makes Lambda, like, really like viable, important, honestly. It's also quite fast. Merkumo backdashes be damned. I will now field any questions because I haven't been able to look at the chat because I have the game over it.
I don't think we had any specific questions yet, but if you do have any questions, now would be the time to ask them.
Mhm. I mean, we could skip Terumi unless we have to like actually.
No, Untaked's got Terumi.
I got it.
Yeah.
Loud's got a hold that, bro.
I mean, he could have stayed because he plays Lambda too. But I guess if there are no questions, I will hop off the stage for now,
Yeah.
and I'll let Unsafe take over.
Okay.
Yeah. Just give me just like 2 minutes
Mhm.
because I have food like literally
Oh,
around the
shit.
corner.
Okay.
No worries.
But yeah, I would suggest people actually do try to figure out what questions they want if they don't have any for Lambda.
If they don't
Or
have
you can
any,
probably talk
it's
about a little
fine.
bit about counterplay while I wait these 2 minutes.
Counterplay is hard because Monarch be whooping my ass. So like, Fatals. Oh right, Fatals. Yeah, 6C. I want to say not Exiga. It's 6C.
Exiga is fatal, I'm pretty sure.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Never mind.
6C. It's not 6B. It's not 6A. It's not 2C. It's not 3C. 5D? No. 40. No.
Was it her Rekka shoulder bash thing? Or is
Oh.
not fatal either?
Yeah. And Gravity
Oh,
Seed.
that is fatal.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's
This.
right.
Yeah, they're very odd about what characters have fatals on what. Jesus, it's been a while. 236C. So yeah. Those are really your fatals. You're gonna see Fatal 6C a lot more. Maybe Fatal 236C because the base damage is high. As for counterplay, I guess I could talk about typical stuff with Sickle Storm. Obviously, she can kind of set up the sickle behind you and set up Oki, but the thing is about Sickle Storm is the Oki is the same. You kind of just delay tech. You can delay tech Spike Chaser, but she's still guaranteed to get offense. If you have any projectile invuln moves, like any invuln anything, you can blow through them. Like Naoto can just delay tech, sway dash, enhance fan and pain, or just go into like smasher if you know what you're doing.
And I'm back.
Welcome back, Ryle.
Thank you.
The thing about New and Lambda mainly, which is like the biggest piece of their counterplay, is that their drives have like 90,000 years of recovery. Like,
Alright, I'm ready.
Okay, we can go into
Alright.
Terumi then.
alright.
Terubi.
So who's the next set of characters? Because I might have to be busy.
I
Yeah,
think
because we're at intermediate
yeah,
now
we're
with
gone through
Lambda being done.
all the beginner like easy characters. Now we're gonna go into slightly more intermediate characters.
Alright, so here we have Terumi. First off, S was already gone through, but S is also in this intermediate section. First off, you'll see that Terumi actually shares some normals with Hazama, mainly his A and B normals. 5A being one of the new jabs that Chaotic's not going over that whiffs on crouchers. 5A and 2A, both plus on block buttons. 5B is his main pressure tool. +2 on block, 8 frames. Will frame trap most jabs. 2B. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. This button sucks. This button does not go that far. It is extremely minus on block. And it has a lot of recovery. His 2B is not good. 5C, jump cancel on the first hit, double hitting normal, very susceptible to overdrive on block. You want to make sure that this normal makes contact at least with the first hit. Otherwise, you don't want to whiff this. There is so much going on with this character's buttons that you don't want going on. 2C, pretty far reaching. This is a mid. If you thought you were about to get a good range low, no, I'm sorry. The good part about 2C is that it is jump cancelable. 3C, universal sweep, probably better than his 2B. To be real.
Wait till we get to Kagura 2C.
His command normals, you have 6A. It's actually a pretty good anti-air. It hits decently far above his head. Sometimes we'll hit behind him, a little bit behind him. And it's very reasonable to counter hit confirm his 6A into his high damage routes. I'm not like the expert on doing Terumi's routes, but you can delay your jump cancel. You get an IAD route on counter hit. You can also get 2D on counter hit. So you have a bunch of options that you can do for Terumi on counter hit. But his highest damaging one would be IAD JC. You have 6B. 6B is his pressure reset button. It is, I think, +4 on block. It can be held to faint the version, to give a faint version.
+3.
Pseudo command dash, if you will. But if you were to let the button rock, this button is foot involved. So if I were to set Ragna to mash 2B, oh, this is gonna be hard. Yeah, he will get fatal. You have 6C. You'll see Terumi players throw this out like their life depends on it. It's one of his very, very, very damaging starters. It goes very far, 3 hits. But it's very dangerous to throw this out without meter. And we'll get to meter in a second with Terumi. Because as you can see, it has a very long recovery. And it is all gapless, so you cannot stagger it at all. He will always do all 3 hits. You have JA, that's Hazma's jab, Hazma's air jab. So if you've seen a lot of Hazma's normals or the Hazma overview, this will be very familiar to you. JB, though, unlike Hazma, hits twice. And this is his main cross-up normal. JC. Hazuma's JB hits twice, but he can only get 1 hit. Terumi JC, you mainly will see use with this in combos. It is pretty bad as a jump in, pretty bad as an air to air. It's mainly only used in his combos. You have JD now moving on to his drive. JD will be his main air to ground. It hits pretty far. It's disjointed. There's no hurt box on that. Going further into his drive, 5D. Or I should actually talk about this first. So let's set up our meter. So Terumi's main thing that's different with every other character is his drive. He gains significantly more meter than everyone else. You can see I already have 60 meter from just like throwing 5D out a couple of times. And this applies both on hit and on block. You can see he's blocking. He has gained 0 meter and I have 7. He still has 0 meter. And now he's finally at 1. Meanwhile, I built 40 meter. Because of this, Terumi always has access to meter. Pretty much at all points of the game. But yeah, 5D, standard poke, goes pretty far. He interestingly has a hurt box on his foot that leans forward, that causes him to get counter poked a lot. But this is his main mid-range tool. You have 2D, which as you saw before, gives him counter hit combos on counter hit 6A. And in some cases, Terumi players will end their combos with 3C into 2D for a very plus Oki setup. We have 6D. You'll mainly see this in combos, much less in neutral. It builds a bunch of meter on hit and allows him to link afterwards for his enders. You have a new normal to CF 4D, which launches them straight up and will... Oh god. 4D will destroy projectiles. This button is one of Terumi's best buttons because it has no hurt box whatsoever. So I have Ragnar pressing 5E, right? Terumi will always win. In every situation with this button. If you are playing footsies and he presses this button, you are getting hit. Last but not least, we have J2D. This is his main pressure reset and safe jump tool. It builds a bunch of meter, just like the rest of his drives. And it is, I think, +3 normally. They have to instant block this. Yes, it is +3. They have to instant block this to make him 0 so they even have a chance at challenging him. That is where up close is where Terumi will shine, because if your opponent cannot deal with J2D or doesn't barrier you out, Terumi will always stay in and will stick to you like glue because of this move. Alright, and moving on to Terumi's specials. Terumi's specials are pretty weird. He has 236D, his main combo ender, which gives him a bunch of meter and leaves them right in front of him. So it's pretty easy for him to catch up to them, catch a roll, and then apply pressure. It has very fast whiff recovery. So even if he were to whiff this move, he's more than likely not going to get punished for whiffing this move. And it allows him to combo off of his stomps, his next special. So 2-2C are Terumi stomps. He can only do this if the opponent is already in a juggle state, mainly off of 3C. There are two versions. Normal 2-2C, he stomps twice, and an extended version where you mash the button and you get more hits. You will mainly see the mash version in combos, just to add the damage. You will see the non-mash if the combo goes on for too long, as the last hit in scaled combos will be teched out of. He has this command grab. It's very slow, but since it is also on a drive button, 214D, it builds a bunch of meter for him. His last special move is this overhead, 214C. He got this in CF. It's basically his version of Jin 6A. It's around the same speed. It built, despite it not being a D move, it still builds quite a bit of meter. But you will see this move to quickly open someone up, and because of Terumi's functionality, you can cancel this into supers, which is what we will get to right now. So, Terumi builds all his meter, and you're just like, okay, how do I use it? Terumi has the most supers in the game. I think he has 7 supers. Starting off with his reversal. So Tenjin, this is 623B. It functions like pretty much any DP would, except his costs 50 bar. You'll mainly see this on Wake Up and in certain combo routes because it is also his highest damaging 50 bar super. His next super, Masenga. This is half circle forward C. This is his anti-projectile super. You will see this used for him to get in neutral, because on top of it also being his anti-projectile, it is also relatively safe on block. Because he is so far away from you. His next super will be... I'm actually forgetting all of the inputs to his super, so I am sorry about this.
You have counter.
Yeah, counter.
Stomps.
Serpent's first thing.
So, this super is fun.
Oh, I was muted.
Most of the time, you will see this super used in combos in the corner.
Because it's a good thing I was muted.
Off of his overhead. You'll commonly see this. And then he will combo off of this super for corner routes. I'm not the greatest at Terumi combos, but he has 2 versions of the super. This version is an overhead. Meanwhile, the A version is a low. You cannot tell the difference between these two supers until you get hit. The A version, however, he cannot combo off of. For that, you will mainly see the overhead. Jiv mentioned this. He has 236, 236A. This is his counter super. He walks forward, spinning the chain, and then does a little taunt. It will counter anything that is body attribute.
That's very bad for a counter.
Very bad.
Very, very bad.
As you see, I just hit him with 3C. He gets counter hit. Also, what is very bad is this super does not work from behind.
It's not
It also
very...
It is
removes.
one of the worst supers in the game.
It also removes all hit stop if you're attacking on it from behind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was already mentioned. It only works on body property attacks. So anything that's airborne, which is essentially head property, will just beat it.
Not just that. Well, sometimes it will catch airborne moves, but the airborne move has to be close to the ground.
Airborne.
Like-
move.
It's a very bad super.
Yeah, it's
You don't wanna
it's
You rarely want to use the super, but it's still an option nonetheless if people are sleeping on it.
And okay, I did cover all of them except for these two. Okay, so next super we have is Fu Engine. This
The
is
most
his
important
cash out.
one.
It costs 50 meter to activate, but as you will see, it drains the remainder of his move. You will use this super to end the round. It has multiple versions depending on how much heat he has left when he activates it. So if you do this raw with just 50, you get a weekender that sends him across the floor, sliding 75 meter. He does a little Sotenjin, and they're right next to him. It's actually not bad to do the 75 meter version. And then, as you saw before, the 100 meter version does the most damage, causes a wall bounce, so you can actually walk up to them, compared to the no meter version where they just slide across the screen, where he barely has time to pull up.
Did you mention Sotenjin, by the way?
I did.
How fast is Sotenjin again?
So
It's super
Tenjin
fast, right?
is, I believe,
It's 7.
8.
No, it's 7.
It's 7 in overdrive.
Yeah. No, it's 7 normally, and it's 5 in overdrive.
Oh, okay.
That's really fast.
Still, yeah, super fast reversal. His last super is Screeches of the Condemned.
Screeches.
Full screen, projectile. It costs 100 meter and does a lot of damage. He has an anti-air version of this.
424, yep.
The anti-air version is very hard to hit. You will almost never see the anti-air version be used.
By the way, did you cover Retaliating Fangs?
Oh, that is...
The command grab.
Yeah, we did command.
Yeah, I did.
Oh yeah, the dead zone on the anteater version is really bad.
Yeah, you'll very rarely see, not much less this super, than the. You'll very rarely see the anti-air version of the super, much less the super in general.
It's important to note that Screeches of the Condemned is one of the highest damaging supers in the game, though, in overdrive.
It's also
Yes,
borderline
which
unblockable.
we are getting to now. So, Terumi overdrive drains the opponent's meter.
And gives you extra meter on top of it.
Oh right, yeah. Actually, that means. Did you talk about how if you like block Terumi's drives, you don't get meter for blocking them?
Actually didn't know that. I thought they were just not.
Nope.
No,
Yeah,
you
no, they
actually
don't get
meter for
meter
blocking the drives.
interacting with drives.
Okay. That is actually something I learned today. Okay.
Mhm.
But all of his drives get bigger in overdrive and do more hits. Some of them,
Somebody,
like
hold on.
HD,
I'll say somebody asked,
properties.
do you get an extra meter per drive? Per
4D
plus the
was
blue?
always a launcher, and now has more hits done.
He's yapping.
Let me out. Let me out.
What happened? What happened, Jiff?
Someone asked, do you get extra meter per drive on top of the gauge that you're stealing, or is it just extra meter per drive when you're in overdrive?
It's you get the meter you get plus the extra.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's both.
I can't really tell based off of just looking at it, so
It's both.
don't have a concrete answer. But yeah, J2D will hard knock down, and JD, I believe, will ground bounce on air hit. Oh no, it does not. So that's only counter hit.
That's only counter.
Terumi lives and dies by his overdrive. Because this is where all of his damage comes in. Because all of his supers benefit from overdrive heavily. So Tenjin was just a reversal, now it is a combo starter.
His overdrive will literally kill you in like a one-touch scenario, like no matter what.
CF1, if he popped low health overdrive, you more than likely lost that round.
Yeah,
Yes.
100%.
Pretty much all of his supers are combo starters outside of like the command grab and meter dump. And you will get hit by pretty much all of them. One thing that's different about his supers is that he can actually cancel them into each other when he is in overdrive. I'm forgetting so many things about this character. So, pretty much any order. They will.
By the way, doing that gives you instant active flow usually.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, if you usually if you get hit by this in a match, you are going to see active flow get procced. I'll set it to normal here. I'm already at attention, and there is active flow. The reason for this is that using supers gives you active flow, spending meter gives you active flow, hitting them gives you active flow, being at low health gives you more active flow, and being in overdrive gives you more active flow. So all those things combined, Terumi at low health, popping overdrive, hitting you once, you're about to die.
Yeah, Terumi is one of those few characters where you almost never want to like burst because the comeback factor on his overdrive is so huge that, like I mentioned before, any like slight interaction with him could just lead into death.
Hey, Unsafe, you said you can cancel his supers into each other in overdrive. Does that include his EA?
Yes.
Yes, actually. A funny little gimmick.
This is something that you will always have to be aware of fighting Terumi, because I'll actually use the improvement mod for this. Fighting Terumi states, I will set Ragna to do a reversal 5B.
Hi, Jiv. Yo.
So, with Ragna set to do a reversal 5B on Terumi, this is
Do Masengo.
Masengo.
he will get frame trapped every time.
And they'll always do that.
They always do it.
Every super this works with.
Every single time you see a Terumi player pop overdrive and they make a mistake, if they do a super that is blocked, they will almost always EA afterwards. You have to run that gambit.
Mm-hmm.
Terumi is a character that is trying his best to get in, pressure you, spend as much meter as possible, because Terumi will always get it back. And if you, when your back is against the wall, and it looks like you are about to lose, if you have overdrive,
You never lose.
you are about to turn the game around. One overdrive combo is all it takes for this character to win.
Did you mention the most important super in overdrive, Curse's Sting?
Yeah,
Oh,
OD Fu
Yeah,
engine,
it
yeah.
never showed off the OD version of Fu Engine.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
put on active flow.
Not even just
Oh my
that. The super is so good at killing and also draining your opponent's resources.
Yes. So, as I mentioned, his overdrive steals meter that applies to Fu Engine. They are losing all of their resources.
Congratulations, you just took away all of your opponent's pickup options.
And raw counter hit Full Engine in active flow did 7k on its own.
Hence the
The
danger.
comeback factor with this
Yes.
character is insane. You get
Because-
counter hit by 5C.
Two, three.
3, 4.
Okay.
No, it's 3 in CF2. It was 4 in CF1.
Yeah.
It used to be way more. No, it was so tangent.
If you see a Terumi that's always holding onto her overdrive, yeah, you should be fearful.
This
Because
combo
this-
will usually last the entirety of your active flow. By the
Because
way,
this could happen.
and you will do 7k to them. You don't even need to hit a 5C starter. You can be in neutral and you can land this on counter hit.
OD dash full engine.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't get my overdrive.
Oh yeah, overdrive 236 236D.
Oh
That's
yeah,
Screeches, right?
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
talk about OD screeches.
Reaches of the condemned.
I'm trying to do dash for engine and failing.
How do you do your dash smash?
Also, not to mention the fact that Fuenjing
I'm going to do
lasts
this
so
before,
long
but not going to.
that you'll regen your burst like what, halfway through?
Yeah. Because he's an active, he's gonna have like 5 bursts now.
Yeah, like look at his burst. Already at
I
5.
did almost
Six.
8k.
Yeah, because most importantly, it's very important to know, so long as you're in overdrive, active flow never goes away.
Bring up overdrive 236 So yeah, in overdrive, his command
Normally in
super,
general, this guard crushes.
this guard crushes normally, right? So if they were to barrier this,
It takes their barrier.
it's fine. In overdrive,
know,
however,
That
it
does
is
not
now
true.
unblockable.
A true unblockable.
And the
And
most
go into
damaging is
EA
gonna
afterwards. Sha!
And you're dead.
You literally die off of
You
that.
literally die.
be- You will lose. That is this character.
Fortunately for you, this super sucks, so you're never gonna be in this situation.
Like there's one
and
gimmick
most-
instance where you will see somebody do overdrive 5D into Screeches, but the thing is, Screeches is not fast enough. So it's like
It's just a knowledge check.
Hey, quick question.
Something I do want to note about Terumi that is also a weakness of this character. Because of how much he hits you in his supers and in his combos, even though he's about to win the round, he will give you back your burst. Please look at Ragna's burst. You may win the round, but if you did not win the match, you give them back that burst for the next round.
Yeah, that is the downside of this super. You give them so much burst back.
yeah, there's a gimmick setup after OD. Yeah, you do 3C 5D delay 236 236D. It's no super gimmicky, but it is a thing that exists.
What's up?
Isn't there something funny that happens if you end a round using a stomp super?
Yes, but I don't think that's very important about this
I
character.
think it's important.
But yeah, that is Terumi. He is losing
And then
until
he
he pops overdrive and then he won.
Jeremy is a literal.
You play
I'm
this
losing and
character
then I
if
win.
you believe you can play the war of attrition and win off of one hit. If you believe in your defense and you believe in your ability to call out the opponent's bad habits on their offense and win off of that one hit, this is the character that you want to play. When he is not yes, that is also true. When he is not one-shotting you, as I showed before, with his +1 2A, plus 2 5B,
And
jump
6B.
cancelable 2C that goes into his +3. This is also a mid, by the way, but like +3 pressure reset.
It used to be an overhead. That was
It
crazy.
used to be an overhead,
He-
yeah.
He is stringing you up, building meter, and spending as much meter as he can, building active flow, and then killing you.
Yeah, we covered JD neutral. Don't.
Yeah, I covered JD.
Terumi's major weakness is that this character cannot jump in at you at all.
Yeah, I mentioned that I show this button is worthless for jumpings. You are
It's pretty miserable.
using this and using your low.
Hey, but he's pretty
jump arc.
fast on the ground.
He's fast on the ground, short jump arc. It makes anti-airing him really annoying, but his jump-ins don't really... Again, if this character had Hazama J2C, instantly becomes better. He's not... Oh, is Terumi's considered low tier? He's...
Yeah, he's low tier. We don't need to around the bush.
Genuinely, yeah.
Yeah, he's not super hot because his game plan is really, really volatile. If it doesn't work once, odds are he's not getting the chance to do it again.
Listen, this character got better in CF because they gave him an overhead. He was that bad.
They fixed his overdrive, they gave him an overhead, and they gave him consistent mid-screen routes, and he's still low tier because his entire game plan is I have to spend more than one resource to actually kill you.
Mm-hmm.
But when he kills you, he kills you.
He just fucking kills you. There's just no way
like
around it.
as Aerodeth said in the chat, we cannot stress this enough. He's losing until he isn't.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, that is Terumi. Is there any questions that have to be asked about this game? About this character?
If you really want to see the full potential of what this character can do, you can always look up DGF and Fame.
DGF and Fame literally push this character to the limit.
Mm-hmm.
Mitsurugi in Japan, and sometimes Jansen, but Jansen more so plays Hazama than anything else.
That dude's a dad.
He wants to play. Jansen would want to play Terumi, but Japan is so toxic that they will not play him if he's playing Terumi.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Yep.
That is why he does not play Terumi.
Wait, what happened?
People will not play Jansen if he is not playing Terumi.
Yeah. He gaps them so hard with a low tier character that they feel embarrassed.
Wow, that's
Wow. That's unreal.
just straight up and walk away if he's on Terumi.
That's wild.
I wish I could be that good with a low tier character.
Me too.
Seems like there's nothing much to ask. Jiv, are you ready for Bullet?
You should do the A-Stomp super thing.
I mean, it has to kill. Will it do it in training mode?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it does.
Somehow they do with animations and stuff.
Oh, it does. It's so cool. I'm so glad they added that.
I am too.
Alright, so we're going to Bullet now.
Right over there.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Terumi's win screen where he just stomps on characters of different varieties. I was like, okay.
Whoa!
That image is insane. Chaotic, you have to say that to right.
What?
What the fuck am I looking at?
Okay. Do I put on a bullet color? Yeah. Okay.
Billions must burst.
Billions must burst.
The meta has fallen. Hey, what's this color? Hold up.
Utsuho from Toho.
I don't care anymore.
Sure you don't.
I don't know fuck about no Toho.
For now. But like, so Suchi has fallen, billions must burst. Oh god. Alright. So Bullet is your resident hybrid grappler of the game. She doesn't move all that well, as you can tell by her forward dash. But where she can't move, she has really, I'm not going to mince it, she has really fucked up scramble tools. Like, this character doesn't out-neutral you, this character out-scrambles you. And then uses her really solid frame data to bully you and then blow you up. Bullet's entire game plan is that she wants to get in and then press 5C. And if you so happen to get fataled by that, you die. You lose. Go next. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. but I may as well start with normals. Typical jab. I believe this jab whiffs on crouchers. Yep.
Yes, it does.
But it also leads to really good throw game. 5B, you're going to be pressing this a lot because 5B is deceptively good. It's not as good as another button we're going to get into, but it's really good. 5C is your party starter. It is safe on block. And if you ever see somebody get fataled by this, write the eulogy. They are not surviving the round. If she is in heat up level 2 and has at least over 50 meter, you are going to die. 2A. Fun fact, I'm pretty sure this button is actually 6 frames. This button is not like typical 2As. It's like Hosma, who both have like 6 frame 2As. This is really good. Oh, my mic cut out. So basically, Bullet presses like a lot of 5B, 5C, and stuff like that. Like her buttons are all really solid up close. And now we get to the button.
No, no.
Oh God.
The God.
Button. 2B is...
Mashing 2B like it's your fucking job.
Yeah, you're matching 2B like your fucking job. For context, that's 2B.
Goddamn.
Character's next.
You press 2B in neutral, I'm nice.
Yeah, literally, you press 2B in neutral and you're nice. Dick Grayson has 2B. Like, you press this, a lot of characters don't have an answer for this.
They really don't.
This is unironically one of her, if not her best grounded normal, by far. Period. Simply because it covers this much space. It goes into her like optimal routing stuff. But I'm gonna tell you right now, this is as good as it's going to get for a while. 2C, I want to say 2C is a mid. Oh no, 2C is both lows. 2C, typical combo fodder, and 3C. 3C is weird because this is actually supposed to be body invuln. Problem, it runs out of body invuln right before it goes active. So if you wait and then press a mid, you will beat her 100% of the time. If you don't, however, that happens. It is a fatal. It is a very good fatal. And that happens. 6A. Overhead. Very typical BlazBlue overhead. It's actually very, very good.
It's very solid.
It also 6A. Oh yeah, 6A does not go into 5C. I wish it did. That'd be so funny. 6A 2C, 6A 6B, 6B 3C. -4. It's safe on block, but her offense is like weird, and we'll get to that. 6B. This anti-air is kind of juiced. I'm not gonna lie to you. It hits really high above her. It can catch some cross-ups. You just use this. If people are trying to jump at you, you're just like, no, we're not doing that today. 6C is a funny normal. It actually crushes lows. It's her other fatal starter. If you're starting to see a trend about how this character's counter hits work, it's really funny.
Fatal.
What makes 6C really important is that, well, not it's jump cancel on block, so you can do stuff like that, but you're not really using it in pressure. Not like that. And that's it for her normal moves. JA, think of this like my JA is really damn good.
Wait, did you mention 5C?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Oh, you did?
The god. Again, if you press this button, they should die. JB, very good air-to-air. It's actually surprising how good his air normal is. Bullet has very scarily good air normals. And the bane of our existence, JC.
JC.
It doesn't cross up or anything special, but the thing about JC, what makes it very, very annoying, is that.
Heavily disjointed.
This, you press JC, and whatever is below you, if it doesn't in here, they're going to eat shit. They're going to get hurt really, really bad. Especially if it's an air-to-air. Doubly, if it's an air-to-air counter hit JC, that round splats. And you can pick up off of it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna just do it. Thank you on save. Well, like, you do that. I did play this character for a bit. Tragic. Next is her drive. Her drive is just lock on. If you were a Dragon Ball player, raise your hand because this is just Blaze Blue Super Dash. This is before Super Dash. I'm not calling it the homing attack. Nah. This shit is Super Dash, bruh.
Fun fact, in front of Phantasma, that orb was a lot smaller.
Yeah.
Yep.
So when she does JD, she'll stall. And the ring around her will progressively get wider. Oh, I was talking to my sister. Yeah, it's one of them. Yeah. So what it does is it plays into Bullet's whole mechanic of heat up. So on hit, she will do a hit grab, and then be able to combo off of it either into her follow-up moves called engages, or you just do something else. It will track to wherever your opponent is as long as they are inside the ring. If you hold 4 when you do it, she will fast fall. But she's kind of stuck. Air it out, we cannot call Bullet Sonic the Hedgehog because that means I have to give Bullet props. And honestly, to keep my Toledo agenda alive, I can't do that. So, yeah, you hold 4 to fast fall. JD is really good on block. She'll bounce off. On standing opponents, you don't really get much. On crouching opponents, I believe... No? Nope. It's safe, but what matters is she'll bounce off, but her turn is kind of done.
You're forgetting a very important part of JD.
Break, I assume.
Yeah.
No.
If they're ever in
JD, no matter what, is plus 10.
Oh, yeah, no, I did say... Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is really, really good. Like,
Jim,
in theory...
check the frame data.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the frame data. Listen, I'm trying to make people not want to play this character, bro. I'm joking.
This character is cool.
No, but being completely serious, it's plus 2. Talk about some damn plus 10.
Somebody got into the wiki and changed it then because it says plus 10.
They're lying to you. That's big bullet propaganda.
Oh, wait. It might be Redlock that they're talking about.
Oh, and heat up? No, it's still plus 2.
What did they do? Who is in charge of this?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, but we just gonna blame Kowedo for that one.
Yeah,
No, because this is his character. We can definitely blame him for this one.
Yeah, like I'm sitting here like, no, her turn is done. And her turn has always been done. No matter what. Have me gaslighting me over a bullet. Yeah, it's a big bullet propaganda, bro. But yeah, she'll tend to bounce off, so on and so forth. 60 is an overhead. It is safe on block.
Neutral.
Duty is a low, and it's exactly the same. In heat up,
Is what, +4?
it's +4.
+4.
I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care how early or late you overdrived, if you don't do it right, and even if you do, it's still probably her turn. You will get cooked. Her drives, however, also have a follow-up. When she's in heat up, called engages. That's wild cut or wide cut engager.
Wad cut. I want to cut a wad.
Just press D again. And all of her specials have engage follow-ups. So when I get to her specials, with the exception of Flint Shooter and Afterburner, I'll just explain it. Flint Shooter. Typical ass fireball. It goes across the ground.
She thinks she
Terry. You think she Terry? Oh right, yeah, that's only heat up. I was gonna get to that. It's typical, just your typical crossing the ground fireball. If you charge it, it becomes, I want to say plus. Yeah, it's plus. That's super duper plus. +3. And in heat up, Flint Shooter changes. It hits more than once. As you saw, -5, -2, and +8. But what makes heat up Flint Shooters that much more important is at max range, if I can get there, they actually detonate. There. If you charge it, it will travel a bit and then just detonate in front of them. This is Bullet's way of staying in, seeing if you're going to respect her offense. It's honestly an okay fireball. It's not good in Fireball Wars at all, actually. You're not really using it for that. You're kind of doing it to make sure people want to avoid it. So Bullet can find a way to set up or put them in range so it can either 6B or do one of her other specials. Speaking of her other specials, this is Snap Hands Fist. Yes.
Outrange.
This is Snap Hands Fist. It doesn't go too far, but it is an air unblockable command throw. Think of it like take your Atomic Collider.
You should look at Snap Pants on counter hit.
Counter hit Snap Hands, however, is... Oh. You expose him up. Oh. You mainly use this if people are trying to like jump out of your offense, like say people are in the corner and they're disrespecting you, and you just sit your ass down, etc. There's an air version of Snap Hands Fist, and if I'm remembering correctly, it's blockable. If you whiff it, you're kind of just stuck there. You really do have to hold that. This Snap Hands is just really good at being an in-ear command grab. It's also very insane combo fodder. Like, if you ever are able to get Snap Hands in a combo, I'm not Tuito. I don't got those in me. You can do double Snap Hands Fist routes, which basically allows her to keep corner no matter what, while also getting her heat up levels again, which makes her that much more threatening in offense.
Also, double Snap Hands is character specific, keep that in mind.
It is. Damn. No, I thought they made it universal as a CF2.
I'm pretty sure Tweedo says it's still character specific.
This character is cooked, but like, yeah, with some platinum. Okay, thank you.
Or if anything, it's just it's a lot easier on certain characters.
So, what makes Bullet funny is that she's a hybrid grappler that also has access to a DP. This is cutting sheer. It's not fast. It's 15 frames. It's nothing too spectacular, but what makes it important is that pretty sure that's a safe jump. She can safe jump off of her DP, especially if she combos into it. You could do things like that. In Heat Up, if you do DP again, or is it down down?
Pretty sure it's down down.
It's down down. If you do down down D, she will do an engage which forces the side swap. If you hold D, she holds you in front of you. However, this is kind of whatever. It doesn't do anything. Back in the older games, you used to be able to like hold people in front of you. The untech was a little bit longer. Now it's just kind of whatever. I don't see it used too often.
Yeah, if anything, you can catch a roll tech with 2B.
Etc. Yeah. But yeah, if you're ever on defense and you really want to get out, cutting shear is very good at its job. But as a reversal, it's just
be honest. It's not even. It's just good. This is one of the worst DPs in the game.
It could be better, but for what it is, combo fodder allows her to get what she needs to. Safe jumps off of it. It is there. Thank you. That's the best way.
CF2, it's probably the worst DP in the game. Because what was the worst got buffed to the second worst.
Yeah. Next. On my favorite move. Mikolet Capture. Mikolet Capture is a funny running hit grab. It will chaotic. You're gonna blow me up when I figured out what this move reminds me of.
I'm gonna hurt you.
You are. But Mikolet Capture is a running command grab that whiffs on crouchers. If you are standing, if you're in the air around her, she will yoink you up. You will get grabbed and she will just throw you. Mikolet Capture has its purpose closer to the corner as combo fodder. Ban and pain but for bums. Exactly. So normally it catches jumps, it catches people standing. It doesn't have any invuln like that. What makes it important is if you press B, you'll break. Yeah, the run is projectile invuln, which makes it. This is what makes her neutral not dog water. Because against zoners, this character doesn't do too hot. But Mikolet makes it a whole lot more bearable because she'll just chuck through any projectile. Even if it's like set played, if it's on screen, she's able to run through it. She will just run through it. Oh yeah, no. I love counter hit Mikolet. I remember that one time we made. You know, that's another story for another day. But you're going to see this more in combos more than anything, especially with a heat up, because if you do Mikolet and then do as a half circle forward D or 236D off of Mikolet, it's half circle forward. Okay. So if you do half circle forward D, it does piercing shot. Piercing shot is weird, but it's just like the rest of her engages, the damage goes up with heat level, and the properties change too. Level 1 is a wall bounce. And level 2 wall sticks. And then that's how you get your like super extended routes to get back to level 2. You're seeing a lot of things about Bullet, like a lot of these moves are all it's all combo fodder. You're not see these in like block strings or anything. Bullet's offense is typically just she'll frame trap you up, and then if she ever gets the hit, then she'll go into an engage to extend her routing. But so I talked about Fireball. I'm missing one more special, aren't I? Okay, yeah. So remember I said that Bullet is a hybrid grappler? Yeah, that was only as of this game. Crossfire Wheel is a move. Yeah, just since 2013, she was a big poser. Bullet only had a command grab super, and even that command grab super was kind of balls.
Needed 100 meter.
And it wasn't until CF where she got this move called Crossfire Wheel. It is honestly a really surprisingly good command throw. And heat up. You get that. Yeah. You can do dash, crossfire. You do 2B. You can do whatever you want. Like, her command throw RPS is actually pretty damn good for what it's worth. It's just nothing, honestly. It's just good. There really isn't much about it. Very good if you ever get it in heat up. Oops. Wow, nice tech.
Should be half circle back D.
It's half circle back? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's at level 2 where you get that. You get that, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, you just do the with their back to the corner. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like she gets a pretty. Oh, no, they're back to the corner.
Oh, they're back to the court. Yeah.
Yeah, because in the corner it'll wall stick, but with their back to the corner, you'll get snap pants, and then
you do your dash succeed, and then you get your whole conversion and stuff like that. Like that, the reward off that command grab is actually really good.
did you mention that her 5B is dash cancel?
Now you haven't gotten to the heat up mechanics just yet.
That's not in heat up. She can just dash cancel 5B.
No, it's in heat up.
There's no way. What is
Yeah.
it doing with my character, bro?
Like I'm sitting here like, what are you saying to me?
And this is why we had character specialists on the show.
That there's no way was crazy.
Oh right,
Because bro, when I used to play Bullet, this character was not built like this.
Right. So engages all come from her drives and all of her specials. I did actually miss the snap hands engage. At level 1, it just makes a slight bounce in front of them. At level 2, they basically go back to the moon. And so on and so forth. I think that's all of her specials. And all the engages, yeah.
You did the engage off of Crossfire Wheel?
Yeah. I did everything. So now I get to talk about heat up and overdrive. Oh, the follow for 5D? Yeah, I did it. Wide cut and engage.
Y'all out here trying to cut some wads?
So on and so forth. Yeah.
Did you do
Yeah, I
air
did.
623C? Yeah.
I did all of her specials.
Did you go over a dive kick?
Well,
Y'all laughing, but that's an actual fun fact.
it's in the code. It's in the code.
No, Bullet, you can pull it up in the improvement. My Bullet has a dive kick in her code. That's just turned off.
Wish we were joking.
It's funny because they're laughing because they really think we're joking. Is the funny part.
You know what? Afterwards. So now it's time for heat up. Heat up is a funny mechanic. It allows her to get into her engages, but what heat up also does, it gives her a red lock. This means her drives do more damage. The circle also is really wide. What also matters is that, even though I know it's overdrive specific, you think that she runs and then you pop OD. No, she's actually faster in overdrive. I think that's OD specific, but what makes heat up matter? Oh, right, I knew I forgot a special afterburner. So if you cannot hit your opponent as Bullet, if you're full screen and you're stuck, you do 214D. You could either do level 1 214D, which is just... Whoop. It's just that. Then she's able to, you know, actually incorporate her game plan into her offense more. Or you hold it, and you do that. What makes Afterburner important is that it is projectile guard point. So people who think you could just zone her out, no, she will hold that and then truck through most projectiles. The problem is, if the projectile lasts long enough, and you either let go too soon, or you try to do the entire thing and somebody does a projectile afterwards, she will just get smoked. So just keep that in mind. But this is how Bullet gets, honestly, anything. You see this? And then she's at level 2, and then now you have to play games. Now you have to play RPS, because if you press or do anything wrong, she's either going to command grab you, or you're going to die. Take your pick. Bullet is very good at keeping at minimum level 1 heat up level, but most of her routes will give her 2. So you have to keep that in mind. In Overdrive, her Overdrive special is called Heat the Beat. It's garbage.
Y'all trying to heat the beat?
So, in Overdrive, she moves faster. As you can tell. And something that isn't specific to Overdrive, but she could just do, in Heat Up, she can dash cancel her 5B and 6B. Which is honestly really good, because... Honestly, I could probably check the frame data on that, because if I remember correctly... We got numbers, kids. Being -4 off of a dash cancel isn't that bad, because if you want me to be very for real with you, all of Naruto's dash cancels that aren't off of 2D are also -8. Her dash cancels, in theory, are better than his. In theory. Yes, both are -4, and being -4 in Blaze Blue is not bad. It's actually kind of good.
Why can't I find it?
Because now you just do this. See? You can do whatever. Oh no, both players use it! It's just that you don't want to just keep doing the dash cancel, because if people get privy to it, then people are going to start pressing buttons. But it is a thing. It does exist. Supers. And now I get to laugh at Toledo every single time I talk about the super. Whoop. This is Rage Aggressor. Rage Aggressor is combo fodder only. I say this specifically because this has exactly 1 frame of invuln. Only 1. Just 1. And it's only on startup. And then it just goes away. It has no projectile invuln. She can't run on you. She can't run in that through anything. You just get fried. You just can't use it as a reversal. You can't use it as a projectile reversal. You can't use it for anything. It's mainly just combo fodder only. It also has really funny interactions if you like air block it, because she kind of ends up behind you for like a few frames, so it leads to like really funny meta nonsense. But yeah. Overdrive Rage Aggressor, however, just kind of kills you, except when it doesn't. Her next super... Oh god. It's 720 is D, right? It's B. It's A. God damn, bitch, you're... Serpentine Assault! With no heat up, it doesn't do anything. It's kind of just whatever. When you're in heat up, though... Spin the stick. At level 1, that's all it does. And at level 2, just keep spinning the stick. Turn butter. Blackout. It is a reversal, funnily enough. You can use this as a reversal, but that is kind of it. You don't get much reward unless you're in heat up, and if you're blocking in heat up, either you messed up a situation, you're gonna use that to cash out on it, or you just don't want to be blocking anymore as bullet, which honestly I completely understand. Otherwise, that's bullet in a nutshell. Yeah. She really wants to just be right here all the time. She doesn't want to be anywhere not here. She can't really function super well at full screen and kind of struggles at approaching her opponent. But if her opponent is stupid and starts trying to box with her in the air or flies into like 6B or especially tries to get hooked by that, you will lose. Her overdrive is insanely good because it automatically puts her in one level of heat up, right? Here's the thing about her OD though. You notice how the levels don't go away on use? Yeah, Bullet's ground movement isn't good because she can't dash block immediately. You have to like do it weird. Like that. Her movement is very, very stilted. It's just that when her game plan starts going, she just robs you. She's kind of in the same vein as like Terumi, where Terumi will be losing and then will randomly just get you. Bullet will kind of be losing, and then you're like, I guess her turn is over, and then you see this. You'll see this, and then you will get cooked. And it's not fun. I've been hit by many of these by various Bullet players. I will be winning, and I'll be like, you know what I'm gonna do here? I'm a DP. I'll DP, and then we're suddenly game 2 out of a best of 3. It's never pleasant. It's never pleasant. And before I move on to the next character, honestly, I may as well just show that little haha funny thing.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
Because Chaotic wasn't lying. God, that bullet color is fire.
Oh, the dive kick.
The dive kick is real.
The dive kick is real.
It's
Yeah,
normal.
Didn't
It's
take
normal
my
attack.
picture.
Normal attack.
Interesting.
Air 2C.
Yeah. So, are you fucking serious? Right, that is a thing.
Put someone else on. Yeah.
So, normal attack, air 2C. You guys are gonna be like, wow, why does she have that? I said, yeah, good question. You see this? You see that?
Air
Normal attack
2C.
2C.
Look at that dive kick. She has a dive kick.
Does it have like a hitbox put it into it or no? Like
Yep,
close it up
yep.
and you get hit? Oh, that's insane.
It's just not enabled.
It's from her unlimited super.
Ah.
But because it's kind of just there on its own, you can maybe assume they were gonna give her a dive kick, maybe not. But
Yeah.
this isn't the only instance of this, by the way.
There's plenty of characters have moves that are just turned off.
I'm gonna pick Kagura. Show you guys something hilarious. Just you wait.
And on that note, that's Bullet. Long story short, you want to be in all the time. There's never a time you don't want to be in front of your opponent. And the only time that you don't want to be in front of your opponent is getting heat up with Afterburner if you are forced to. You're going to use her really brawlic air normals. JD is basically Dragon Ball Super Dash. If it's in heat up, oh god, I actually forgot to talk about that bullshit. So, if she is ever in heat up, and she does this, this is fully invincible.
Oh yeah.
No, Just about everything, yeah. You know what? I feel like being a bastard though, so I'm gonna do the thing that I did last time while holding a conversation on why Bullet is good, and then I'll give the mic up to somebody else. Right? All right. There you go.
Make sure you pause it when it hits.
Yeah, I got it. I mean, it was weird. So, like,
Yeah.
I haven't seen you on Naruto in a long time.
yeah. Bullet is a very solid character in the instance of...
What you see color wyvern? That's more funny.
Yeah, don't worry. She just wants to always be in your face no matter what. She is pretty sturdy, standard health. Her throw game is actually scarily good. Her crush trigger use is very, very good. Because it just leaves them, like, right... It leaves her right in front of you. Her fireballs are kind of non-standard because it runs along the ground. And if you ever really see it in offense, if you have a means of mashing out of it, you could totally do that. If you have a DP, it's basically begging you to do that. Especially if she tries to charge it. But it's also a pretty solid frame trap tool. All of her buttons are really good frame trap tools. Bullet just struggles in neutral a lot because she can't really do much. Her game plan is not neutral. Her game plan is using really awkward movement and, you know, stalling with JD, her really brolic air normals. And then just, like, trying to find a way to, like, force her way in. And that's Bullet! So I'm gonna give the stick up to somebody else.
Next, I think we got
Nice job,
Relius,
dude.
which is Trial.
Oh, come
Yay,
on. man.
Cryo!
No. Don't do this to me. Come on.
Do it.
Alright. Alright, give me a second. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna need you all to pay attention in the chat because this is very, very important. Basically, this is what I describe as Relius. Here you go. That's Relius in a nutshell. Thank you for my TED. Thank you for coming to my TED talk.
I
I'll be seeing y'all later.
I couldn't even see it. The stream didn't even load.
No. Wait, is it still loading? Wait, it's
It's
still
working.
loading.
For me
not
now.
loading, but like
It's loading now.
What the?
It's
Hello? Discord?
No, it's here. It's here. We can see it.
Now you can see it.
Yep.
Alright, I posted an image in the chat that basically sums up Relius. You just go my wife and hold down the neutral. That is Relius in a nutshell. No, not really. But welcome to Relius Clover. Aside from Tao, I used to play Relius for a little bit more over a year or two, so things are kinda a little bit on the back burner with my knowledge of this character, but to put it simply, this is Baby's first puppet character. As you can see on the other player 2 side, we have Carl, the puppet character, but Relius himself is your baby puppet character. And why do I mean by that? It's because you just press D and you summon your wife. Pretty cool, huh? Your wife will follow you around wherever you go, no matter what you do. You don't need to control the puppet or displays it by holding down the button. You know, it just does the work for you. It's pretty simple, right? But before I get to talk about the wife itself, I'll go over his normals. We got a typical jab. This is with some crouchers, but it's actually 6-framer, which sets up for pretty strike throw game. We got a 7-frame 2A, which is, it's decent, but it mostly functions as a Suedo anti-air and a little bit of stagger pressure when you do not want to use your wife in pressure. Wait, Mioro's... Oh my god, Mioro! Why am I talking? Get Mioro up here. What the fuck? Hello?
That's only if
don't play this.
Mioro wants to.
Yeah, I don't play this character anymore. Shit. Okay, so a lot of your tools with Relius in like say what buttons you're gonna be pressing a lot is your 5B. 5B is a very, very great button. This is gonna be like what's the saying in English? Like put all your eggs in the basket with this button. This button is like super freaking good. It is at max range, is neutral on block, so it's pretty much the same situation as for like an RPS situation right here. Very simple stuff. Gatlings into 2B, which is a low. Okay. And the reverse Gatling is true. You can go 2B into 5B or 5B into 2B. For C normals, we have 5C. It's a double hitting normal, which a lot of the time you're not going to see this in pressure because the pushback on it is on bear is very, very big. It makes it really hard to like stay in somebody's face. We have 2C. 2C is your typical standard anti-air. It's very, very, very good. We call this the ducktail because let me turn on the hitbox. Because at the back of the 2C, it has a little small hitbox where it'll hit just enough for you to somebody lands behind you, it'll still hit. That's why we call it the ducktail. Woo! Woo! But 2C is a very, very, very good anti-air, after all. On counter hit, however... Wait, I forgot to turn off the hitbox. There we go. On counter hit, I say this is a really godlike anti-air because on counter hit, it launches them all the way till they hit on the ground, which means that you can auto burst bait and auto confirm into a full-fledged combo just like that. It is also very, very good at setting rejump pressure. If the opponent is not blocking correctly, you can do neat little things like this. Wait, no, they can't instant. Hold on. No, not the counterplay to Relius. Hold on. There we go. And that's in a nutshell. Let's just some basic theory, right? Let's see. 3C is your typical standard sweep. Nothing really too special about it. It's just a overall sweep. And it used to be jump cancelable in previous games. Now it's no longer jump cancelable. Typically, this comes a lot of the time where you would want to unsummon Ignis if your meter gauge is too low, which I'll talk about in a brief second about Ignis meter, yada, yada, yada. But a lot of the time, you'll get that knockdown. Not on counter hit, I mean. You'll get that knockdown and then run whatever Oki you want to run with Ignis overall. It also is really, really good if you're very responsive or reactive, I want to say. Can pick up for a combo. And just like so. Let's see, final 6C. 6C. This doesn't really have a lot of uses, but it's nice for when... Well, I wouldn't say a lot of uses in pressure, but it's really, really good for confirming stuff into Relius' BMB. So say if I can... Say a car is like standing, right? Normally this doesn't connect, right? But because I have Ignis, it lets me combo into the full conversion. So it really, at the end of the day, a lot of Relius' buttons and Gatlings will be complemented by Ignis herself. So the only very plus side out of Relius' C normals is that 5C itself, you do not need Ignis to be able to combo into 6C if you hit the opponent crouching. So say if you auto confirm a 5B 2B and you go into 5C, then you don't need Ignis to convert. You could just go solo Relius all the way. Now, For fatals, I want to say they're not really useful. They don't really matter, but we had Gatlace as a fatal, which honestly is not really all that much. It gives you a full confirm. And I dropped up the Gatlace loop because I haven't played this character. We have Ignis Scissors. Same confirm, but with just a little bit more hit stun. Oh my god. Very, very basic stuff. Is there another fatal I'm missing? Is this fatal? No, it was not. Okay. Okay, so now I'm gonna move on to Ignis herself. Like I mentioned before, Relius' drive is very, very simple. It's called the detonator, and we just summon the wife. Boom. Press 5D. Boom. There's the wife. Press 5D again. Boom. She goes away. It's just that simple. However, that is not the only way how you summon your wife. You can also forcefully summon the wife with your specials, which I will go over real quick. I just need to make the dummy block. So I mentioned how you can summon Ignis with 5D or JD, and you can summon her with your specials. Boom, there she is, right there, easy. That's 214A, we call it Ballanto. It is, as you see as it is the wire moves forward in a wheel, hits them on block. It is +4. It's very, very neat when you need to summon your wife at any point in the Gatling. So you don't have Ignis right here and you're pressuring Carl. I need to get Ignis out. Boom, she's out. Now you can go do some pretty neat things with her. The other summon we have is 214B, which is Scissors, or as I like to call it at least. Scissors will teleport or track the opponent wherever they are on the screen and hits them from behind, quote unquote. So if you can notice that 214B makes Ignis stay behind him for a certain amount of time. So that means that if you've played Persona before, we call this doll displacement. And in Persona terms, you would say Persona displacement, right? So Ignis herself, I mentioned that follows Relius around, but there are certain specials like this, which makes Ignis displace from Relius himself, and eventually she'll return to Relius. So as another example, I can combo 214B with 214A and see how like it takes Ignis hits from behind and just brings Carl over to me instead of pushing him away. The final summon we can use to forcibly summon Ignis without going into a combo would be Ignis Dance. Ignis Dance is a very, very powerful Oki tool that will basically be a lot of your mix-up / chess play. This can create so many situations where you have to guess on what the Relius is gonna go. So let's say I throw Ignis Dance. I can go for a late overhead, an empty low, a throw, a raw overhead. You get the idea. Like this character can do a lot of things. And for final, a guard crush into a combo, etc., etc. And one other special we have, or two other specials, I should say, on the ground is the infamous Letle. A lot of people, I don't know if you've seen this move. This move is pretty neat. It is the only move in the game where it will ignore burst. Yes. We mentioned before in the first session that you can only bait burst if you're blocking. Relius is the exception to that rule, as he can just go through it. Let's see if I can set up this. No, I don't think I can do it. But believe me when I say that Late goes through burst. Just gonna have to take my word
the
for
mod
it.
has a burst on hit.
Yeah, burst on
thing.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
States.
Where is it?
States, I believe. Yeah.
States. Which one is burst?
on hit. Just on the right, it says burst on hit.
Oh, burst on hit. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
There you go. It is the only move in the game that will go through burst. So if you think you're gonna be all swaggy and be like, this dude's gonna burst here, and you're like, boom, you hit him with one of these. He's not doing it, and then you punish them for it. Let me take this off. Oops. And the other special we have is Ig Logger. This is mainly used for combo filler a lot of the time, and it has quote-unquote record follow-ups. Got the 2-1-4 follow-up, which is Drill. Drill is, like I mentioned before, it's mostly combo filler. You can also do it raw in the air. On neutral hit, if you somehow manage to land this, you get a full extension. Hus is the 2-1-4-8 follow-up after Logger, which just sends them to the other side of the screen. But the neat thing about this is that you can do, in sequence, you can set up for an Oki situation. Oops. Oh my god, I can't do half circles. And then you just run the mix. Run the mix. That is like quote unquote the basics of this character of what you want to do. And what I just did there is called an on-summon combo, which ties to the Ignis meter. So Ignis meter, as you can see, if I have Ignis out, she will slowly drain over time. So each of her drives uses a certain amount of Ignis value. We have 60 is your standard punch. Nothing really too special about it. It's mostly used as a pressure reset. So say we do typical Relius pressure would be 5B, 60, 5B, 6B, 5B, 6B. That is as basic as it gets. We have her Annier 4D, which is pretty neat. If you have the wife out, you can combine your Ignis's Annier with your own, and now you're covering both spaces. So if you made a mistake on your 2C and misreading an opponent, don't worry, your wife's got you. Just press 4D, and there's nothing to worry about. We have 2D. That's 4D. 2D, please. 2D is a double hitting move, which has Neurochromium, if I'm wrong. It's full armor, right? You cannot interrupt it, right? I believe that is the case. 4D, I mean not 4D. 2D, you cannot interrupt it. Yeah, it's fully armored. There we go. So 2D is fully armored. You cannot interrupt it. It also vacuums on hit, or was it only on block, or both? Okay, both. It vacuums on both hit and block. So it sets up for pretty neat situations where if you want to go for a 2D mix, you can. I'm not good at it anymore, but there are certain times where you can either pick the same side or switch sides. Another neat thing that you could do is you can, if I do it right. Okay, well, might as well show it up with 2-1 for you. See, you can let lay through somebody and mix them up that way. Let lay has many uses as well, aside for just being an involved move. You would call this a reversal, quote unquote, but it only is kind of a reversal if you have the wipe out, because you can let lay and cover your mistake with herself. I also did forget to mention that Relius and Ignis operate differently from each other, so whenever you're doing a move, you can press Ignis and she'll follow up with you whenever you decide to press that drive button. Another important thing you should know about Ignis is that if she dies, just die, she will be unusable, like no matter what. Until that bar completely fills up again, you will be on your own, and the wife is dead, yes. You will be on your own, and when Ignis is dead, let me kill her again. Let me die. When Ignis is dead, you cannot do any moves that involve Ignis. Like right there, I couldn't do drill because Ignis is dead. So I had to wait for her to come back, and Relius's combos become very, very limited. But the plus side of Relius compared to Carl is that solo Relius is more stable in terms of like neutral and combos himself. He doesn't always need to rely on Ignis for a combo. Carl kind of does. But that's besides the point. We're talking about Relius. Another mechanic that Ignis has is whenever the opponent hits Ignis and she is forced desummoned. Oh wait, hold on. No. Dude. There we go. She gains a blue meter. Now, what this blue meter does is that it takes longer for Ignis to come back and regenerate. So, remember when the Ignis meter was purple? Blue means that she was forcibly desummoned and will take a while longer for her to come back. Now, you may be asking, okay, so what happens if I summon her again? She does not gain the purple meter. She just puts the blue meter in pause. There is no way to, how should I say, to forcefully gain the purple Ignis bar again. You have to go through the full penalty of the blue meter unsummon before she can get the purple meter again. So if I keep her summoned here, she's never gonna turn into a purple meter. But if I unsummon her and wait for that certain amount of time, it turns purple again. And you get the full normal Ignis recovery. Yes, you can also technically kill her as well. Let me see. Wait. I did it. Let me puppet characters, am I right? Well, you know what? You can technically kill it. Just take my word for it, honestly. Let's see. Air Drides with Relius have... You can choose J2D, displaces Ignis downwards. Very, very standard. You just throw your wife out there. 60, same thing, but it's horizontal. And 90 just sends her upwards. Very, very typical displacement for Ignis. If you want to use her to displace, throw the wife, boom. We have JA. We call this the fidget spinner. This fidget spinner is godlike. This will interrupt anything, no matter what. Like, it is so active, all the way to the ground. Like, you will not be able to contest this fidget spinner like super easily. You will be block stunned a lot of the time. So say Carl's jumping, right? Yeah, good luck. JP, very, very typical standard button. Used for combo filler and mixed. As you saw before. Oops. You can also create situations where the JV looks like it's gonna come out, but it doesn't really come out like that. JC, a very, very huge button, also hits as overhead from the air. And technically used for combo filler too, but it also can serve as a double hitting air normal if you need to hit like a deep JC into somebody. But like I mentioned before, it's mostly just combo fodder for a lot of the time before you get into like the technical uses of JC. And I forgot to mention that Relius also has a standing overhead, 6A. It is on the lower side of overheads in the game. However, the plus side of his overhead is that one, it hard knocks down when you hit an aired opponent, and two, if they still happen to block the overhead, who cares? You have a wife. You can make yourself safe. Like, throw that shit out there. It's that easy. What else did I miss? Did I miss? We got Letley, Scissors, Overdrive. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
22A.
Yeah.
Or
Huh?
22L.
Oh, 22A. Yeah, Gira Lugia. I forgot to mention that Relius has Gira Lugia. A lot of the time, you don't really see this in neutral outside of full screen Gira Lugia. It's a good way to harass somebody. They're just trying to like camp you out. You don't see the mid-screen version of Gira Lugia because it's kind of pointless, since a lot of characters can just either dash through Gira mid Gira Lugia or just air dash over it. So a lot of Relius players will opt for full screen Gira Lugia. It's a little bit more on the safer side. And if you by any chance don't have Ignis on you or Ignis is recovering, you use Gira Lugia in your 22A Gira Lugia. Serves as a great pressure reset, and it is plus block. Outside of certain combos, Gira Lugia is mostly used as a pressure reset, like I mentioned before, and as a combo fodder if you don't have Ignis available to you. Let's talk about Overdrive. So Relius' Overdrive is pretty simple. It's called Maximum Dance, and as it implies, it makes Ignis's all moves all enhanced. You can do funny things like this. It is also important to know that in Overdrive, even if Ignis's meter is at 0, she will not die till Overdrive is over. As you can see, she dies after Overdrive is over. But it's also important to know that, let me use my Ignis meter right here. Let's say I have more than less half remaining of meter with Ignis, right? I get a confirm, and I'm looking at my Ignis meter, and I'm like, oh, I need a reach N. Please pretend that was a combo. Okay, let's say I get a confirm. I pop OD. You see how the Ignis meter is regenning in the middle of a combo? It serves as a kind of like I need to save my wife kind of OD. You'll see a lot of Relius players honestly, they just pop OD because they just need to regen the wife to keep up their pressure or in the middle of a combo. That's what you'll mostly see Relius people do. But as for combo purposes, you can get very, very creative. Well, I forgot it since I'm on the other side of the screen. Well, I missed the cancel window. As you can see, a lot of Ignis's specials change on Overdrive. It's either sends them like completely flying or up in the air or swinging back to you. And Drill becomes a ground bounce. And I missed a 4D knockdown, but I think you guys get the idea. Supers. So for supers, we have Voltedo. This is your typical max damage ender. Pretty simple, nothing special. OD, it gets enhanced. Never mind. I'm bad at this game. I'm bad at this game. I didn't do it in OD. Typical ender, max damage, or minimum damage, I would say. It is also very important to note that you can displace Ignis to do Voltedo as well. So, say I displace like, wait, no, it's not gonna work in OD because she recovers too fast.
214.
So I display. Well, hold on. Maybe it's easier. There we go. So Voltedo starts wherever Ignis starts, for the most part. And we have dual BIOS. I don't know if you guys seen Dom play at any point in a bracket or in the streams, but this is the infamous dual BIOS.
I fucking hate this thing.
Just the wife beats you up pretty harshly. A lot of the time, this super is used to close around when the opponent is like super low health and they just have to guess for their life. Like literally. So you knock somebody down with this, and now they guess. You do whatever kind of mix you want to do, and you just finish them off. Pretty simple. And we have Relius reversal, or 50-meter reversal, I want to say. Requiem. Typical reversal, spend 50-meter to, have a chance to get out of whatever situation. But this super is very, very important, because if you so happen to land Requiem, you can unsummon Ignis. I'm bad at the game. I'm bad at this game. I forgot the combo. Oh my god, that doesn't work. Ah! You can unsummon Ignis and do a long enough combo so that Ignis can regenerate some of her meter back. It doesn't have to be purely as a reversal. You can also do it in a combo. Like so. Of course, there are more optimal combos that allow you to regenerate more Ignis meter, but that's a little bit more on the technical side. This is more of a kind of like an example of what you can do. In Overdrive, dual BIOS gets an extra few more hits, though you rarely see this because a lot of the time, like I mentioned, people use Relius Overdrive to just regenerate Ignis meter. And the very neat thing about OD as well is that if you are in OD, oops, let me just do this again. You can unsummon and pick up from a combo without needing to spend the meter. For if you are not in OD, you would typically need to spend the meter for you to be able to unsummon. And let's see. Is there anything else I forgot to cover? Oh yeah, 6B. 6B. This button is it's a button. You don't really use this. It used to have head involved, if I'm not mistaken, right, Miura? But nowadays it's just kind of there. You don't really use it, honestly. And oh yeah, I forgot to mention 214D. 214D is Ignis's own overhead. Unsummoned, it's pretty fast. On summon, it's slow, which in certain scenarios, on certain setups, you can create situations where it is a hard to block, quote unquote, unblockable. And I say quote unquote because, like I said, it's really, really hard to set up. No, it's not unblockable. That's unblockable. Even though the CPU is blocking it, believe me, this is unblockable. Obviously, you're not gonna be able to get this, and like somebody's just sitting there, and you're just gonna let them do this to you. But yeah. We have also her command grab. Yes, this character has a command grab. Funny enough, the command grab used to be a yo-yo. The famous, infamous Ignis yo-yo, where you create so many unblockables that it was completely unfair, but they changed it to a command grab. 2360 command grab costs a lot of Ignis meter, you know, typical command grab stuff. Opens up their guard, goes into a full combo. It is also important to note that the command grab does work against airborne opponents. Like that. But that is more of a combo tool / restand rather than an actual like counterplay if you want to grab somebody off the air. One last thing I forgot to mention is that Ignis has different values in how much meter she costs in compared to when she summoned and unsummoned. Unsummoned, she takes double the cost for her to come out, and she's much slower. And summoned, she has the least amount of cost if on her specials or whatever moves you want to do. I'm missing something. I think that wraps about Relius in a nutshell. This character is honestly very, very easy. Like I mentioned, he is baby's first puppet character. He's not super, super difficult, not super, super hard. He's very, very stable. If you want to delve into puppet characters, I recommend Relius is a very, very, very good start. You might just have trouble, obviously, doing 2 inputs at once, or in tandem, or in sequence. And if you like resource management, then Relius is really good at that, or really fun at managing Ignis meter. And I think that's about it. If you like to see a more in-depth guide on beginner / intermediate or advanced Relius stuff, I always recommend Don. Don is a very, very great, amazing Relius player. I know he has a guide somewhere up on YouTube that you can always look at. Don't trust me for Relius stuff. I used to play this character, not anymore. Mioro's right there. I don't know why I'm still talking. You should have just taken Mioro. Yeah, that's pretty much Relius Clover in a nutshell.
Yippee! Good job, Cryo.
Whoa. Get me off his character, man. I'm going back to Tao.
Lamel.
Whoa.
Do we have
Oh, and if you like JoJo's, then play Relius. JoJo reference, I don't know.
Alright.
There you go.
Yay, Cryo! Woo! Round of applause for Cryo! Yeah!
Whoa. Retired Relius player. Whoa.
You did it! Very proud of you, Cryo. Very proud.
If we don't
Aw,
have
shakes.
any questions, next up is Azrael.
Ooh, boy.
Ooh,
Alright, Jiv, it's
Azrael.
all you, buddy.
Yeah, Jiv, come on.
No, you got it.
Mm.
Don't worry, I
Jiv.
got you guys.
Let's go, Cryo.
Yo, let's go. I'll explain Azrael. Not really. I don't know the fuck about this character. All I know is that he presses buttons and monkey.
Alright, it seems Jiv, the best Azrael in the world, doesn't want to go over the character, so I guess I'll take over. Let me turn my game back on.
You didn't have it on?
I took a nice little break when that game closed. My stream is up. Go to it as soon as possible, I guess.
Yeah, let me close mine.
What am I looking at now?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to go over.
I can't close my stream. What the hell?
Wait, you can't close your stream? What?
Yeah, it says I can't stop streaming. Hello?
Jiv has hacked into your mainframe, it would seem.
I saw that
I'm
edit,
dumb.
by the way. That edit
Was
was
it?
kind
What did you say, Jiv?
that edit was cold.
Shut up, bitch.
Wow.
Goddamn.
Let's do his story rival. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Chaotic Games, and I am going to go over the Mad Dog of Sector 7, Azrael. Let me take off, yeah, blocking is off. Let me take off weak point. Spoiler, those things on Tega are important. I'll even give you guys a fancy little color. Let's do Demi Fiend. Actually, no, for the culture, let's put on Barbados.
Yo, Barbados Slim is back.
Barbados Slim. Now we'll do Demi Fiend. I like this color a lot. Nah, yeah, we'll do Barbados for the culture. All right, so Azrael. He is a Chrono Phantasma newcomer. So he's been in the game for about almost 10 years now. No, yeah, about 10 years now. Azrael is a bruiser character, a guy who wants to be at this range and at worst this range at all times, never at this range. He has very unique movement in the sense that while most characters, and I guess I should go to Ragna off of Tager. From this, while most characters have a traditional run for a dash and a regular backdash where they hop or do whatever weird movement, Azrael just has neither of those. Azrael has a teleport forward dash, zoom, like Slayer and Guilty Gear, and a teleport backdash, just like Slayer and Guilty Gear. The difference is, well, not really difference per se, is that while most characters who have hop sort of dashes in this game, Azrael's unique in the sense that his forward dash is jump cancelable from frame 1, by the way. As early as frame 1. This is very good because that means at any point in his forward dash, you can jump cancel, and that's very important, not just for movement, but into something I'm going to get into later. The same cannot be said for his backdash. Once you backdash, you commit to it. It's not like Slayer, you can backdash and jump cancel, and you now have free info on whatever you want to do. So before we do that, let's go into Azrael's second unique property. He is a character without Gatlings. Most characters in this game, by most, I mean literally there's only one character in the game who has this feature like Azrael, have Gatlings, or revolver actions as they're called in this game. And if I press ABC, like this, you will always get that as a string, no ifs, ands, or buts, they'll cancel into each other. Azrael, if I press ABC, like that, as you can see, that does not happen. Azrael has some delayed Gatlings, where you need to slightly delay your input to get something that feels akin to a link, but it's still not a true link. You are canceling your normals at the end of the day, just slightly delayed, hence the delay Gatling. So I can't press ABC like Hammer Ragna, but if I press AB, slightly delayed, you get a link and it combos with 100% consistency, guys. It's super easy, trust me. That being said, 5A, you can just cancel on that, and these are so easy. You can honestly mash it, and you're gonna get it all the time. That is how his normals work. That applies on stand normals, crouch normals, but not on air normals. So if Ragna were to just say jump, which I'm gonna set him to do, if I press ABC normally, you're gonna get a regular Gatling. That's how it is. But even with crouch normals, I can't just press ABC. I have to press A, B, or B, C. That's how it works for absolutely everything he has. Even with his drives, which we'll get into right now, actually. Azrael's drive is called the Terror. And what that does is allows Azrael to set what is called a weak point on his opponent with certain normals. He only has 2 weak points. There's not 1,000,000,001 weak points per specific normal. He has a high weak point on the following normals: 5D, 6D, JD, and a funny move he has called Valiant. This move is hilarious. We're going to get into this later. And then he has a low weak point on the normals 2D, 3D, J2D, and Hornet Bunker. We're going to get into this move later as well. It is Valiant's kind of sister special. Before we do that, what these weak points do is they enhance the next drive move that hits while the weak point is active. So I'll do, the best example for this is 6D. If I do 6D now, it causes a knockdown because there's no weak point on them, right? However, if I do 6D again while the weak point is there, it ground bounces. This applies both to 5D, where he staggers, but with the weak points on, he staggered for much longer. This allows Azrael to get a full combo. Same thing with 2D. Instant tech, when the weak point's there, tech's long enough for a combo. 3D and 6D are one of the same. And then on Valiant and Hornet, this is the cornerstone of Azrael's combos and his damage. If you hit someone while weak point is active with Valiant, they get sent flying, and what comes next is going to be hilarious. With Hornet Bunker, if you hit while the weak point is there, they get sent soaring, and what comes next is also funny. JD and J2D, when they hit an air opponent, they bounce, as you can see, for a full pickup. Very, very, very good. This is, it's always important to be able to apply weak points and be able to recycle them consistently to maximize your damage. Azrael is a character who does not just high damage, but does some of the highest damage in the game. He's probably in the top 5 percentile for average damage across the board, alongside characters like Tager, Kagura, Naoto, Bullet, Celica, and then above those characters would be like Susanno and Hakumen. And Bang too, but we don't like that character. We don't talk about Bang. That being said, he is a character who you do need to hit twice to get a high damage combo. So I just can't do 4K all the time. I have to do 2K once, as you can see, and then my next hit is going to do 4.3, and that's not even an optimal Azrael combo. We'll get to the real optimal stuff later. That was just a B&B you learn in your earlier days. But with that being said, let's get into his normals. So I'm gonna do this the same way I did this with an old friend of mine in a different server. Try and keep up. Our first normal is 5A. That's her anti-air. It's a 6-frame normal, so it indeed will hit crouching opponents. Very wide hitbox, believe it or not, as you can see. At this range, it will hit. It's very good. It is an incredibly strong anti-air, and because it's 6 frames, like some 6-frame normals, or like most 6-frame 5As, it is going to be a standing in air unblockable. I apologize. So I have rock and a jump, turn off barrier, and then it will anti-air. And the cool thing is, it links directly into 5B for a hit confirm. Or very, very, very good. Next normal, and Jiv patented the name for this, your windshield wiper. 5B. He wipes that windshield. He wipes it real good. This move is ginormous. It is super wide and super tall, just like 5A. It is also standing on air unblockable. This is your anti-air. These two are very interchangeable for different uses. 5A is a lot faster by 3 frames compared to 5B's 9 frames. So this is a bit more consistent, but for more bang for your buck, you're gonna want to press 5B. Someone asked to show the in-game hitbox. I will gladly do that because this move I really can't stress how wide it is. This move is gigantic. Most air approaches will immediately be shut down by you simply saying, "Oh, look at that fly. Stay away." And then the next hit, you're probably gonna do about 4K, which is very high damage for an anti-air combo. Can you stack weak points twice in a combo? Yes. It's very important that you do that actually. You build and rebuild weak points, and we'll get to that later. Next up is 5C. This is my favorite normal in this game. Why? Because the horizontal range on it, as you can see by its hitbox, is huge. In fact, it's so huge on the later frames, when it fully extends, it completely just covers that entire horizontal range. It's ginormous. Most people can't really contest 5C at max range, and you get an immediate in if they block it, and if they don't block it, well, you're going to have a good combo starter nonetheless. Fun fact of the day, this is Azrael's first fatal. This is also probably his best fatal for different reasons. I'm going to go into that as to why. But in terms of I have good resources, I want to punish this DP, you really want to start off with getting a 5C fatal. Because the next hit is the next route is going to be about 6K, which is fantastic for a character who doesn't need to spend meter on that. After that, you have crouching normals. 2A, it's 9 frames, so very slow for a 2A, but it has the added benefit of being +2. Not many 2As in this game are +2 on block. Most 2As tend to be 7 frames at the cost of being -1. Azrael's is 9 frames startup with being +2. So that's very, very, very powerful because it gives you a very safe, advantageous pressure ender or a quick way to earn quick respect and then kind of sneak in a walk in your pressure and then string them up again. There's only one other 2A I'm thinking of that is that's +2, and that's the Easy Ois, which is also 7 frames. But that move cheats, that character cheats. 2B. I apologize. This is probably his worst normal. And actually one of the worst normals in the game. There is very little usage for this normal in a game where you have, 5C, and if anything, the most you're going to do it for is confirm off of 2A, maybe. Something like that, per se. Because you can't really go into super good specials on hit. Most you're going to do is his Tiger Cobra Leopard series. It is decent enough for converting off of a low weak point to D. So I'll put on a low weak point here, and I'll do 2D. Something like that. But even then, you can just do that if you want to keep him really close to you. Something I also want to mention, Azrael's drives, is that as I showed the weak point variants earlier, I do want to mention that when you don't have a weak point on, counter hits will simulate that effect. So like I said, 6D with the weak point ground bounce, without a weak point on counter hit, it will still give you the ground bounce. Same thing with 3D, it'll give you that ground bounce, and the cool thing is, you can just activate it again. 2D will have that extended knockdown, and then 5D will have that extended crumple. This is also a really good starter because it goes into another crouching normal I'm about to get into, but that's before I go into 2C. This used to be Azrael's dedicated anti-air. This was an incredibly powerful normal, being, what was it, -1 in the very first version Azrael appeared in. So this was a fantastic normal with very good head involve, and it led to pretty solid combos. It was very hard to contest with a jump in. Definitely one of his strongest normals. It has experienced an incredible fall from grace. You will never really use this as an anti-air because you have such consistent options in 5B, 5A, 5B, even jumping with them, and then 6B, which I'll get into very soon. This move can only really cancel into 3C, and then 6D and 3D. That's just about it with this move. Something people don't know though is if you want a quick combo, like say Ragna's at 9 burst, and I really want to kill him, right? But I don't have a weak point and I have 50 meter. I know extending my combo is gonna give him a chance to burst. What most people don't know is you can simply do this. And that works. So just a little cute thing to add. And then last but not least, I went over 2D already. It is a low. It is +2 on block. So if Ragna guards this, I am plus, and he is not. In Central Fiction version 2, this move got a buff in which it now vacuums on a hit. Every version before this, it knocked away at a pretty unreasonable distance. So this is a very good buff to have, and you can just go into 2D again. That's about it with 2D. 5D, I want to mention because standing normals again. 5D is his dedicated overhead. He has 4 overheads in 5D, 6D, and Valiant. I said 4, I meant 3. I apologize. 5D is his dedicated overhead. It's 20 frames, and you're safe on block, even on instant block, I'm pretty sure. And it applies a weak point. This is what you're going to do to open people up more often than not. If someone's blocking low a lot and you want to just see, hey, I want to apply a weak point, bam, you set that. And then they tech standing, and then you're back in. 5BB, I did not. Thank you for reminding me. 5B, pressing B again after Azrael's 5B gives him a headbutt. Kanji's headbutt from Persona 4 Arena. This move is plus on block, +5, actually. So this is incredible frame advantage on block, even on instant block, because that only puts you at +2. This, funnily enough, I'll even have Ragna block just the first hit only and put on counter hit for some reason. Ground bounces on counter hit, and you get a pretty cool convert afterwards. So that's nice to know. And then usually in most routes, you want to do that. The cool thing about 5BB is combo straight into 2D on standing hit and on crouching hit, because I mentioned in the last conversation, in the last time we did this, crouching hit. Crouching adds 3 frames of hit stun. On crouching, you get a 5D. Very nice. In fact, 5B's frame advantage on a hit is so good you can link back into 5B and then still get a crouch confirm after that. So that's very, very, very good. Not many people really think to that though, but that's neat to know. Let's go into his command normals. Azrael's command normals are fantastic. If no ifs, ands, or buts, they're amazing in just about anything they do and what they're meant for. So let's start off with Azrael 6A. It's Slayer 6A from older Gear games, just nowhere near as good. It is specifically meant to fight body property attacks. So I'll have Ragnar do Hell's Fang, and I'll do 6A versus it, and he'll invul. Very, very powerful. You're unfortunately -4 on block, so if they instant block it, you're actually punishable by 7 frame and faster normals. There are certain setups where you can you can 6A at a distance and make yourself plus, but they're very niche, so don't worry about that too much. On counter hit, you got a phenomenal confirm. You got a phenomenal confirm. I'll just TK it. You get a phenomenal confirm, and then at certain ranges, you can still get a further extender. It wall bounces on normal hit, depending on the height the opponent is at. So I'll have Ragnar jump, and then I will do 6A, and this will wall bounce. I should also warn you, stuff like that happens a lot with this character. This is a character who does not combo off of everything, but combos off of anything. The common reaction to fighting this character is, what do you mean he can do that? Because yes, he can. You do 6A. And that's 4K. This is a very good starter. So again, really good, super good to add in combos. Add them in your combos as much as you can to really juice up the damage. That's more or less 6A in a nutshell. Of course, it beats body property moves. So of course, it has to have a weakness, and it loses to foot property. It also loses to head property. So be very careful with that. However, this character is so dumb that even though it loses to head property, you will sometimes find yourself beating head property attacks. This character is very stupid. Next up, you have 6B. Now, this is a move that got added in Central Fiction. In every BlazBlue game before this, he had the animation, but I never saw this move outside of combos because it didn't work. 6B is your anti-air, your big anti-air. And by big, I mean... Look at that. I probably do want to move that doesn't have an active hitbox on the way down. It is gigantic. And on counter hit, it launches them to the moon and is untech until just about landing. 6B's untech even normally is very high. So high, in fact, you can honestly just link whatever you want afterwards. Or get an air combo afterwards. After frame 30, it is dash and jump cancelable. So after 6B, you hit 6B, you wait for a bit, and then you dash. Or you dash into a jump. Get your combo. Or, if you want, you can cancel into special. So it's a very good anti-air in the sense that it does what it does really well. But the recovery on it is nothing you can simply ignore. Very high. I think you're -16 or something, wrist. Your opponents get a pretty easy punish off of that. In fact, I'll record Ragnar doing this. I'll jump forward with barrier, right? And then you can be very unfortunate and have a 6B hit backwards, and you recover into your opponent. This is very bad to happen. You're kind of sitting duck at that point, because usually if someone blocks a 6A, you want them to block it at this range because it pushes you way back. And even then, you jump cancel again to stay away. So that's more or less 6B. Next we have one of my favorite Azrael normals, 6C. It is a hop. This move does not have foot invul or any invul for that matter, but because Azrael hops, sometimes you will see it straight up just go over certain attacks, which is very good. This move is +2 on block. So if your opponent blocks it without instant blocking, you are still at advantage. And if they excuse me, I apologize. If they barrier block it, they are +3. Second fact of the day, this is Azrael's second fatal. It is a slightly weaker Fatal than 5C in the sense that this is a normal starter and 5C is a very long starter. So the combos you're going to get off of this game, or the combos you're going to get off of this normal on Fatal, will not hit nearly as hard as 5C does. However, because of the immense hit stun the opponent is in, as well as the type of normal this is, you can immediately act out of it with anything of your choosing, versus that with 5C you can only cancel in his specials or your drive. So it's 5C is very limited, but it's very strong. 6C is very very varied and what you can do afterwards, but the damage is weak. Ideally, if you do hit a 6C, you want to have it hit while they're in the air, because on air hit, Azrael can just link a 5A after it into specials. And then, God forbid, you get an air hit 6C on counter hit because the opponent now ground bounces for you to go even further beyond. Very good. And then, of course, you have 6D, which, like I said, overhead, and it knocks down on air hit. Same thing with 3D. Knocks down as well. I should also mention 5D also brings straight down. Very good. I do also want to say, on counter hit, non-weak point 5D, hard knockdown, very good. Weak point 5D on air hit, ground bounces. And then, of course, for the meme, if you manage to get a counter hit 6D without a weak point and they're in the air, they get launched to the moon. Very funny. That's more or less it. And then last but not least, Azrael's last command normal is 3C. It is a drop kick. This, for some reason, is a low that crushes lows. So I'll do Ragna 3C like that, and then as you're gonna see, this will always win, unless you just time it horribly. But more often than not, it's gonna beat majority lows that come at you. This is very good because certain people will try to abuse very powerful lows, and which normally will tend to go unpunished by certain characters. I'll do a good example of this. 236B? What's the input for it? Oh, right. So I'll do like 214B with Izanami, which is a very good low because it instantly warps and she usually has bits behind her to protect her. Azrael can kind of just ignore that. This is very powerful. And then, yes, as someone mentioned, for a little gimmick, if you want a quick instant overhead, you can kind of RC it for fight into JA for an instant overhead, or delay it for a throw. It's kind of gimmicky, but if you got 50 meter, you want to open somebody up, by all means, no one's going to stop you. Next up is, that's kind of it for his normals. To do his air normals. I want to mention that as well. Azrael's air normals they're all very, very good. I mentioned J5B is the windshield wiper. JB is the rings of Saturn. This move hits all around Azrael, horizontally. I'll even show off the hitbox right now to really prove how big this normal is. So as you can see in the front, it hits, and then in the back, because he swings his jacket around, it hits behind him as well. This move is humongous, and usually what you're gonna do when you are approaching in the air, you'll do an instant air dash in the JB or an instant air dash in the JA, because JA Gatling's into itself. So they're both very good. And then my favorite of his air normals, JC. Look at that. This is the surface to air missile. This is very good for air-to-air situation, which your opponent is right above your head, and you can't hit where JB and JC can hit, or where JA and JB can hit. JC's untech is very big, very huge, for a quick convert. And then on counter hit, if you manage to get it, notice how he was untech until knockdown. If you get that to counter hit, the world is your oyster. Absolutely incredible gaming with Azrael. Last but certainly not least, his final command normal, as I went over JD and J2D already, he has J2C, a dive kick. This dive kick isn't really that good. A lot of Azraels will try to throw this move out super often to adjust their air momentum to avoid an anti-air. I do want to mention that this dive kick is special cancelable. So on hit or block. So you land, you can do whatever you want to stay safe. Because if they instant block it, if the instant block dive kick, you are minus, and you can't just link whatever you want afterwards. So it's very important to be able to dive kick, and then, oh man, he blocked it, I'm gonna special cancel. Usually in a lot of routes with Azrael, you'll usually you'll RC that dive for an extender. Something basic, and then if you really go for advanced stuff, I'm sorry. Thanks a lot, Jiv. You can do something like that into whatever you want. So very good, pretty solid. And then I went over JD and J2D. Again, on air hit with weak points, they ground bounce. On non-weak points, JD sends them very far away. So you don't want to use this in mid-screen because it brings them at a very disadvantageous spot for you. You want to end combos with J2D. If you don't want to spend your weak point and you have a J2D there, if you don't want to spend your weak point, right, you want to be very greedy, you can always just dive kick. Very nice. So with that out the way, I think it's time we get into Azrael's specials. Let's do this, because I love all of Azrael's specials. Let's start off with 236A, Gustav Buster. Azrael legitimately slides forward and tosses out a violent haymaker. So violent, there's actual blood effects on it too, if you look closely. This is Azrael's gap closer. It is +1 on block. So if they block it normally, you are now in and you're at advantage. This is incredibly good because now Azrael can start playing the game he wants to play. This is very powerful because it goes very far. I also want to mention, importantly, this is what's known as a proximity special. So the actual hitbox of Gustav does not activate until Azrael's in close range. If he's not, he's going to keep sliding like this, and then after about 30 frames, if he's not close enough, he'll just toss the swing out anyways. If he's close enough here, he'll toss the swing out. So what's important about proximity specials is that because they activate when Azrael is close, Gustav's startup changes depending on its distance. So at about close range, it is, I want to say, what was it, 13 frames? 13 frames startup. And then at max range, if you're just close enough for it to hit, it should be about 30. 30 to a little the high 20s. So very active at this range. I also want to mention, this is very important, because Azrael's forward dash is jump cancelable. Something very important to learn with Azrael is to TK your specials. So you dash, you input your special, and then you add a jump input at the end, and Azrael will cancel his forward dash into his specials. So, like I said earlier, Gustav goes this far at the furthest range. If I do it from a TK'd forward dash, I'm now here. And of course, you can do that at any point of your forward dash, so if you do it at the latest possible point, Gustav will always reach if they're not moving away. This applies to all of his specials and even on cross-up. On cross-up, you do the opposite direction, and yes, they have to block it in the opposite direction. This is very important because this is also good for Azrael's unreactable mix. Speaking of, let's go over his B special, Growler Field. This is probably his second most important special because Growler Field is 5 frames, making it his fastest move in his toolkit next to what you get if you successfully absorb something. Growler Field is his anti-projectile move, and it will, as I said, beat projectiles. And if you notice, Azrael has a little void in front of him appear, and he gets a bit larger, kind of scary, when he absorbs a projectile. So what that does is that gives him what is called a failing stock on 236B, and that stock will now let him shoot out a fireball called Phalanx Cannon. In English dub, he says right back at you, because quite literally, he gets a projectile and throws it back at you. Phalanx stock, if you absorb something with Growler, you can immediately cancel into Phalanx, or you can just hold on to it for as long as you want. You can honestly just keep it. It never goes away, so long as you don't use it. So it's been like 20 years, and I still got Phalanx. This is the second most powerful projectile in the game that's not a super, the first being Spark Bolt. Any projectile your opponent throws at you, no matter how many hits, if it's not a super, it will beat it. It will either clash or outright beat it. It will never just immediately lose. And it's incredibly fast too, causes a wall bounce, and the super cool thing is, you can combo off of it at certain ranges. So it's very nice. While he's absorbing a projectile, he cannot be touched. So I'll even do this. I'll do a full string. Well, maybe Death Spike isn't the way to show it, but do understand that because Azrael is absorbing something, you can't hit him while he's absorbing something. Growler, when you TK it, is incredibly fast, and it stops him in his tracks immediately. The infamous TK Growler mix comes from this because you forward dash to the other side, and you do Growler. This is a 15 frame mix-up, arguably unreactable, and you can RC it. Wow, I'm bad. Here, I'll do in the corner. RC it to get a full combo. Very powerful. You know what? I'll go to new 13. Why not? That matchup sucks anyways. So I'll do new 13's Legacy Edge, and then I'll do 5C, 6C, right? And if you notice, as I'm absorbing Legacy Edge, I cannot be hit. So that is Growler Field. Next up is his 236Cs, Tiger Magnum. This is a Rekka, 1 of 3, and it is the first part of his Rekka series. It is -4 on block, so not punishable. It's 13 frames of startup, and that's more or less just about as much as you're gonna get into with it. It's nothing really special about it. However, its big brother, Leopard Launcher, or Cobra Launcher. I'm sorry, I'm stupid. So Tiger Magnum, Cobra Launcher.
Strike. Cobra Strike.
Cobra Strike, Leopard Launcher. I apologize. So Tiger Magnum, Cobra Strike. This is his second Rekka. He launches his foot straight up in the air. Is the animation familiar? Yes, because this is the same animation as his Crush Trigger. Second hit, it is minus on block, actually. It's even punishable if they instant block it. So do be careful if you're using this in pressure, but what's important is if you manage to frame trap an opponent with the first Rekka into the second Rekka, Cobra Strike will cause crumple on counter hit. And the routes you get off of this are phenomenal, because Azrael gets an incredible amount of damage off of this if you manage to counter hit. In fact, I do want to mention, is Jiv there? Because he loves when I do this. If you manage... Was it Jiv?
What up?
I said, actually, we're here because you love when I do this. If you manage to counter hit with Cobra and you're fully aware that you're going to get it, the crumple on counter hit Cobra is so long, you get a full charge Valiant afterwards. And they're usually going to die after that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Lastly, you have the third and final part of his Rekka series, Leopard Launcher. This causes a ground slide, change from Chrono Phantasma, in which it always wall bounced. In the corner, it wall splats. Nothing too important about this. It's just the last part of his Rekkas. It's very integral to your combo game. You'll usually want to always. And then on certain routes, if it's not parade enough, you can sneak in a Gustav Buster for an extra hit, and now you're back in the game. Azrael's Leopard Launcher, or Leopard Launcher will always be able to combo into his Central Super for damage, which we'll get into in a second. Before we do that, let's talk about his 214C, Sentinel Dump. Azrael hops forward and then stomps on and then lands on the ground. Quite literally, slap squats. This is a projectile. Nothing really important about that. It just is a projectile. It is plus on block. Incredibly plus, because Azrael has no recovery animation. You can act out of it almost instantly. So no one's going to be able to contest you after that, because the next thing that comes next is just whatever you want. Because your plus, I want to say 12 is the exact number. Because of this, that's more or less it. You're just plus. It's very nice. You can use this as a cute little pressure reset. He has certain routes where you use regular 214C. The important version of Sentinel is on 22C, called Sentinel Down. When an opponent is in a grounded state, so I'll do 3C, and you don't block it, Ragna. you press 2-2-C, and Azrael will do a version of Sentinel that tracks the opponent for an OTG. There's ground bounces, and then of course Azrael can just link whatever he wants afterwards. Very good. And thank you for mentioning that to me. I forgot Azrael's Sentinel, regular Sentinel, is guard point. So I'll have Ragnar do 5B into 5C, and then he'll absorb it. The guard point lasts only for the first 10 frames. After frame 10, he loses guard point and he'll get a hit. But during that guard point, those first 10 frames of guard point, Azrael will be able to absorb as many hits as possible. So if you toss out something that hits 100 hits within 10 frames, he'll absorb all of that. Not really strong, but it's just a cute thing to know. Now the down version of Sentinel does not always apply to being in a grounded state. It really is a special state they're in, like a juggle state, because even though, as we're gonna see off of a 4th throw, I'll do 6A, it'll still combo. So it's more so a juggle state, not a grounded state. So it's kind of weird. Certain routes will allow it, others don't. I'll do 6A like that, and it won't work, but I'll do like that. Like, obviously it's not considered grounded, right? But off a 4th throw, you are. Weird, right? That's more or less it. And then of course I went over down Sentinel. It has actual startup, as you can see. So I'll show you off of down. Azrael does take a bit, and then he'll land. This is a pretty good point to burst against Azrael. If you see Azrael do this, just burst, because he can't do anything during that animation. He has to hit the ground, and then from there he can RC or whatever. But at this point, he is a sitting duck, and you're free to burst. Also want to mention that on air hit, 3C will not be able to cause that knockdown. And this sucks, because sometimes you'll hit a 3C when they're just above the ground, you can't notice, and go into 2-2C, and then from there, you're actually punishable here. Like that. So do keep that in mind if you're looking to play Azrael. Last but not least, Azrael has no air specials. Just straight up. That's no air specials to talk about. Everything I did in the air, I already went over. I guess a little fun fact, Azrael can act 1 frame faster out of air dash than anyone else in the game. So, there's that. Finally, his 2 of his most important grounded specials, Valiant Crash and Hornet Bunker. Hornet Bunker is a low, Valiant Crash is a high. Valiant Crash is on 236D, Hornet Bunker is on 214D. I also forgot to mention the input for his Rekka series is 236C, and from there 6C and then 6C again. So if you look at my inputs, that's how you do it. The cool thing about Valiant, why is it a high? It looks like a mid. We've been asking the same thing for 10 years. Never got an answer. The cool thing about Valiant Crash and Hornet Bunker is that they can be done from any point of your Rekka series, so long as you haven't hit Leopard. So I can do Tiger, Valiant, Tiger Hornet, or Tiger Leopard, Tiger Cobra Valiant, Tiger Cobra Hornet. After Leopard though, I can't do anything. So just, that's pretty cool, and it's very important for a lot of his combos, because Azrael usually does, or that for routes. But let's get into those specials as a whole. Valiant Crash, 236D, it applies a weak point. It's an overhead. You're minus a bajillion. So don't even try it. Don't even try to use it as a mix, because if they block it, you're gonna die. The same thing applies with Hornet. It launches up, and then it applies a weak point. You're minus a bajillion. The cool thing about Hornet Bunker is that if you end combos with it, you get a free save jump. You can't do the same with Valiant. Hornet will always give you that save jump so long as they tech on the ground. And yes, it's also counter hit recovery, but that goes without saying. So very, very, very weak as mix-ups. However, they're both chargeable. And while they're charging, they have armor.
To everything, by the way.
Yes, to absolutely everything. Highs, lows, and mids. They will absorb everything. However, because that's armor, you lose your throws. And then at full charge, which is 57 and 58 frames respectively, they will apply a fatal. So Azrael is the first character we've gone over to have more than 3 fatals. They're on 5C, 6C, full charge Valiant, and full charge Hornet. And yes, they are very good as fatal starters. And I also want to mention that that doesn't just apply to the start of a combo. They apply fatal mid-route. And yes, you do get the damage bonus and the extra hit stun bonus on top of the fact that you do build active flow points because you proc the fatal. Yes, before you ask, Azrael can apply fatal multiple times in the same combo. So 1 fatal, 2 fatals. Very, very, very good to have. They kind of got toned down in terms of the proration because Azrael unironically was able to do 11k routes in CF1. So let's talk about what happens. What up?
I say that was a thing. You just unlocked the memory. Holy shit.
Let's talk about the weak point versions of these moves because they are funny. If you manage to hit Valiant and Hornet with a weak point on, you get the Valiant Chase and you get the Hornet Chase. Let's talk about Hornet Chase first because Valiant's more important. If you hit 214D while a weak point's on and you hold up, you get what is essentially a dust combo from Guilty Gear. And by dust combo, I mean a full air combo. Very phenomenal. To the point where you can also show people, you can also take it a step further, bring them straight down. So that's very good. You want to use that a lot of the times for what you kind of get double weak point combos. So this is very good for combo utility because now you end the combo where they're really close to you and you have both weak points attached. So that's very good. You can also get kind of freaky with it. But Hornet is usually the weaker version because the damage is kind of prorated. Now we're going to talk about Valiant Chase. If you hit someone with Valiant while the weak point is up, you get Valiant Chase, and you chase them to the other side, and from this point you're on a timer. It's not something where it's like you can only hit X amount of normals or you need to do a certain amount of specials. You're just on a timer. So what that is you can press whatever you want, so long as that timer is going to go down no matter what. And then once they're in the corner, they are now in wall bound. But usually for your combos, you're going to do 5C because that does the most damage really quickly. Look at that, 4.9k, and that wasn't even optimal. While I was doing that, actually, I did forget to mention a new special he got in Central Fiction, and that is Panzer Strike on 623B. This is a DP. When this came out, everyone said, why did they give him a DP? Because he really doesn't need it. But I will tell you, this is the second worst DP in the game. The range on it is incredible, hitting from nearly full screen. If you TK it, it is full screen. The strike is a rising knee into a dropping fist, and it causes a ground bounce afterwards. So if you RC, you can convert off of it freely. In CF1, that was not the case. It was the worst DP in the game, bar none. Like all DP starters, it is insanely prorated, so the combo you get afterwards is not going to do a lot of damage, nor is it going to be long, because they'll tech out very quickly. This DP, unlike most DPs, actually has a very important weakness to it, in the sense that it can be low profiled. A lot of characters will set up Oki in such a way that they'll option select all of Azrael's options and then low profile this, and then afterwards get a very sizable punish on him. And then do it all over again. So this definitely isn't a strong DP by any means, but the fact of the matter is you are a character with a lot of defensive options that also has a DP. So if you want to be a bit belligerent with this character on defense. I don't think I'm missing anything with any of his specials. I do want to mention, like I said earlier, you can reapply weak points in a combo. So you'll do like a Valiant combo, right? Use your weak point, 1, 2, 3, 4, and with 5D or 6D, weak points back on. And then you're back at it again. So that's more or less Azrael's specials. Let's talk about. Wait, what?
You forgot one special.
Gustav, Growler, Phalanx, Panzer, Tiger Cobra, Leopard, Sentinel while it was down, Valiant, Hornet.
Taunt.
Oh, okay, fine, yeah. Azrael is one of 2 characters in the game that have a taunt with the hitbox. I'll do that. His taunt has a hitbox. Yes, you can kill with it. It does approximately like 100 damage. I'll turn on damage. Yeah, approximately 100. My character. Approximately 100 damage. You can kill with it, and yes, it has a hitbox, so sometimes if someone's approaching you, you can kind of just do that. It's very gimmicky. It's not really good. But that's it. Azrael's Overdrive. So I went over his drive, the Terror. Azrael's Overdrive is Mental Coliseum. Because for these next 4 seconds, he is in your head. So Mental Coliseum is very powerful because now you don't need to hit to apply weak points. These now apply on block. And they don't go away for the entirety of Overdrive. So if I apply weak points and then turn on Infinite Overdrive, they are not going to go away at all, no matter how long these last. And by the way, when outside of Overdrive, weak points last for 17 seconds, roughly. But no, not 18, not 16, not 20, 17. You can count it yourself and you're going to get it. But yeah, so long as Overdrive is on, weak points will be applied. However, weak points don't reset the Overdrive does not reset the timer. Hit stops taken for account or not. No. Overdrive does not reset the timer. So I can have a weak point hit for us. I can apply a weak point outside of Overdrive, and then we could dance around for 17 seconds. I don't know why I applied it in training mode. I'm stupid. I could apply weak point. We could dance around for 16 seconds. I'm not gonna keep count, but then if I activate Overdrive on the 16th second and then keep that weak point on, the moment Overdrive is gone, so is that weak point. I want to say it's been about 13 seconds since I activated it. I'll put on Overdrive and then I'll whiff EA, and then in the next. And then in the next 3 seconds, as you can see, it disappeared. So keep that in mind. It only freezes the timer. Let's talk about his supers. Azrael has 2 supers. One really cool super and one really weak super that's cool in concept. So Azrael's first super on 236-236D, Black Hawk Stinger, the big punch. We call that 1,000 min damage. This does 3,000 damage raw. Let me see if I know my character's numbers. Bionic arm? No, it is not invul at all. However, it does have armor. So if I do this, that's way too early. That's perfect. Azrael will just absorb a hit and then game end Ragna for 3,000 damage. This is surprisingly a really good starter. You want to spruce up some damage on the really quickly? If you get a random Black Hawk Stinger, you can do that for about 5k, but you're never gonna see that as a combo starter ever. It sends them flying, and yes, you can combo. Like I said earlier, you can combo into it after your reckless. This is usually what you're gonna do actually for a lot of your combos. You want to end a basic B&B, and you just want to kill someone. Input Black Hawk, and they're dead usually for 10.5 minimum damage. The Overdrive version Overdrive Black Hawk Stinger. That's the big one. This hits like a truck. He catches on fire and hits it so hard, you not only go flying for 3.7, you go sliding. And this is important because since they're sliding, I'm so bad at this game. Since they're sliding, you can convert off of it if you're close enough. In fact, on counter hit, you don't even need to spend meter for it. You can kind of just hit it, wait for the recovery, and then another super. This is about to do 7k. 6.7. I'm terrible. I apologize. So this is an incredibly high damaging super. If you're low health and you see an Azrael do this, you're dead. You've died. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And you can extend for just a bit extra damage. His second super, Scud Punishment, 214-214D. Azrael thrusts his hand into you and pushes out. And what this does is for the next 17 seconds, both weak points are applied. And once you use them and end a combo, they automatically refresh. For the next 17 seconds, both weak points are on you. I'll talk about Black Hawk Stinger's funnier property in a moment after Scud Punishment, because that does tie into this. So because Scud Punishment applies both weak points, you would think this is a very good super. So unfortunately, it is not, because of the simple matter that you just spent 50 meter to something you can usually do for significantly less, 25 or free if you get the right combo. But let's say both weak points are on you. What else makes Scud bad? Well, once you use a weak point, you can't use it again in a combo. So I'll do Scud actually. Or better yet, fortunately, CF Training Mode gives me Scud State. So in Scud State, you can't apply a weak point again. So the weak point did not recover, right? So say I want to be suboptimal and do another Valiant. He is not in Valiant state. Same thing with Hornet. That's very weak, actually. Because again, you can do this without meter and be able to reapply those weak points for extra damage. So keep that in mind. That's usually why Scud is weak, because again, for free, you're doing Scud's work all for itself. That being said, Azrael does have certain routes where you can get a double super, and having Scud at that ender will definitely be where you want to be like, all right, let's really turn the damage up. Now, there is one thing Scud can do. It's a reversal too. Because Panzer gets low profiled by moves that are low bearing, if you really want to kind of sock it to him, say Ragnar does 3C, oh man, he's gonna low profile my Panzer. You can invo with Scud. At one point, this was the only verse he had, but we're not playing that game anymore. Thank God. So funny thing you do with Scud is apply those weak points, and because they're crumpled, you can slightly delay this. And Black Hawk, when both weak points are set, is a complete unblockable. Why is it a complete unblockable, you ask? Because if a high weak point is set on the opponent, they cannot stand block it. When a low weak point is set on the opponent, they cannot low block it. So when both weak points are set, it is a true unblockable. They can't block it high, they can't block it low. And you can definitely checkmate opponents by kind of draining their meter or their overdrive and hitting them with the Black Hawk. And I mean that because... I'm sorry, Ragnar, please block for me for a second. The way to get out of this unblockable is to either CA out or overdrive. So, while it's an unblockable, it's not a very good unblockable. But, again, like I said, if you really play your cards right and beat someone up hard enough, you can put them in a situation where they have no overdrive or no 50 meter to reversal, and they have to just simply accept the fact that they're going to get unblockable. So yes, there is that. Like I said, Azrael has certain routes where you can do a double super. So these are really outside of overdrive. These are only in fatal routes. Oh, I didn't do that right. So I'll do fatal into Scud. And you get a double super for a pretty decent amount of damage. Outside of overdrive is kind of weak. Inside of overdrive, Scud's crumple lasts so long that you can do a full route. So this means you don't need your fatal counter to get overdrive Blackhawk. So long as you get overdrive Scud, the Blackhawk will always combo. It will always combo no matter how long the combo's gone on for, so long as Scud restands. Here's a little fun fact. I do love showing this off, even though it's not good. Scud's crumple on counter hit is so long that you can get a fully charged Valiant or Hornet. If you TK it right, you can get that, but and Scud is a very short starter, so again your combo is going to be very prorated, so you can't get something very big off of it. But yes, you can do this. It's very funny because the untech is that long. So that's kind of more or less it for that. Last but not least, Azrael's third and final super is his EA, which is full Spartan. What does this super do? The range on it isn't really amazing. It's pretty big hitbox in front of him, not above him or behind him, but at about this range should hit. And what this does is it's basically a super Tiger Cobra Leopard, and what we're looking at is the worst Exceed Excel in the game, because for a character who wants to be in your face all the time, it is not smart to end your combo in a super that puts you back at full screen. Something cute though, if you do it with your back to the corner with the side switch of forces, you're still kind of at full screen, but they're a bit closer to the corner than you are, so that's kind of nice. In active flow, it does some of the highest damage an EA can do in the game at 4260, 4290. So that's actually pretty high. Only like 3 other EAs in the game kind of reach that damage, and Hakumen's is one of them. So that's more or less it. Last but certainly not least is Azrael's Astral. Patriot Apocalypse on half circle back, forward, and C. And as you can see, the horizontal range is pretty big. It is, yes, his best anti-air because the pillar he summons is also a hitbox, and it reaches high. I'll gladly show you the vertical hitbox. Nah, let me do it in the corner. That's about good. And it brings him straight back down.
That's actually kind of insane. What?
I never showed you the monsters, Jiv?
No, I forgot it hits that damn high.
Yeah, it hit very high. So if you're seeing someone be very dumb, super high in the air, no, they're not. And you get
and what am I you mistimed this? No, you didn't. This thing has 19 active.
Also, yes, I also want to mention I've said it a bunch with a lot of characters I've gone over on how, yeah, their astrals are very reliable to combo into. This is an astral that can be comboed into from absolutely anything. 4th throw, you got it. 6B, you got it. 5A, you got it. 5C, you got it. You gotta. I'm gonna fuck this up, by the way, because I'm not good with this. But you got a high bearing 6A. You got it. And yes, because it's a special, you can TK it off before dash. (6A) or 6C? You got it. It combos off of absolutely anything within reason. It is probably the easiest astral to get a freebie off of. And because it is so quick at 13 frames, by the way, you can honestly kind of just mash something out, right? So I'll do that. And it will hit. It is one of the funniest everything about this character, if it isn't cool, at the very least, it is just funny. That's his back dash, by the way. Or his back throw, by the way. And yes, you can combo off of that. His back throw's cool because in the corner, you can just link something like like a 5B or special. Hey, look, Patriot Apocalypse. So that more or less is Azrael. For the one time, because someone asked, because Astral Esther's been asking for a while, sure, I will show off a Love Phantom. Unfortunately, you can't do Growler Love Phantom anymore. But I can do that. And because I'm a real one. Fuck.
Oh, I know what Cabo is doing.
Yeah, this is every Azrael's first bit of Netta.
Around the world. Baby's first Netta.
Yeah, every Azrael gets that Netta. What Netta means is just non-optimal, non-practical combos meant for flash over efficiency. So those are combos you put in combo videos, nowhere else.
It's for style points.
Yeah.
Like that.
You're not gonna see this in a real match, but in a combo video, you'll see combos way cooler than that. No practical use in game. Yeah, literally. So Azrael's weaknesses, because someone's been asking. Azrael is an incredibly slow character. He has a very weak movement comparatively. A lot of characters can kind of just run away from him, and it's gonna be pretty hard to chase them down if you don't know how to move properly with this character. A lot of characters kind of beat him at mid-range very easily. I know I said his 5C is very good at the mid-range, but most people are going to be at a range where they're going to press buttons that are further than your 5A and your 5B and are quicker than your 5C.
Yeah, I remember earlier I explained Celica and how she's very good at standing her ground and making sure characters don't scramble with her. This character is one of the ones where it's like, dang, I really can't do the normals or buttons that I want to get in recklessly.
Yeah, because if you try to get too reckless with this character, he just hit you for a lot of damage. I should have did Blackhawk, that was 7k. But yeah, he just hit you for a massive amount of damage. He has pretty weak defensive options. I know I said his backdash is fully invulnerable. It's fully invulnerable, but because you can't act out of his backdash like you can with, say, Slayer in the older games, you are fully committed to this backdash. So it looks like I pressed 2A with Ragnar, right? Right, so 2A 5C. Right, so here, bam, bam, bam. Right, a 2A 5B on block and hit, and then you think, all right, I'll backdash that. That's a true punish. You are hard committing to a backdash that most people are gonna option select. His Panzer, it gets low profiled very easily, and I mean very easily. Most safe jumps in the game are layered in such a way that they're gonna both regularly safe jump your DP, low profile it, and still recover fast enough to punish your backdash. So very defensive. So defensively, while he has a bevy of options to roll the dice and play RPS, they're all very exploitable. Again, movement is very weak. I said Gustav is +1 on block, but if you insta-block it, he's now -2. So it's now Ragnar's turn because I chose to get in recklessly. 6C, it fatals and it hops over normals, yes, but it loses to anti-airs. Very consistently, too. It's also important that, to mention that Azrael, despite him having these really cool combos, he's a character that needs to hit you twice, so I won't always have that 5 to 6k. I need to hit you for this. I need to hit you for this. And because of his movement and how his normals work, he's not going to be able to get these combos off of anything. If I don't have 50 meter and I hit with a 5C, this is the most I can do. And even then, at absolute max range, that won't combo all the time, unfortunately. So do bear that in mind. He does have a bevy of weaknesses, and because Azrael is a delay Gatling character, nothing he does is gapless. This is the only thing Azrael has with a gap on instant block, or without a gap on instant block. This into this has a gap. This into this has a gap. This has a gap. That
BB
gap.
has a gap.
That has a gap. That has a gap. That has a gap. And then there's gaps in here. There's gaps in here. There's a gap here. Basically, what I'm saying is, if your opponent has very solid defense and a reversal option, I'll even swap characters to show this off.
IBDP.
Mm-hmm. I'll do 5A, 5B. So that, right? You can no longer commit to any of your routes because any of your strings, because someone who is belligerent with their defense will simply IB and punish you in kind. It's very easy.
This is not something that is this is not something that is uncommon.
Yeah, not at all. You'll fight a high level Ragna, and the first thing he's going to do is more than likely IB or 5A or DP afterwards, and then you gotta play the rest of the set like, oh, crap.
But chaotic, how do I deal with something like that?
I'm glad you asked. So, if someone is IBing your 5A and then DPing your 5B, next time do this. Next time do this. I'm gonna go home. Next time do this. What is going? You simply block after that 5B. Next. Oh.
You gotta press it twice.
Right, my bad. You punish. For a full route. I messed it up, by the way. Now, both weak points are on, and very realistically, Ragna can die off of the very next hit. It's not uncommon at all for Azrael to two-touch you in the right situation. So do keep in mind those weaknesses. You are going to play Azrael if you are looking for a character that does absolutely monstrous damage. And like I said, like I introduced this character earlier, Azrael is on the upper echelon of high damage characters alongside maybe 6 or 7 other characters. You want a character with belligerent mix-up in his TKs, in his high-lows. You want a character that can fight zoning really well, or can fight projectile zoning really well in having Growler Field and Failing Stocks. You want a character who has pretty unique pressure in his Gatlings, and you like making people mess up and getting scared in your face for free. Avoid Azrael if you want something. If you want a more streamlined character and a streamlined experience, so character with, regular Gatlings and much better movement options, and a character who can kind of play at the mid-range very well and at far screen. Azrael can't really play mid-range too well, and he's even weaker at full screen because he can't really do anything to really be oppressive against the opponent. So that's more or less Azrael. I'm willing to take any questions, and I will show you guys something very nice. Because this is my main. I am probably the best Azrael in North America at this point.
He said it.
What's up?
Oh, he said it. He said it. Everybody point. He said it.
In a week, you will cough.
Actually, that's HF Endeavor, and you're
Oh, true. Yeah, I forgot about the GOAT. I am one of, if not the best Azrael in North America. I've been playing this character since Chrono Phantasma came out on consoles, so that's been an 11-year journey with this character. There's nothing about him I don't really know. At this point, I've seen him in the beginning. I played him in this up till this game. I even played him for a bit in BB Tag before I realized that is not my character Azrael. So that's more or less it. Again, I'm still willing to take any questions, and like I said earlier, I want to show you guys something cool. Hopefully I don't mess this up.
The stream is still fine for me. It might just be a Discord thing because Discord.
An example of Azrael's monstrously high damage.
Oh, he does. Oh, that's
10k exactly.
10k. That's nice.
Well,
He had like 2 other routes where he does like more. I think he could do like 10.2 is his cap now. In CF1, he used to be able to kill 11k characters. So average health characters and lower, Azrael was able to kill off of very niche situations. But yes, that is Azrael. Someone asked, what would you say is Azrael's worst matchup? Izuyoi. Izuyoi, hands down, is Azrael's worst matchup. A lot of people might immediately assume 9. That is not the case at all. 9 was never his worst matchup. 9 is a very hard matchup for him, but as of CF2, due to 9's nerfs, it is a lot closer. It is a lot closer to even than it is back in the day where it was just 6-4. I would say Izuyoi is flat out his worst matchup, and then after that, it would probably be Lychee, believe it or not.
JD, what do you do about JD?
Now let's talk about his best matchup, New 13.
Azrael's best matchup. You would think a character this slow would be weak against a projectile zoner, but no. New 13 is an abysmal matchup. Or New 13 versus Azrael is an abysmal matchup for New 13, simply because he has Growler Field. And he has his movement can be exploited by the character, yes, but because this move exists, she quite literally can't do anything. At all. There's nothing she can do about that. There's no way she can fight it. She has a really hard bait, bad Growler presses, and at a high level, if you know what you're doing, you're not gonna have bad Growler presses. Other characters, Azrael beats. I won't go through every character. I'll go over the funnier ones. Other characters, Azrael beats pretty soundly. Is so you have New 13. You have Lambda. You have Bullet is a very good matchup for him. Very, very good matchup. Jubei is also an incredibly good matchup for Azrael. Tao Kaka.
We don't talk about Tao, please.
I don't think about Jubei versus Azrael pretty aight.
Yeah, it's aight. Yeah. Think about the other cat, not Tao, please.
Okay, fine. Yeah, I mean, they're equally as bad for 2 different reasons. Funnily enough.
No, just Jubei, just Jubei. You're getting
why is this combo still going?
The combo's not done yet. Jubei is pretty good for him. Noel is a very good matchup for him as well. That is more or less just about all of his really good matchups. Everything else tends to be either slightly favorable or even. Things like Kagura, Ragna, Naoto, Susanno, Jin. This right here is my favorite matchup in the game to play. That's beside the point. But yes, this character is his worst matchup, followed by, maybe Lychee, and then after that, you're looking at a spread of like Rachel, Izanami, and then like 9 as his absolute worst matchups. But hands down, this matchup is probably the closest you're going to get to an unwinnable matchup for him. When played against an Izuyoi who genuinely knows how to maneuver with this character. So, yeah, that's Azrael. Thanks for having me.
I like it when my entire character gets invalidated by a fucking 5A.
I like it when my entire character gets invalidated by a character who presses up.
And you go up.
Izuyoi presses 4 buttons at once and then goes up, and I just walk away.
Yo, upwards?
Yo,
what?
We up?
Yeah, that's the character. I don't think I miss anything. I think I try to do my best to explain it pretty succinctly in a very quick manner. I do apologize if I missed something. Or if I didn't do something properly. But yeah, that's Azrael.
Yep.
And we have been running on for
6 hours.
6.5 hours. Or just no, straight up 6
Are we
hours.
doing any more characters? Or
There's a bunch of characters left.
We can do a part 3.
I think we can do one more and then cut it.
Who do you want?
We got
Because
Bang
Next up is Bang from Oleander, but if
oh
there
my
is
god!
if there is a
gonna take
big-
a while to cover because he has a
If you guys want, I could do Hakumen.
we
Because
could put it to a vote from the people that are still left here.
Yeah.
Because we're probably just gonna do one more character and then call it.
Wait, is Alphonse still here? Because he's been asking for Susanno since like last Sunday as well.
Is who still here?
There's like one guy in here who's been like asking about Susanno since like the last session. So we can.
Yeah.
Oh, I think yeah, Alcifer. You said their name was.
Yeah.
They're still here. So I guess you can do Susanno for them.
You know what? Fuck it,
Honestly,
yeah.
do it. Yeah, you got it.
Ooh,
This
this
is
is close my game.
This is your Discord. You only talked about one character. Go off about your main. What the fuck?
Alright, hold on. Let me pull up my stream. I need to figure out how to set up recording for this, because if my Discord does not catch the screen share, okay, yeah, it doesn't. I'm gonna have to set up a separate source for capturing the game. Give me a second. I will do that real quick.
There's a button that you can hit
On Discord?
on your own stream that like shows
Oh yeah.
it'll make it show the stream with the
Even
at all
when I'm
times.
alt-tabbed?
Yeah, it's like a right click on the stream. Right click on your stream and see if
Show
it
my screen share? No.
yeah.
Okay, no, I have that on, but even when I'm alt-tabbed,
Yo,
it
Dante
doesn't
streaming?
show.
Dang. I guess it's like
I'll just set up like a fucking game capture. Hold on. This is why I had someone else record the last time, but it should be fine.
a large recording.
Yeah. I'm just gonna like set it up here so people can still see questions in the recording if there's anything important in chat. Let me set up a audio source. Give me a sec. Okay. Susanno, real quick.
He's an ass character.
Yeah, he's like volunteer. Fucking complete just dog shit. Don't play this guy. You're gonna lose every match. But jokes aside, you're gonna like first off, you're gonna see a bunch of weird shit on the stream above his gear. I will get into that soon. But right off the bat, you are going to notice a few things. His dash has.
Why did your mic quality dip?
Did it? Hold on. The fuck?
You sound a bit further
whispering?
away. Yeah, you sound further away.
Am I good now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh no, I think my mic just physically decided to move away from my face. God damn
Hmm?
it. But we're good now, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So first things you're gonna notice with him is, yeah, his dash has a startup. He's fucking big. Not the biggest in the game, that's Steger, but I believe he is the second tallest in the game. I might be mistaken there, but I'm not. I do think that's
He
the case.
also has the second highest health in the game.
Yes,
Okay,
he
fine.
has the second highest health at the in the game at a staggering
12.5.
12.5k. Yeah. So general things with this character, he is very oppressive. He is good at full range, laying on plus frames. He does have good neutral options. Like he's got a pretty good 5B. Like this is people compare it to Ragnar 5B a lot. Goes straight into a 6B, which is another important tool in his pressure. He's got 6B itself, which advances pretty far. 2 hits. Both are plus, especially if you're getting the last hit. Plus 4, I believe. Okay. With that out of the way, I'm just gonna start going over his normals. So 5A is his jab. This thing is ridiculous. It's like probably one of my favorite buttons to press. It hits crouchers. It is +3 on block. And that means you can kind of just lay on pressure like this and people are gonna have to respect you. It goes into a bunch of other options like directly into 6B. It goes into 5B. 6A goes for some nice mix. Okay. 5B is his standard like poke. This thing hits some pretty good ranges. It is very reliable when confirming too. Like round start range, like shit like this. Get some pretty good shield and damage. Let me turn off counter hit. Give me a sec. 5C is this kind of like long, slowish kick, which you kind of mostly use for combos mainly. You can use it to punish in some situations where you might not be like close enough for something like this, a 5B for this, right? It's actually a pretty good starter on counter hit. Like it prorates pretty well. You can kind of use it as a slowish poke. This thing has an interesting aspect that I'm gonna go into a bit, because if you notice, it steps him forward a decent amount. So I will get back to that after going through the rest of his normals. 2A is it is his fastest normal at 7 frames. It's not a low, despite how it looks. It is a mid, and it still retains foot property even then, right? This is a mid. I think it's 0 on block, so pretty decent. This is the only version of his jab that you can chain into itself, and I believe his only normal that you can chain into itself. It can jab if I try. You can't do that. It's only 1. 2B is probably his like least lackluster button. This thing is mostly just filler in terms of pressure and combos. It also does not hit low. It is also a mid. Then we have 2C, which is a really, really solid anti-air. It is a bit slow because the head and mount, again, similar-ish to Mai's, only kicks in at 10 to 15 frames. However, the hitbox on this thing is also pretty ridiculous. It hits behind him a lot. Like if you see over here, hold on. I forgot how to process it. There you go. Yeah. So it's pretty good at catching cross-ups. It's pretty good in his combos as well, because there's some confirms where you're gonna use this to kind of be a launcher, because it does juggle when they're already airborne. What else do we got? I think that's all his basic like standing normals covered. We're gonna go into his command normals. 6A is a fairly interesting tool. It is a long-range instant projectile. It is a decent bit slow on startup. It does have 16 frames, and you are in about 52 frames of recovery like when this goes out. So if your opponent kind of sees this coming and they air dash over it, you are gonna eat a pretty fat punch. 6B is one of his most infamous normals. It hits twice, it is advancing, and it goes a pretty ridiculous distance. And both hits of this will fatal. So if I get the second hit there, it will fatal, and the first hit also fatals. This thing is +4 on block, and is kind of a cornerstone of his pressure. Like, there's this little thing with this character where if you just do 5d6 on loop, this is a quote-unquote block string infinite. If your opponent does not have a reversal or OD or meter or anything like that, they have to basically learn to IB 6B. Because if they IB the last hit of 6B, it opens up this RPS situation that I'm not going to get too into because it is fairly detailed. But it is something important to know when playing against this character. 6B, again, is a very, very good button just to kind of harass and bully people with. Especially if they don't know what they're doing, and even if they do, you are still mostly at advantage there. Right. Next up is 6C. It is his first standing overhead. 25 frames, so it is pretty slow, but this character doesn't really rely too much on his high lows, more so than frame trapping your opponent, but it is still a good option to have, especially because you can go into it from a lot of things. You can go into it from 5A, either hit of 6B, you can go into it from 2C, 2A, I believe, so you have a pretty good way of opening them up in 6C.
I apologize for interrupting,
Uh-huh.
but I'm gonna have to leave. I have to go get something for my brother, so I'm gonna leave the session for now. This is the last character, so it should be fine. But
we're
yeah, I'll
probably
talk to you
gonna-
guys later. I guess I'll see Jiv, Cryo, and Unsafe around later on in the evening.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Okay, yeah. So 6C is his first standing overhead. It is minus on block, but you kind of counteract that. You can special cancel. You can like go into your special cancel that into tackle, which keeps you safe-ish, more or less. But there are ways to counterplay that too, which I'll sort of mention later, because a big part of this character is that his offense is risky to run. 3C is his sweep. It also hits twice. You can notice that that's kind of a trend with a lot of his normals. This is the first low that you've seen of him so far. It goes a decent bit far. It is special cancelable on block, on hit. You get a pretty decent combo off of it on counter hit as well. His next normals I'm going to be talking about are his air normals, which are JA. All of his air normals are pretty ridiculous, so keep that in mind. This character is really, really solid in the air, right? So JA is his aerial jab. It hits behind him as well. If you notice, he kind of stretches his hand out, and this thing has a pretty goofy hitbox. If I can kind of...
It's behind him.
Yeah. If I can kind of get... Yeah, there you go. So, the hitbox is no longer active. Give me a sec.
It's literally the moment you press it.
Oh, yeah, it's...
There.
Yeah. There you go. It's going off screen here. That's kind of how big the hitbox is. But yeah. Pretty decent move. It's also a decent anti-air with this rising that can catch a lot of options that 2C might struggle with. JB is this long aerial poke. It's a very good jump in. You do it low enough, it enables him to do his fuzzies, but that's a bit more advanced and a bit fake, because if your opponent knows how to IB it, they can beat it outright. But also, just keep in mind, very good air normal to use, just throw out. Susanno is a character where you can kind of just control space by doing shit like this. Next is JC, another 2-hitting normal, and another very, very, very scary air normal to deal with for people on the ground. Big hitbox, and very accurate, right? So, if you guys have been noticing every time I've been making contact with one of my normals, that kind of list of icons above his meter gets highlighted, and the highlight goes up by 1 each time there is contact being made. Those are his special moves, and you have to unlock them. How you unlock them is by either hitting or blocking your opponents with a D normal while they are currently highlighted. So if I have the first seal highlighted and I hit D, it is going to unlock that seal or level it up in this case, and then reset his seal cursor to normal, right? His D normals include 5D, which is a mid, 2D, which is a low, and 6D, which is an overhead. I believe 6D is about 21 frames, so it is pretty fast. 20 frames, not 21, yeah. So again, a good kind of tool to mix up your offense with and catch people off guard. And his last B normal is 4D. This is a tool that he has where, let's say you're a bit more at this range and you kind of want to get the cheap, you can kind of go for it. It is pretty risky to go for when you're closer up because this whole thing is about 42, yeah, exactly 42 frames of counter hit recovery. So from the second you hit this button till when it ends, you can get counter hit and in a pretty nasty combo. You can go into it from like about there-ish. So that's a decent way to use it. Another way to use it is your only Gatling option from 6A. So you can cancel 6A immediately into 4D. And this is if you just kind of want to get a lot somewhere here and your opponent's being a bit more passive. Okay. That's his normals covered. Now into his specials. He has 8 of them exactly. Some of them have multiple levels, and most of them are just you unlock it once and you've got the special. His first special comes pre-unlocked at level 1, that is 236A tackle. This is just kind of a standard combo ender when you don't have like, other options. It's not particularly good, but it does the job. On block, it is -3, so you're safe unless they learn to IB it. So this is kind of, if you're like recognizing that your opponent does not know how to IB this, it is a safe ender. So you can do something like this, that's a safe ender. Right? On level 2, it goes a much farther distance, and it lets you pick up in the corner.
You need level 2 to do that.
I'm not on level 2, yeah. Yeah. So if I do this, 1 second. 5 in the morning. There you go. You can get conversion of level 2. You can go in with export and stuff like that. Let me just set that to level 2. Yeah, there you go. Level 3 is same normal as level 2 on whip and on block. However, on hit is a little follow-up that launches them higher. And this lets you convert off of the split screen. Seal 2 is his DP. It is a projectile, which is the first thing to note, so certain moves will just beat this outright. But it does cover a good amount of space, barring a slight dead zone it has right in the middle. Hold on. So, yeah. So if they're kind of above you, it will whiff. It can also be used to extend combos. Like if you hit it at a certain height, otherwise it's a pretty solid TP. You can of course isolate to be safe. His third special is Sand Kick. This is primarily a combo, but it is also lots on block. There are 3 levels to this, and each level kind of changes how you use the special. Level 1 of this is just kind of a basic combo tool that you can use in the corner. So you can kind of launch that way, and I think it is, let me check the exact frame data on this. It's +1 on block, so not exactly the best, but you can use it as a decent pressure reset. Level 2 is more plus, and it gives you basically more hit stun after you land it in a combo. It also comes with the added caveat of your startup. Level 3 is the highest level of this special, and if they are not barriering, it will guard crush and let you get a combo. So it is pretty scary to force them to barrier, right? And it's also pretty plus. I think it's like +8 or something, +13, right? And it also gives him access to some pretty high damaging combo routes, right? So if you hit something like this, you can go right. Next up is Hunter's Fang, which is his 4th special. This is 2-on-4B. It is this little spin he does. It's twice. It is the first hit is an overhead. So you can occasionally kind of use it to catch people off guard if they're not paying attention. Your offense. It is also a big part of your like primary combos because a lot of his DNB is main DNB unlocking the special and then going into unlocking more stuff. And level 2 of the special is where it really starts shining because along with the spin, you get this pillar that spawns on the side. And this basically lets them get a lot more consistent combos and kind of unlock some of his main routes in terms of getting out of big damage. Air staircase, then back down and extend that way. There is a difference to be noted with the ground version and air version of this move, in that the air version is a lot faster, because he does not do his little jump. Some Susanno players I know do like to be really funny and use it as a neutral move, because it does cover a large amount of airspace in front of you. And you do get conversions off of it on normal hit. Is TK spin faster? Yes, it is. It's a bit faster. So, one more thing to note about this special is that if it is minus on block normally, but if you manage to hit with just the pillar, it is +2. So just keep that in mind as something. Right. His next special 5. If any of you are familiar with Soul Priest Strive, this is basically just Grand Viper, and that's what most people call it. It is a low, it goes full through, and it does a follow-up hit at the end that launches them. The difference between this and Grand Viper is this jump cancel. This is his main combo tool and like one of his most important skills. You're kind of gonna want to route into this a lot of the time, and he does have a lot of BNBs that cover that, because what this lets you do is this lets you go into the air, which gives you a bit more control on what exact skills you want to unlock. And of course, also gives him access to this it is like ridiculously minus on block and on whiff, especially since you can't RC it on whiff. So do not treat this like a neutral move, because any good player will and then jump over it and get a punish. But if you really think your opponent is not gonna see this coming, and you have meter to back it up, you can kind of throw it out and RC it if they block. Seal 6 is Inevitable Calamity, or Orb, or Hand, or Sparkless. You can call it a lot of different things. I'm just gonna call it Orb. This is an interesting special, because it is done by matching the fuck out of your C normal. Right? The longer you match, the longer it lasts. Now, why the fuck does he have this? What is this? It is, in my opinion, one of his most versatile seals, because it does a few things. On block, it pushes you a decent distance away, especially if they're barriering. And what this allows is it lets you get unlocks on block for less risk. If they IB this, which it is kind of hard to do, but if they do IB this, you're screwed because you're in their face and it is -7. If you notice, what I was doing was I was canceling it. This special has a unique property where if you press, I believe it is what, B, C, and D together? Let me check the exact, I just used the OD macro for it because I'm on pad and that shit is painful to do. Yes, B plus C plus D while the attack is active will just immediately cancel out of it. So if you notice, if I do it normally and I don't cancel it, he has a lot more recovery compared to if I just... The input is a little tight to get, so don't worry about it too much. But eventually you will get it down to muscle memory. So one use of this is it can be used to push yourself out on block. It can also be used to cancel the recovery of your moves. So let's say I do this and I cancel out of orb. It is gonna cut my recovery down by a decent amount. It's also a combo player. One sec. Mainly in the corner. So if I do something like that, you can get some pretty good right. There are like combos that it can be used for mid-screen, but those are very, very advanced confirms and like not practical in the slightest. So I'm not really gonna go over those right now. Next is God Press, Splintering Thrust. It is a 30-frame command grab that covers a decent amount of space. The further away you are, the longer it takes to actually get to them. So it is only 30 frames at about close to them. He kind of goes into this crouch and then launches himself at you, and if it makes contact, it will take you corner to corner. If you whiff this, he kind of stumbles. But yeah, if you whiff this, he kind of stumbles over, and you are in counter hit recovery for a decent amount of time. And the same thing happens if they jump over it and react to it. You can convert off of this in 3 different ways. One is by using orb to cancel it, which is a very tight link. I'm dropping it right now. There you go. The other way is just RP, and you can pick up normally. And the last way is, like, honestly, don't do this. It's not really good for damage or any such thing. But if you get a fatal counter and you go into God Press, you can just pick up more with buttons. What's good about God Press is that He does not have much of a sound cue to announce it. If you notice, it is just kind of quiet. Or in some cases, he has a little voice line he does, but sound cues are a big part of how you in general. And the other thing is, it looks similar-ish to his dash startup. You see he does a little crouch, and he does a little crouch again. Do not get over-reliant on this tool, because, like I said, it is 30 frames, which is more than reactable. One more thing about this is 5A God Press is for about 60 FPS. You can go into this. The input for this, I forgot to mention, is half circle backs. Finally, his 8th seal is Sword. This thing covers a very, very good amount of horizontal space. Not only in front of him, but also behind him. That is a ridiculous hitbox. This is used in a bunch of his combos, and it's also a really good whiff punish tool, because this thing on counter hit, so on normal hit, if you hit it, it kind of sends them away. You're not really gonna be able to get much off of it. On counter hit, it will bounce them straight back. Stuff like that. You can convert off of it on normal hit in the corner. There's the... He can reach this, don't do this, this is terrible. But just know that he can. Sword is comboable in the corner, and in some certain distance, it is comboable close to the corner. Now, those are his specials. And now I'm going to go into his supers before talking about his OD. Right? His supers are the first one being half circle back forward D. It's a random super. If you do it with no skills unlocked, he just does this back fist and this big fucking beam. But the more specials you have unlocked, he adds them to the sequence. So if you have all of them unlocked, he does this fucking lineup of specials in a row for a fuck ton of damage before he goes to the roar. His second super is 236 236D, and this one has a prerequisite of using sword to be unlocked. So you cannot do this if you do not have sword unlocked, whereas if you do, this is invuln. It has a full screen reaching hitbox, and this is really not like it's not like other tools that kind of go 90% of the screen. This shit will just snipe you. So if you are playing against, let's say, a zoner, someone like New 13 Landa throwing out projectiles at full screen, this is a pretty good thing. So you get a knockdown on counter hit, you can just run up at them and get your Oki on. One more thing to note about this, it is invuln from startup, so it is a reversal that use it as such. If you do not have DP unlocked, or if they're at a range where you feel like DP is not gonna hit. Okay. He has one last super, which is very niche, But if you are in OD and you do a flash kick input, so a down charge into up D, he does a roar and unlocks level 1 of all special. You cannot do this again to unlock more levels, and if you already have level 1 of those specials unlocked, it will not level them up above level 1. And it is very, very, very niche usage. You're not gonna see this in common play at all. One thing to note about it, it does have like a frame of guard point somewhere in there, which is funny as fuck. But
On startup, yeah. The
it's
guard point is
on-
on startup.
It's got one frame of guard point exactly on startup, but yeah.
You're only really gonna see that super if people really are fiending to unlock stuff. But since you're in overdrive, did you already talk about what does overdrive does?
I'm gonna get to overdrive. Just about now. So if you notice, he starts off with all of his seals unlocked, and you are going to have to go about the match unlocking them. If you are in OD, you can use all of them regardless.
At max level 2.
Yeah, and at max levels. So tackle is max levels, and levels, all that good. You can use sword, but you still cannot use sword super. That still requires you to have the actual seal unlocked. And one more interesting thing about his OD is that, let's say, I do his super normally, and I have sword unlocked, it's just gonna his beam, whereas if I'm in OD, it will do both supers. And this is kind of how you cash out on infinite amounts of damage. And one of the reasons this character is considered like one of the highest damage characters in this game, bar none. That's about it for his tools, just important things you need to know about him. If you are worried about like seal cursor management and stuff, his basic route will just kind of cover the important fields. So
BP, spin, Grand Viper, sword.
Grand Viper sword. Yeah, those are like the main ones you need to be looking out for. All his seals are good in my opinion. God Press is probably the weakest one, but the main ones that you want to prioritize are, like they said, DP, spin, Grand Viper, and sword, because those allow you to go about your basic game plan of just getting in and getting fucking decent damage, like really good damage. DP is a requirement because his defense is kind of cheeks without it. His jab, his fastest normal is 7 frames, which is a bit slow in this game's regard. He's also tall, which does open him up to getting hit by certain stuff. Right. What else is there to talk about? Oh yeah. So if you remember, I mentioned his 5C has this advancing step that he does. This is pretty crucial to his game plan because if you want to be able to layer on strike throw, he's gonna have a hard time doing it normally because they block a jab with that, you get pushed out. You're no longer in throw range, and he does not have micro dash throw as an option because his dash is slow. His dash is slow as fuck. What his 5C allows you to do is, if you guys are familiar with any other games that have similar mechanics, he can use it to kata throw. So if you 5C and then you plink into B, it will give him a throw that moves him a bit of a distance forward. Hold on, I missed something. There you go. So normally, from this range, if I jab and I throw, I'm gonna whiff. But if I jab and then I kata throw, fuck. Give me a second. There you go. It will reach. I'm getting purple because that thing has +3. There you go. So this is a very important thing to learn with it. The input's not particularly hard, you just gotta learn to go like, C into really fast. It's easy on pad, it's easy on leverless, it's easy on stick. So whatever input device you're on, you're gonna have a decent time. You're gonna have a pretty easy time going into it. That's about it for his like main tools you need to think about. His pressure is kind of just getting them in the corner, being up in their face, putting on plug frames, 6D, forcing them to respect your pressure. If you remember, I did mention that his pressure is risky to use because anything that's not like something like a 5A and 5B or 5A 2A, something like that, right? 5A 2B. The minute he starts going from something like a 5B into a 5C, that thing has one frame of gap. So this opens him up to being pretty weak to OD on pressure, and that's why you don't want to overcommit into your Gatling strings, right? What am I forgetting anything? Oh yeah, one more thing I forgot to mention that's pretty important. 2C, both hits of 2C and his jab on block are jump cancel. So this is pretty good when you want to reset your pressure, right? Or if you want to disengage. 2C, right? He is very susceptible to getting pushed out by barrier if you overcommit with his pressure too. So if you're just kind of going in and throwing out Gatlings, you are gonna end up whiffing. So you have to be a bit careful with that. I think that's about it that's important to know before we figure this character out. If there's any questions, I will answer them now. Why is he so easy? Because that's just how the character is. He is easy in theory to pilot, but the thing with Susanno is you have to be a bit aware of where your seals are going and not to overcommit the pressure, especially. Because then they're just gonna have an easy time of stopping only being like a reversal mid your strings, and since you've got that one frame of gap, they are going to be able to take their turn back. Hakumen can straight up just use either of his one frame parries on you mid string if you get careless. This is a character who's honestly really solid. He does have a few bad matchups in basically characters who can keep him locked down from unlocking seals. So someone like Rachel especially is like a 7 matchup, some people say it's one of his worst matchups, because not only can she control him from full screen and kind of prevent him from just getting any unlocks in, even if she gets in and he has no DP unlocked, she's just gonna run mix on him until he dies, and he has no real answer to getting out of that unless he has DP. Why do people pretend like he isn't top 10, 15 in the whole class? I don't think anyone has that. He is a very solid character. He is pretty high tier. He's not like broken. Like people complain about this character a lot because he is a very potent reach stomper. Especially like if you're playing him basically just against people who don't know what to do with him and see like his plus frames, see his big fucking normals and just get scared. He is very good at capitalizing on that. Apart from Sword and Viper, what is the order of seals you should generally try to get? Okay. Like I mentioned, a lot of his BNBs, his most important BNB being the one from 5B, they are going to go over his most important seals. So his 5B BNB looks something like this. Shrine Vampire spin level 1 and be unlocked off of one combo. Right? You can do similar stuff from the new starter. Unlock Shrine Vampire spin level 1. And generally, I'd say if you do want to get a bit more advanced with this character, do look into what routing options he has, because there are a lot of routes from like his seal cursor not being active that give you a lot of important seals to unlock, right? One more thing to mention is he can make use of Crush Trigger and mid his combos to unlock important seals, right? So, like, if I do something like this, and I use OD, I can pick up again. Not always. And similarly, let's say I start on my I forget if that's character specific or not. You can unlock Viper there. You can also unlock Sword there. But it's mainly just kind of recognizing how to use your multi-hit normals, because on all of his multi-hit normals, including JC, you can cancel them on their first hit or their second hit, depending on where the seal cursor is, right? So just learn up like his look at the resources, watch next, just go for that. Okay, it is getting pretty fucking late, and I think I'm gonna cut it off here. 'Cause I need to go and collapse. My throat is not able to stand being awake.
Yeah, you've been talking.
Yeah.
We've all been talking for
It's
approximately
been
like 7 hours.
About 7 hours. This VOD's gonna be a fucking long one. But yeah, that's Susanno. Alphonse, I know you are interested,
I'd
so
flow.
I'll take you on a bit deeper dive.
Alright, take care, friends.
Okay.
For the person that wanted to learn Arafune, you can meet me in the one-on-one channel. Just enter a normal voice channel so I can drag you into it.
Alright, I'm gonna cut the recording for now. We will see you next time.